in the sky, cause the night is ours. On our way to Mars. Let me take you higher than where we are. So high now, there's nothing to come down to. Have you ever tried to fly? Let's go to outer space, take you to the stars. You're never gonna feel out of place. Fly with me, need a ride or die, so will you ride for me? Twinkle of my eye, girl, you shine for me, I swear. And I know the stars are listening, but we can stay or we can visit them. So let's go. Have you ever tried to fly? In the sky, cause the night is ours. On our way to Mars. Let me take you higher than where we are. So high now, there's nothing to come down to. Have you ever tried to fly? Let's go to outer space, take you to the stars. You're never gonna feel out of place. Fly with me, need a ride or die, so will you ride for me? Twinkle of my eye, girl, you shine for me, I swear. And I know the stars are listening, but we can stay or we can visit them. So let's go. Have you ever tried to fly? in the sky, cause the night is ours. On our way to Mars. Let me take you higher than where we are. So high with me. Need a ride or die, so will you ride for me? Twinkle of my eye, girl, you shine for me, I swear. And I know the stars are listening. We can stay or we can visit them. So let's go. Have you ever tried to fly? Have you ever tried to fly? Look up at the stars. See us in the sky, cause the night is ours. On our way to Mars. Let me take you higher than where we are. So high now. There's nothing to come to. Have you ever tried to fly?
My name is Otomo, and joining me is Yodo Lee. And today we'll be going through the group stage, where out of the 12 teams we have assembled, only 4 advance to the playoffs. It's pretty brutal group stage, right? Where we just cut people out like that. And I'm cutting out myself. I'm going in and out of camera. Hey, there you go. I'm back again. But yeah, we want to make sure we thank out the people who made this possible. Our main sponsor are Predator League as well as Intel, and we're supported by KBS, MESF, and ESI. And I'm glad that we have this. You know, we should have more tournaments in Asia. What do you think, Leonard? Do you want that, more tournaments, or you're like, nah, we should just stick to Europe? What do you think?
You know, honestly, it's great to be back, right? Like, yeah, definitely we should be having more tournament. I think that's always been great and always been fantastic for us to see. But more importantly, Otomo, it's great to have you back here on the Casa Desk here with me, especially what a way to start off 2025 here with such a huge tournament, and of course with such recognitions like the Asia Pacific Predator League 2025. A lot of great teams are returning back for that shot of the title as well. Particularly, I believe it is going to be Execration in particular, right?
Yep.
So they've been here since like 2022, and even back in 2024. And they have never gotten that championship spot. They're always they're like that this close to the finishing line. They have been getting second place, by the way, second place for these 2 years now. Could this be the year that they actually take over?
They're definitely coming in as the favorites. If we look at their achievements last year, I believe their best was 4th place finish at the Elite League. That was with them among the best teams in the world. So coming in there, they are the favorites. But they're not going to be meeting a lot of teams right now, because we do have 4 groups. Each group has 3 teams. It's going to be round robin best of 1.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. The interesting thing about this is that I get what you're saying, and I'm totally on board with the fact that Execration is going to be the one for group. It's you're right on the money for a lot of reasons. It's like if we're in a courtroom, they have a lot of facts backing them up. That kind of thing. It feels like already like a free win for them if it just goes by the achievement alone, right? And the tournaments they've been going through and the experience that they have somewhat accumulated. However, I'm not gonna really cut out the rest of the team just yet, right? So it's like, although yes, Reject May, relatively young, aspiring group of talents, right? Because they've been playing a lot of community tournaments. They have actually 3 of their members actually form a team since high school, actually. So and they even participated in like international tournaments like the IESF as well. Got the 5th place for such a young group of talents, right? Such young players as well here. So, but then again, at the same time, we haven't seen them much in the international scene here. That's the problem here. So, not a lot of intel that we could really play around with regarding Reject Me members. However, 1, 2, 3. I believe you know some of the members here. Probably not the team name, but you definitely know the rosters here, Atomo, particularly like Fortune Soul and Ace 12, for example.
To go against Team China, which had like Ame, which had like the PSG LGD squad of that time. So they were really like good. They were with 2-1, very close series. I was in China watching them, so very impressive. Like a squad coming out from the Ace Predator Mongolia side, and they also were very. Recently they went to Serbia as I think they were called Team Tough. I think they might have had problems actually going there, securing visas, but they also qualified for a LAN in Serbia. So they are definitely very strong. Like they could definitely come out of this. By the way, we talked about the money. Only teams that make it through the group stage get into the money. So it's like, that's almost. I like how I'm going in and out of existence. By the way, I'm loving that part.
I love the fact that you went straight at it, right? Just like it's
the money.
The money. It's a lot of money, which I agree. It's a lot of money. It has actually significantly increased over this past 3 years, I guess, now since we're in 2025 here. But that just shows the fact that how amazing our sponsors and even how we're also being supported by such amazing organization as well to support all these talents, right, to showcase their skills here in the Asia Pacific. I think it's like we really come quite far from where we first started as well. So this is, and also let's be honest, it's also a really good warm-up opportunity for a lot of these teams, or maybe some debut for some of the returning teams as well, especially for those who hasn't been seen in the international scene for quite a bit for some of these teams that's participating, not just in Group B, by the way. We also have other group stages that's happening at the same time, Group A, Group C, Group D. Some returning, some new, some with new branding, some with rebranding, but same exact rosters here. So pretty interesting to see how this is going to be happening all across the scene for at least for day 1 and day 2, as we make our way all the way to the playoffs here, right, to crown our champion. But more importantly, guys, we are not just the only stream today. We also have the mainstream. We also have this. Yeah, we only have the mainstream, the second stream, and let's just be honest, if you are not cool with the English stream, there's also the BM stream for anyone that's interested as well. So if your team is not in our stream, don't worry, you probably going to be able to, you won't be really missing out their games. You probably had to find the right stream for it. But hey, although let's be honest, we're definitely the better stream here.
Oh, for sure. I mean, to be fair though, the other stream does have the all-women squad, which is kind of nice. But that's going to be later. They are not playing right now. They're playing in Group C. But other than that, we're the better looking ones. I mean, we're just it can't beat us. I'm sorry. I don't even know who's on the other stream, but still, we're just better looking.
I mean, clearly it's you, the one that's on the better.
Nah,
looking
sure.
One. I'm more of the hugger than the visual. I take pride in my hugs,
Ladies, he's the single one, so that's the one you should focus your eyes on.
I mean, you know what they say. You know what they say, right, Tomo? New year, new me, right? Things will change this year. I mean, not just for me, but for everyone as well.
No, for me, I don't want to change. I like being married. I want to stick there. But for you, we will see about that. But yeah, overall, with the teams that make it through today, we'll get into the money zone. And it's kind of crazy because every round after that, you more than triple your money. And the first place gets 65,000 out of the 100,000 prize pool. That is massive. Like, can you imagine? First place gets 65% of all the money in this tournament. So you could really start off 2025 with a nice bang for your buck in just one tournament.
Yeah, that is true. And I mean, and the best part about this as well, guys, it's not just the Dota 2 side. I mean, of course, Dota 2 is definitely the best esports game title in the world. Easy. But we also have Valorant that's going to be coming up tomorrow as well. So if you guys are wondering where are the Valorant matches, well, it's not today. Unfortunately, it's going to be tomorrow. But hey, stick around because Dota 2 is definitely the better game title. And you're going to be able to see some really great Tier 1, Tier 2 gameplays here. And also some returning ones, especially if you're a big fan. Especially from the Thailand side, we have some really great teams coming back into the scene as well. Some really familiar names like Fearless. They're going to be in Group D. We're going to be covering that. We're going to be covering their team or their gameplay in the second half of today's stream here. So we're going to be seeing that a little bit more later. But they are playing in the team called Caterpillar here. So it's a very interesting name compared to their previous name, which they were in here.
I mean, yeah, Caterpillar and Myth Avenue will be the game to watch for that one because I do think both of them will probably beat Rogue Squad, but we're getting ahead of ourselves. And I ask you, how are you feeling about Dota these days? We've had this patch for a while. Have you been playing, or have you been relying mostly on your co-caster to bring all the info?
No, I've been playing, my friend. But of course, but sadly, the same can't be said for my rank. Unfortunately, I think I have I've succumbed to my fate. I believe, you know that kind of thing where you feel like you have hit that limit and you just can't go any further, no matter how much motivation you somewhat tell yourself in the mirror. Yeah, I'm hitting that limit, right? Divine is my highest. I can't go anything beyond that. But hey, you know, I've been losing a couple of games, some really bad calls on the double down tokens as well. So that
that's the worst.
Yeah, that's the worst.
That is the worst. Okay, you know, you lose a game and then you think I'll make up for it the next one. Then you double down. Then you're like, I'm down 3 losses today, and then that is the worst.
I actually accumulated quite a decent amount to the Tomo to actually expand it all in one shot. Cause my goal was just like one-way ticket express lane, ladies and gentlemen. I'm gonna hit that immortal, but yeah, that didn't happen. I dropped significantly. Yeah. All it took was 5 double downs.
No, it's crazy. Like the way the double down system works.
It's high risk, high reward kind of thing, right? You know.
Very high risk, especially when sometimes you double down, you think the game is going well, and then one of your guys disconnects, and you're like, no, this was gonna be a win.
Yeah, but you know, I didn't feel bad losing any of those games because it's not one of those games where you know you play, you'll be like, oh man, it's like. Feels like the whole weight is on my shoulder. My team is not really performing as well as I want them to. But no, the game was really good. Everyone was performing adequately and accordingly as well. So we lost because of a very really nice execution on the opposing side. So I'm just like, hey, you know what? You deserve that. That was a pretty sick RP, man. And speaking of RP, Magnus. That guy is back, man. Like. He had his rising in one of the few TI thanks to collapse, of course, and everyone was really hyped on trying to pull off another collapse. Then the nerfs came in. He was still sticking around thanks to the shard. Then even more nerfs came in, and then we started seeing a Magnus slowly being benched here. However, like you said, the patch hasn't been changed since November. 19 November.
No, it hasn't been changed since something like August. Actually, we have had letter patches. You know, like 7.37B, C,
you're talking about the bigger
E.
one, yeah, the bigger one.
But yeah, we haven't a big patch. Usually, the patches when they come out, they've been touching the most broken heroes. Like Sand King was very meta at the beginning of the patch, but now he's not. Yep. So that's about. We need a big update. We need a big one.
Yeah. So yeah, it's been a while, but you know it's relatively difficult, right? Try to see how well the game goes. So there's only so much you can do, especially since it's a perfect game, you know. Nothing much you can do but add more things or change few things. But yeah, I think everyone has been anticipating for the next big update. Is it going to be a new map? Is it going to be like massive hero change, ability changes? Are we going to get something new like the facades adding into the mix as well? We're not too sure what's really be happening behind the minds of like Ice Frog and Valve, of course. But you know, until then, we're currently in somewhat of a considered like a dry season, which I think a lot of players is just trying to see what can they do, what can be changed. Like especially from that last update, I forgot, was it the 7.38D or D or C?
You know, we're at 7.37E.
Yeah, I know.
We're at E, man.
I know E, but the thing is, the one that really hit for a lot of the carry players, particularly those who like to play with the Glyphnir, especially we saw the huge rise in the range carries, right?
That's
like
true,
win rate and everything, and Nature's Prophet. I think it's like 7.38 C or D around those patches.
Yes.
That's when people started getting out of their comfort zone, right? Because you do not want to bring a Battle Fury core because it takes so long to build up the Battle Fury, but you can't bring up a range con as often because of the nerf to the Glyphir here. So we had this really weird thing where people were transitioning from getting out of their comfort zone because of the nerf into the point where we're getting more into those kind of cores where you know have those inbuilt cleaves,
farming
right?
mechanisms,
inbuilt farming, right? So yeah, it's pretty great.
I like your point because that was, I do have like a bunch of heroes that we can go through because that's like sort of the meta right now. And the carry role is Alchemist and Spectre. Alchemist because you mentioned it, like he has that inbuilt carry mechanism, farming mechanism. And the Spectre is very popular right now because her ultimate's only 60-second cooldown. So anytime a fight happens, you can instantly like join in. And that's really been a big thing for us. We used to think of Spectre as this very slow, you know, farming carry Radiant Stars, but now it's like, no, you get the Orchid early, you jump around the map, you're very active. So I like that. But these two get banned, and we see Morphling is sort of the premium pick, just because you can't pick Alchemist Spectre.
Man, I've never been a big fan of Morphling.
Same.
It's a really weird hero that's in a really weird spot, right? Like if you could pull it off, he becomes this really insane of a titan that start doing massive amount of damage, unkillable in lane. Which is why sometimes I really like those games when you see a Morphling going toe to toe with a Tide Hunter, right? Because Tide Hunter will have an absolute field, right? You put a Tide Hunter with a Hoodwink against a Morphling, you mine so much with a Gush, and then you have this natural agility hero with long range as well, poking at him as well with the Blightstone. I'm like, yeah, man, I would totally watch that every single time. Like, yeah, bully the water guy. Despite me, I was drinking water.
Yeah, in general, I don't feel, I also never really feel the hype for the Morphling, but a lot of teams are like, you know, they...
Seconds left! Radiant's turn to ban. Ten seconds. 5 seconds left. It's Dire's ban now.
Yep.
10 seconds.
Yep. The thing is this, right? Could this Marcy ban, right, particularly be something more of, not too much on the composition wise, but more towards to try to deny a particular player? Because if I'm not mistaken, Shanks had a decent amount of Marcy games, right? Like a huge amount of Marcy games in his list, alongside with the other post-4 supports that he has been playing alongside. I mean, Rubik, of course, is his most played hero, but Marcy was somewhere along of his list as well.
5 seconds left. Radiant pick.
Dragon Knight.
Dire's turn to ban. It's Dire's ban now. Radiant's turn to ban.
True.
Ten seconds. Radiant's turn to pick.
An interesting thing as well, right? I mean, I love you brought up the Puck and Alina, but then again, I do see a second ban Huska, right? And usually the only reason you would ban a Huska mid, right, is only mainly because you either have a melee mid or you want to counter spirits, right? That kind of thing. You don't want to be countered by spirits, right? Sorry, you do not want your spirits being countered by the Huska. Sorry.
10 seconds. Dire's turn to pick. Radiant.
Magi!
10 seconds. 5 seconds left.
You know, I never thought I'll see the day of Ogre Magi coming back into the scene, you know. Never thought I'll see the day. I mean, yeah, it's not bad, but it's that kind of thing where they were... Is it like, okay, let's be honest, right? All the heroes in the current hero pool, right, is not bad. They're all very viable. It's just more like, there is still like that hierarchy among all those heroes. It's more like, yeah, he's great, but there's like someone better to fit this role here. And of course, coming in with a tiny here, and interestingly, a lot of these heroes are pretty flex, right? Because we even started seeing like when we talk about like hero in build farm mechanics, right? Like Magnus is definitely one of the few go-tos because of his power, right? With the cleave. So it's been pretty flex. He can actually go to the mid or go to the side lane if he wants to.
Left.
Yeah, I mean, it's the same goes for tiny mid as well, because let's be honest, I've never been as cool as it sounds, but I've never been a big fan of a Dragon or a tiny mid, right? Because it's like, it feels like if you're not popping off or your lane is not going as well, it feels insanely long for you guys to really bring it back, right? It feels so long here. So hopefully that does pan out.
Dire's turn to ban.
Face the light.
Yep.
10 seconds.
I mean, a lot of ways you can get cancer, right? That kind of thing. And
5
let's be honest, you know, usually when you're the off laner, she's not really, I guess you could not really call her like more of a primary initiator kind of thing, because her ultimate is more like just you can actually use to try to save one of your teammates in a team fight, right? You can't really use it off the bat, right? So that Mm-hmm.
10 seconds.
Yep.
5 seconds.
I think
left.
they just want to play off. I think probably they just want to play off with the idea where Execration is going to be playing this really fast tempo. So there's that with that Dawnbreaker is pretty much getting that free TP from the globals, from a global ultimate, right? Just be able to assist in any of the lanes is really much as necessary as well. Post fire wise, and do take into account, Rubik has been one of the few go-to counters against Magnus, right? Like you live, you get an Eels, pretty great. You cancel out a lot of this utilities as well. And don't get me started with his passive Arcane Mastery. Once he gets that Bling Dagger and he steals the Magnus RP, we're gonna be seeing some really great plays coming out for that. But of course, that's just gotta be really keep an eye on the Tiny, because Tiny could absolutely melt out the Rubik too.
Radiant pick.
Slaughter.
Very interesting.
It's hero
I mean, but it's pretty great, right? You have like 4 strength heroes. You're gonna be able to just shred. You're gonna be able to shred right through, and I think it's someone faced with execution liner, right? Because there's a lot of blink dagger buyers here, right? A lot of people are gonna be diving into the mix as well. Nothing beats with stacking more bodies on top of more bodies as well. And while Slaughter, yes, if we talk about laning phase, it feels like he has no equal when it comes to a melee matchup, that kind of thing. But at the same time, he is somewhat more of a single target damage dealer rather than an AoE kind of guy, except for Slithering Crush. But that does only around roughly like 200 plus damage as well, so it doesn't really contribute as much as compared to like how an RP can do it, right? So we'll just have to see how Reject May really plays out the game. I'm concerned where Reject May's liner is the kind of liner where if they're not really dominating those lanes and try to keep at least execution in check, I think this game can actually spiral out of control here. The thing is this, Atom, I think it's like what we were discussing before, right? Prior before the game is where things now, especially since there's no major patch, and even for the smaller patches, like which you call it as well, like smaller patches, doesn't really dictate or change much of the game as well here. So I think right now we're currently like somewhat in a dry season or a phase where players are just trying to find ways to try to make certain composition work, or just try to change things up, right? To try to make things different here, because I think that everyone just somewhat already somewhat realized that nothing major is gonna come anytime soon, and something needs to change. Something needs to change, at least for this year alone, if they really want to try to increase their position, or at least they're ranking up the line here. So. I mean, if you go by the profitable standpoint, then yeah, I'm totally agreeing with you on this. But you know, like, but if I talk about like hero perspective, then yeah, I will have to. It's definitely up for debate. Let's be honest.
30 seconds to battle, but feel free to start killing before that. We're not sticklers.
Yep. I mean, if you think about it, Flaming Lassos is a big DPS thing, so that you can just probably count that in.
I always wanted to see an ancient fall. That stuff's overrated. Don't make me come over there.
But the thing is, what do you think about this Timbersaw versus Slaughter? I mean, right? Kairo is gonna be the mid player here, of course, on Reject May. Because the Ignite Burn, the slow is of course absolutely fantastic. You get a nice couple of free hits in as well, but you know, this is the DK. You don't. It's a DK. He's more known for his durability rather than his like damage early on as well for the laning phase here. So I don't think we're gonna be seeing much like action happening at the top side unless the Madness. I mean, Madness at the bat. You get a couple of napalm stacks on top of it. You get some really good damage in. So Ogre, let's see how well he can actually try to balance out the region at top side. But bottom on the other hand here, right? Like, yeah, it's been doing pretty okay. Like the Dawnbreaker with Swan who's gonna be playing the Rubik here. I mean, it's a very weird situation where like which support would be a better pairing with the Dawnbreaker, but good engagement. Got to say about instantly gets cancelled out by the Avalanche. I think this is also going to be something they need to take into account, right? Where that stun on Arab is going to have a really tough time trying to land as long as Tiny has the opportunity to get that Avalanche off.
Not for you. Not for you. First blood. First blood.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. That should help. Radiant's courier has been killed.
With honor. That's what you get. Killing spree! Double kill! It's not the bat you gotta worry about. She's free. A soldier's fortune.
Mine, yeah.
Double kill!
Dire's middle tower's in trouble. Which one's Dire again? Radiant are scanning. How does that even work? Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
I love DOTA so much.
Radiant are scanning for enemies. Dire's middle tower looks to be disintegrating.
To be fair, the ultimates for Ogre are fine, but it's more the Rubik. If you can steal something. Hey, I'm back. Good to see that. Sorry, guys.
Hey, all right.
Hey. It's going pretty decently for
Dire's
both
putting a hurt on
teams.
Radiant's middle tower.
Expression is obviously ahead in terms of CS, but Reject Bay was able to get the double Wisdom Ruin, and they were able to get a double kill for the Slaughter. So it's not too bad.
I mean, it's like although he is slightly losing out against the Louis, but he somewhat makes up for it for getting all the necessary amount of frags, right? And and speaking of amazing things, so if you notice at the top right side, we actually have really great stuff for you guys. So you guys are pretty interested. This is actually going to be the Predator Neo 16 laptop here. It's a really top tier performance with unparalleled versatility, so it's really great for any of you content creators, gamers, students. It's really the next generation for esports professionals. So it's really good stuff. You guys can go and check out that amazing laptop. And speaking of which, we're going to get back into the game. See a couple of back and forth here, but rotation, a massive rotation coming in here on the side here of Reject May. They draws in, but of course that is going to be a natural reaction as he tosses him all the way back in, but falls up with, of course, a beautiful global on air ramp. They will get the pick off, but a huge skewer from Shanks. Massive damage from the Shockwave. Level 2 is a lot for a lot of these heroes who's absolutely so squishy. Great reaction for the defensive TPs. Great counter initiation, and they're going to be able to get out, rack up quite the amount of points for it. Hey, the life of a core Tiny is not cheap, ladies and gentlemen, and execution makes them realize that.
I mean, the shot by Lewis, right? Insane damage as CML. They should probably, they'll probably be able to just be able to get into top lane, easy peasy there on the Phoenix. Nice pick off, and definitely helps take the sting off that bottom lane.
Oh, Phoenix, you are literally burning with fire here. Gonna be punished for that. Unfortunately, the Icarus dive couldn't really bring him as far as he hopes for. But hey, you know what? It's a support, nothing too crazy. The goal lead also is not too significant. It's like 2,000 goal lead is something that Reject may get slowly pulled off. But Kiro tries to see if he can create some waves as he tries to position the top side. But then again, they do have a Radiant Ward. Spotted him out relatively easily here, so they're going to be a little bit defensive. He's totally fine. He got that vision covered courtesy of the support Bad Rider.
By the way, the thing is, even though we did say it's like only a couple of thousand net worth, Lewis is going to be active now. And this Timber Saw is going to be able to shred whoever he wants. He's also going for like Kaya, which gives you not only a bit of damage, but make sure your mana, the mana is also very helpful, so you don't have to go back to base ever. It's rough. It is rough. And we can see Shanks is going for first item Blink Dagger on Magnus, just so he can get those skewers off.
Yeah, naturally. I think this is something we see quite often as well. Timber Chain into the lift as well. They're going to be giving a little bit of space for Arab here, but it's not going to hold on for too long. But not going to fully commit. I think this is also another issue that Execution lineup has. Right? Is don't really have a lot of like. Except for the Tiny, right? Except for the Tiny, you don't really have like consistent stuns, right? Like instant stun abilities. Except for the Avalanche here. So pretty hard for them to really try to get a hold or really catch any of the members of Reject Mate, even if they're on top of them. Yeah, so I think that is...
I was gonna say baseball, despite having a really tough time early, like he died a bunch of times to Tino, he's actually recovered pretty nicely in CS.
Yeah.
And that's kind of expected. This is the Dragon Knight we talked about. You know, you just mentioned it, like innate farming ability, and Dragon Knight has some of the best.
And he also got some good. So he's also got really good sustain as well for the Dragon Ball as well. So he's not like most heroes where usually if you were to go to the jungle, most cores usually or offlaners usually suffer. Not the case for Dragon Knight. He's totally fine with it. Doesn't really need the Vanguard. Just goes in, soak it out, reaches back relatively quickly, and of course, like you said, in the ability to farm, absolutely fantastic. But I think it's somewhat to expect right for his early phase against the Bad Rider, since we have seen like core Bad Riders before. And Lewis! Absolutely fast in those pickups here, not too far behind. Falls up a chance into the RP, locks down the Dawnbreaker. That's going to be able to seal his way. Lewis walks away with double kill on his belt again. This man is rocking 4 kills already here. He has the great lane. He's second in the net worth as well. And getting 4 kills on top of that. He is loaded. Oh my, gonna get so much items out of this one. Relatively quick too.
I mean, this is what we said, right? Early on, it's like, yeah, it doesn't look so bad, but that's because Timbersaw hasn't even been playing the game. Now he's actually active, and Dawnbreaker tries to help, but I guess he wasn't stunned inside. It doesn't seem like Lewis was even bothered by that. Like, the Soul Guardian came out very late in the life of the Dragon Knight. Alright, so what can Reject May do to win this? And it's going to come down to the Slardar. If he can jump on someone with a Blink Dagger and a Dawnbreaker Solar on top, then that's a good way to get some pickoffs going.
But you see, that's the problem, Tomo. The solution is also their problem, because if you take a look at their lineup again, they don't really have a good egg hitter. So if they were to jump on top of their lineup, it has to be on CML, because if he gets a free egg here, right? No one's going to be able to hit the egg, and all their efforts to try to initiate instantly gets denied. They will have to be forced back, and instantly Execution will see that as an opportunity to hunt them all down. And it's not just the egg, right? It's like the egg being the problem. There's also counter initiations, right? The avalanche, the RPs, the flaming lasso. There's a lot of this. It's a huge list of what Reject May needs to literally, a lot of condition that it needs to be met to really have a successful team fight.
Yeah, but to be fair, I mean, they do have Bloodlust on Ogre. That does go a long way to giving you attack speed. And I gotta give them something positive.
I mean, hey, man, give the Bloodlust to the Rubik, man. Let him hit it all the way. And let's be honest, Lewis is jingling all the way to the top here as he dives into the Timber Chain. Swan! I think he succumbed to his fate, but ooh! Nice juke around the sides. They're going to give enough time for the Dominant to come in. But sadly, Lewis is not going to let him get that free getaway. And now, if he wanted to kill, he will secure it. Nice timing with the Avalanche, and of course, 2 times with the with his stats being stolen away. It's relatively simple enough for the Timbersaw to get those stats.
Those Solar Guardians have not been on point from Arab. It's like, just now, I feel like you just can let the Rubik die. It doesn't matter that much. And he could lose his life as well. It's only been Slaughter who's been actually playing well. Like, he's been doing some solo kills. He actually did okay in the lane against Lewis. Didn't win, obviously, but he's doing what he can. But the rest of the team is not there. Not there at the moment.
It takes some time, and you know one of the beauty about Batrider post 4s, right? That you can. He's also one of those few post 4s which can actually jungle relatively well. Oh yeah, he clears stacks. Absolutely fantastic.
Oh, this isn't even a position 4. This is Tino playing him. He's an offlane Batrider.
Oh, yeah, so yeah, offlane Batrider. Yeah, my bad. Sorry.
But you know the point still stands. He's great at farming.
Oh man, hey. You know, I miss the days where we still had the Batrider mid. I think I was casting that game with you, right? Where we saw the Batrider mid just shred out the mid Timbersaw. But everyone was like hyping up the mid Timbersaw, like, oh, that's gonna be a great pick. And when they last picked the Batrider, that Batrider walked out that lane 10 minutes, right? He had like 9 kills on his own Timbersaw. No one could touch this guy. He had a boost of travels and everything. Now
the core Batrider now is to go for right click. I think he's already got the Witchblade, which is really nice for him. Bottom lane, Puru. It's okay if he dies here. You know, it's like I bring in 4 people to kill this ogre. Who cares? It's not a big deal.
Yeah, I think they were trying to see if they could try to get a little bit more out of it, but you know they had a ward there. They just tried to go for whatever targets they can get, but a nice smoke as they try to make their way to the middle side. Tino, on the other hand, we see 2 separate confrontations here. Tino being gunner, but I think he should be able to get out of it. However, for our dear friend Dragon Knight, baseball dogs here. Gonna be hit all the way back to the fountain with a home run stretch here. An area. Beautiful defensive TP coming in for density here. As the Tiny saves Tino, and he still gets us scot-free. How is this guy doing it? It was a 1v3, and he survives, and they all 3 died. We didn't see what happened, but all we know, he got out of that. And no, it's a full 5-man wipe across the map.
And this was Puru. Remember, he died first in the bomb lane?
Yeah.
6 people dying.
Oh
tough
god.
game.
Yeah, it is a tough game. Not a lot of options as well here. I mean,
this is what happens, right? When
Yeah.
you go up against a team that is actually, was top 4 in a major tournament, or global major tournament.
I mean, and looking very active too. Yeah.
Right? It's like Batrider, Tiny, and sorry, Timbersaw. Very low cooldowns on these heroes.
And then especially with all this nice, like very comfortable lanes, and this Tiny has been getting a kill or 2 here and there. Doesn't really, I mean, of course, you don't want your call to rush a Blink Dagger, but you definitely want to get some damage item on top of it. But hey, Tiny's just one of those few heroes where if your team is snowballing, even if the Tiny is a bit behind, but one item is pretty much enough for you to really contribute in, right? But now both Shadowblade, Echoes, level 14, yeah, he's popping. Like I said before, that Rubik, Swan, gotta be careful, man. That Tiny doesn't need that blink. He'll just walk right up to you if you're not under detection here.
And for I think he's gonna. Oh, I was gonna say I think he's gonna live, but Shanks brings in, catches him with Shockwave, and the map is now inaccessible. For Reject Me. It's like, where do we go? By the way, did you see that? Mask of Madness on Dragon Knight. That's how you break an egg.
I mean, of course, if he can get to it, right?
Yeah.
But of course, Tino, I do love the blade mill buys, and the armor is great. But hey, it's scorch and burn for you, my friend. Tino's absolutely cooking something in this game.
Well, just now he cooked mommy. Poor Dawnbreaker. You want to always be like, okay, what can they do to come back here? But it's tough, and it's gonna be tougher if they lose Smaldar.
He gets a drops the egg, and what a shot! We level 4, by the way. Beautiful skewer into the egg. Doesn't even need it, but hey, you gotta go. You gotta do it for the points. You gotta make everything worthwhile.
I like what CML went for, by the way, in terms of facets. He did go for the, not hotspot, it's the longer Sunray, not longer, but Sunray does more damage at the tip, and you add Aether Lens. It actually does like something like almost double damage and heal. It's quite a lot.
Yeah, and the distance and the Ghost Caster is actually fantastic too, right? So, I mean,
just the tip though. You have to get it on the tip. Any more than that, it's unacceptable.
No, but that's fine, right? Because his whole team has got to have 4 Blink Daggers. I mean, that's the ultimate goal, right? 4 Blink Daggers in the entire team. I'm not sure whether the Tiny want to go for it. I mean, he can, right? Get the Swift Blink.
Shadowblade.
Yeah, I mean, he got Shadowblade, but he can always transition to a Swift Blink. That also help. That's also pretty great as well. If he feels the need for it, of course. Yeah, you see, he is curing out the Blink Dagger. Yeah, 4 Blinks. So you're just gonna have this Phoenix gonna be comfy at the back line. At the tip, like you said, at the tip with the sun rays, you get the damage, you get the heals in, and then everyone's gonna be very comfortable. Ooh, a nice smoke here.
No, it's not. Unfortunately, no one's there.
Yeah,
we can't catch anyone.
No vision, unfortunately. But hey, they can use this chance to get some really nice defensive or at least some like extension wards here, right? It's just try to get a view on the situation, because prior before this, right, just absolutely the whole map's just been dark for them. They saw nothing. They know about nothing. All they knew is the fact that the minute they leave the safety of the base, well, they're gonna be hunted down and completely massacred.
And unfortunately, they don't have a way to bring people to their side. The Tiny and the Batrider and the Magnus are all on the enemy side. Maybe if Rubik could steal something, that would help. But overall, it's like, yeah, we can't catch anyone as Lewis gets another kill here. And that's 2 cores down.
You see, that's the thing. Oh no, sorry, you were saying?
I was gonna say, it's just a massacre, man. This is ugly.
I mean, hey, you know what? They don't have to worry about them trying to get any members of Execution, one of Execution members coming towards them. They will come to them themselves, That's the Blink that's gonna be coming in. So I think it's just, oh man, that is, yeah, Tino is just roaming around, man. This bat needs to be stopped, man. He doesn't have a BKB already, by the way, so there's no one that can really stop him from dragging someone out of the base. But that's if he gets a chance, because I feel Lewis is just on an absolute roll. He already has a Scepter, by the way. And it's on his way. It's on his way with the Shivas.
That makes him pretty much unkillable once he activates it. It's so hard. I do not expect this game to last more than 5 minutes more. I'm looking at it, 31-6, 22,000 gold lead. It's very likely that Reject Me is going to tap out very soon. Tino. You see his baseball dogs. And by the way, they're taking Raxes. They're like taking Raxes on the other side. Top Raxes gone.
just want to try and see if they can give some space to farm. I get it, farming is a necessity here, but hey man, the doors, the walls and the doors of your kingdom is slowly shattering and breaking down here. And Tino still able to get out of it. I can't believe it. But of course, Slada still on the chase. But then again, defensive TPs just come to the mix and say, wait, hold on. Is that 3 TPs? Yeah. There's 3 Dire members here in the base. The Slada dies apparently to the against CML. Blame against Pop here. Gotta cover the sun rays, buddy. That's a lot of damage. But of course, the Blade Mail lands. Tower hits. Can he get the bird? He does. CML getting a double for this? What?
And they get double barracks as well. They're just playing on a completely different speed here. Baseball Dog's gonna lose his life. And again, it's like at this point, save yourselves the agony, guys. It's not worth it.
No, but can you blame it? It's like you said, the price pool is one thing, but more importantly, this is a reminder to all our amazing viewers, right? It is a best of 1 round robin here. So
yep.
So basically, these guys only got 2 games in this group stage because there's 3 teams, right? So 2 games to play to earn as much points as possible to solidify your spot in the playoffs here. So
and not only that, but you only have like what, 1 team only advances per group. So it is like every game is so critical.
And I think this is why I'm not a big fan of best of 1. Don't get me wrong, best of 3 feels absolutely long for viewers and casters alike. But it's great for the players, right? Because at least it gives them a lot more options to think how they want to play around this, right? If they lose the first game, so at least there's a few aspects. Oh no! Blink it, Avalanche. That guy is long gone, man. I'm telling you guys, you don't mess with the Stone Mountain Giant, man. That guy hits hard like a truck. And Lewis and the Timbersaw cutting down the forest here. RP instantly melts away. I don't think the RP was needed, but hey, just throw it all in. Buybacks coming into the mix as well, but not enough damage here. Not enough players here as they hit the throne. GG is the call, ladies and gentlemen. Execration secures their first win here, and literally 1 step closer to securing a spot in the playoffs.
Very rough game for them. Like Execration comes up with this lineup that is basically got no downtime. You know, Bat Rider can fight always. Sure, he loves Lasso, but a core Bat Rider can still do damage without it. Same thing for you know, like the Timbersaw, the Tiny as well. On the other side, and they won the laning stage. It was a huge problem for Reject May.
Yeah, I think the problem stems from, I mean, you know, besides the gameplay and everything, right? I think it all started from the drafting phase first, right? Like, it didn't really give them a lot of options here. It felt like they had a lot of requirements to meet before they actually even went to the game itself here.
Yep.
So yeah, a lot of responsibilities.
To be fair, though, this was the expected result, but we know that the match that actually does matter in this group is going to be 1-2-3 versus Execration, because that's the one's like, okay, whoever wins that one's the one that's advanced. Reject May, they come from a place where we don't see a lot of Dota players anyway, so I wasn't really having my very high hopes for this. It's unfortunate. That is what it is.
Yeah,
you know?
but like I said before, you know, it's great to see them coming back, right? Aspiring players, because that's the thing. And the best part about it as well, it's not a simple feat to get to the group stage itself. We had so many registration all across the region here. Remember, this is the Asia Pacific Predator League here, so we're not talking about a singular region. We're talking about the best in each region competing for that championship spot here. So for aspiring young players and teams coming into the mix here, it's such a great feat. And it's not every day you get to play with against tier 1, tier 2 teams, right? That kind of thing. It's not something you can run with them into your pops or your competitive rank. This is literally here in the moment. You're living the pro player moment here, and that's exactly what the Asia Pacific Predator League is all about. Thanks to our sponsors, seriously, for giving all these talents such an opportunity to meet either their, you know, some says, you know, it's that kind of thing where you're in a competition and you cut, and the code somewhat pops up where you should never meet your heroes, because if you ever run into your heroes in a competition, well, yeah, you're kind of gonna have a really landslide downhill, right? That kind of thing. It's just like, hey man, I'm glad you're a fan, but it's competition. Get ready
I'm
for
still
a
gonna crush
beatdown.
you.
Yeah.
No, it's like you mentioned, it's a good thing. It makes me think, like, I wish it's kind of like the luck of the draw. You might be the group with execration and you're in trouble, or you might be the different group where things are a lot easier. So it's really just the luck of the draw. It's unfortunate for Reject May. You also don't get a whole lot of playing time. You only get 1 day, and unless you win, of course, 1 day with 2 best of ones. That's basically it if you lose both. So it's not over yet. They still have 1, 2, 3 after this, but it is rough. It is a rough start for them.
It is. But you know what? Let them, you know, the thing is I believe they have somewhat resolved themselves, right? This is the kind of competition where there is always going to be a taller mountain than you, that kind of thing. It doesn't matter how you're going to be able to make use of every moment, every minute, every second, right? So even until the very end, they didn't want to call GG. They just want to see, like, you know what? We don't get, it's not every day we get to fight with a teams of such standings like Execration. Let's just go all out. Let's just have the fun. Let's just see whether we can at least get that 1 kill, you know, get that 1 guy. He has to die, you know, at least. I know we'll later see the post match here, so I want to see how many people didn't die in Execration, right? So you know, it's that kind of thing where I don't know about you, Tom, because I know you Immortal players, you always have the best of games.
We're built different, yes.
Yeah, we're built different. So when I'm losing, especially with a guy with superior rank than me, I always tell myself, you know what, guys, if we're going down, we're at least gonna put at least that 1 singular digit on his death score.
Yeah.
No way he's gonna walk out of this with 0 deaths. No way.
Yeah, I mean, I've played with players like that. I mean, everyone plays with it. When you're winning, you're crushing them, and they get 1 kill. They're like, you're like, dude, we're like 40-1. Can you know, what are you happy about? But you know, your point about them being here, being a good experience is nice, because when you go to LANs, you get like the buffet, you get to meet all the players, you get to have your hotel, you get to travel outside your country. Like, it really does open your eyes to possibilities and things like that. So I am glad that they're here. Hope to see them more. It's just like you watch and you're like, you know, it's gonna be. But I think the next game is gonna be better for them. You know, it's gonna be slightly easier anyway. Look at that standings. And that's it. What is 1 standing upgrade? Execration has 1 win, Reject May doesn't have. I believe our Group A match has not yet ended, so that one's still going on. But Group B, you know, we're quick. You know, we're like easy, in and out.
Dude, hey man, we're fast. You know, we're the first. Hey, we won. You know, Otoma, I don't care what the other casters all are. Okay, don't get me wrong. They're all amazing casters, each and every one of them.
Yes, they are.
Do check out their streams, of course. Absolutely insane, amazing talents. But you know, hey guys, we won. We got here first. We did it, guys. Viewers, whoever joining us in the stream, right? We did it. We did this together.
Yes, being first is always what we want, right? It's like number 1. That's it. Well, yeah. Well, next match will be probably unlikely to be any different, but the final match, 1, 2, 3 versus Execration, that's going to be the decider here, as we are going to be seeing, you know, the pride of the Asian Games of 2023 going up against Execration, which is probably one of the best teams, if not the best team in Southeast Asia. Definitely one of the best, for sure.
But you see, here's the cool thing, right? So that match will probably happen later, because after this, our next series they're going to be casting is going to be Reject May versus 123 Gaming here. So so this is like somewhat of an opportunity for Execration. You know, if they are of course watching the stream, and I believe they are, this is actually a good opportunity for them to actually get a good view on their opposing team. Right? Don't get me wrong. Like I said before, 123 Gaming have very seasonal veteran pro
heavy
players
favorites,
here. Very, but then again, not a lot of intel to play off with them for recent months, at least for their recent games here.
I'm still very, very heavy on that 1, 2, 3 train. Like I said, it's going to come down to like the final match that's going to determine everything. And apart from their mid, I really didn't think that there's much of a chance for Reject May. Like, Cairo did amazing, but Baseball Dogs got like destroyed the lane, and Arab wasn't able to play the Dawnbreaker to its full potential. Swan and Pura Pura also just were non-present. Like, I don't remember Rubik stealing a single spell.
Yeah.
Not his fault, of course.
I didn't feel that they were able to reach their full potential yet, you know, that kind of thing. Because I imagine
losing 23 minutes is not much of a chance to show your potential. But everyone starts at this stage, you know. It's just the enemy team is so much faster and quicker than you Have you ever played a competitive, like, you know, when you made a team and you joined a tournament? Did you ever have that experience?
I mean, yeah, I did. I believe it was like the okay, not a local community tournament. I think like the only two tournaments I ever participated that you, and one of them is actually you were in it as well. I was fighting against your team. Remember we had that years back. I think it was like 2018 or 2019. We had that Casters talent competition. You were playing the support. I was playing the other support.
We won.
Yeah, I know you won. You won the battle. You won the battle, but you didn't win the war. Flavor won the war.
Wait, I thought it was like one match, wasn't it? It was one best of 3, wasn't that how it worked out?
No, yeah, but no, we just wanted the. I thought it was I can't remember whether was it Flavor on our team or your team, but all we knew was that we just wanted to kill the Call. He always plays Caller. We just wanted to kill the Call. So we're just like, you know, hey, we lost the battle, but we won the war. We got Flavor. We got him, guys. We got him.
But yeah, in terms of when you play in these tournaments and everyone's communicating, people will be like, "Oh, Magnus used RP. You have to put in your head 2 minutes. He's gone." It's a lot. It's a lot. So, and when you play against a better team, when there's so much happening all the time because they're always making moves on every lane, it's definitely sensory overload. So you have to get used to that over time. Not easy. It's not as easy as just saying let's kill Coddle.
Oh yeah, I mean it's just like. I mean, it's Dota, right? A lot of things happening. A lot of things happening behind the scenes. So there's a lot of things you need to take into account. A lot of things to track as well. I can't even imagine, like, especially on the fly, because if this is not your typical pub or grand games, right? Where, you know, you just open mind, you say like, hey, this guy is coming, or hey, he's not in the lane, he's missing. It's not those kind of simple comms. There's a lot of things happening along the line. Like if two people goes missing around the map, you got to start seeing all these like execution players or the TI teams. They're all like communicating like, what's the timing like? What time is it? Like where are they?
What they use?
Yeah, like are there any ultimates available? Is it Roshan timing? Do they have the item timings? No, it's very small details, but once they accumulate, I think there's something amazing about these pro teams, right? It's like when you accumulate all this small all this small detail, all this small information, you someone be able to deduce, okay, he most likely, like if someone tells you he has an ogre club and now he's missing, and everyone's gonna be like, all right, he's a hero.
BKB?
He's gonna hit that BKB timing. Seems like they want to look for a fight. Let's group up, try to smoke. Let's try to find them out. Or some teams will play defensive because they have like a Morphling in their team, so the Morphling is gonna say like, hey, I'm not really battle ready just yet. Probably play a little bit more safer. We don't have a Magnus. They have a lot of team fight. You know, a lot of things that's happening, a lot of comms, which is why I think sometimes it's really great to hear certain comms. But you know, what I love, while I'm hyping it up, there are some times where the reality of it, where the comms is just really just simple and straightforward. Like, yeah, it's like very simple, very straightforward. Something like, I remember I heard one comms before. I forgot which team was it. The comms was literally just straight up like, hey man, you hungry? Yeah, I'm hungry. What are we eating later? I don't know. But I think my tummy is something is wrong. And then straight away the comms just switched back to the caster. I'm just like, yeah, that's not the comm I was looking for, but hey, you know.
Now for me, I like watching like when you see like Team Spirit, not Team Spirit, sorry, Team Liquid, and they're like going on Crystal Maiden dead, going on Tiny dead, guys, they're behind me, you know, like it's very quiet. No one's shouting, no one's yelling, no one's like jumping. Everyone's just like, I'm going for this target, which is how it should be. You know, you simplify it as easy as possible, less talking, more just, you know, as fast as you can to get the information out.
True. But you know, with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, that's going to be it for our first series for today. More series to come, of course. 5 series left on the schedule for you guys. But until then, we're going to be taking a quick short one. So don't go in for too long. More Dota 2 action coming to you guys right after this.
glistening. And I know the stars are listening. We can stay or we can visit them. So let's go. Have you ever tried to fly? Have you ever tried to fly?
Hello and welcome back to Group B of Asia Pacific Predator 2025. I'm Yotomo. Joining me is Leonard Giololi. And yeah, we had a very quick game one, but that's fine. We have a lot of games to go, you know. And this game two is going to be between Reject May as well as 123 Gaming. Similar to the game one, 123 comes in as heavy favorites, but maybe Reject May was able to pick up a couple of tricks in the first game because that was very awkward for them. Bit of a tough one to watch.
It really was. But you know, before we continue, we can continue right about that as we quickly get into the drafting phase as our players are already ready. So, preparing to go in shortly as well. But while oh, hold on. Sorry.
Well, poor Leonard, he has to manage both like a bunch of things at once. Well, I only have to come here and just to talk about the game, which makes my job so much easier. So what are we looking at from 1, 2, 3? This is a squad that was second place in the Asian Games a couple of years ago. They lost to China 2-1, but it was still a very impressive performance by them. Fortune Soul, Netikin is new. I've never heard of this player before, but they have 11, Ace, and Se. And we can expect a Phoenix by Ace. He plays this hero a lot. 11 likes the Centaur, the Timbersaw, the Magnus. Although those heroes aren't as in the meta as I feel like they used. Now it's like most like Beastmaster and Dawnbreaker.
Yep.
And so might bring his Lion or his Vengeful Spirit. I like to see a bit of Lion. You know, I like to see him in pro games. I don't like to see him in pub games. You have any feelings about that? Like heroes like that?
But you see, here's the thing, right? Like, you know, pro games Lions. Don't get me wrong. He has a budget hacks. He's a hero that has great scaling, great nukes, great nuking ultimate, a huge kit of your control abilities from the Earth Spike to the hacks. And you don't, like I said before, hacks. It's a budget sacrifice. It's free. It's a low cost. It's a low cooldown ability. Low mana cost as well. Mana drain once you get the shard. It's a free BKB depending on how you play with it as well. Such a nuisance in the lane too, as you constantly drain mana from heroes, particularly like Dragon Knight, who has really poor mana pool in the first place as well. Here, not a really fun thing to have or try to go against in the lane, especially when you're very dependent on blasting your abilities to either farm or at least like try to trade back CS here or do some damage here. Yeah, really not the best hero, but I'm more of a big fan of other supports like playmaking supports. I'm really big fan of that category as well, because at least that it's those kind of supports where you know that if things go south, you're gonna be able, you're gonna be able to play off your support, like support Muerta, for example, right? Like sure, you may not have a lot of CC as Lion, for example. You may not have a lot of control as Lion, I mean, except for the size and calling of the data, that's pretty great. But your ultimate, right? If the game goes to like 60 minutes, right? If the game goes to 60 minutes, which we have seen recently in the ESL on Bangkok, right? If it goes to 60-minute games, I would rather like to have. Don't get me wrong. Yes, hacks can be a game-changing moment, but when you want to pile on that damage, it's nice to have a damage support alongside with you. You know, that kind of thing. You know, but like I said, it's a debatable topic, right? That kind of thing. What you require.
No debate. I am so far away from what you're saying, because your opinion of Morta is good at 60 minutes is like, sure, let's okay. I have to reach 60 minutes.
Not Muerta in specifically. I'm just saying like damage
heroes.
Yeah, heroes. Damaging heroes.
Yeah. I like damage supports for sure. I mean, but no, I think I would prefer to see a Lion support over Muerta most of the time, because I know what I'm getting with Lion. Like you said, you have this beautiful control. Muerta's like, sure, her silence circle is fine, but you have to get Gleipnir, you have to get Force Staff. That's how you play her as a support. It's too expensive. It takes too long. No. I don't like Muerta support at all. But I know what you mean. Similar heroes are fine though. Similar-ish to that.
Yeah, similar-ish. Not Muerta.
Similar-ish.
I used to not be a big fan of Muerta support. I said okay, now I'm talking about the specifics, right? Not really a huge fan kind of thing, but when I start seeing some of the teams started pulling her off as well, like the amount of damage output as well. Like I've seen many Lions or Phoenixes just walking into the lane, and suddenly out of the blue, the Muerta just pops out, comes out from the fog of war, and double hits. Yeah, double hits, and I'm just like, well, yeah, there goes the support. There he goes. So 5v4, just like that.
Then like she hits him, then the dead shot comes, and he's like, "What the hell do I do?" No, she can be good. Like I'm actually agree with you on damage supports. Like we agree there for sure. I don't like heroes like Oracle, where it's like, I'll just save you, or Omni Knight. Like, no, give me a guy who can do some damage, because I like that. But I don't know. I don't know if I would say Morta's there, as we are going to be looking at the two teams. This is going to be 1-3 versus Reject May. I believe it is. Yeah, I was going to say 1-3 is on the left, because I'm like, I've seen some of these players before. They look familiar. Yep. One of them is sporting my haircut, but I didn't trademark it, so that's fine. I'm okay with that.
All looks pretty great. And all looks pretty fun as well. I mean, like I said, it is definitely one of the. It's definitely 1-3 game. It's definitely one of the next team to go toe to toe with Execration later on. We saw Reject May. We saw Reject's May gameplay, but like I said, I felt like the drafting wise didn't really allow them to show their full potential, because the drafting that they had didn't really give them a lot of options, right? Nope. Usually we see teams have those kind of drafting where it gives them a lot of viable options, right? If the game doesn't go south, the lane doesn't go south, do we have someone to fall back on? Like, do we have a hero that can allow us to turtle really well, great counter initiations? How do we deal with certain situations? Like, for example, the Phoenix was the first, I believe Phoenix was the first pick, right? For Execution team in the last draft. So instantly, right, a lot of people, when you see a Phoenix being picked, the first thing that you see pro teams try to go for is either try to ban off Snapfires or pick egg hitters, right? Just pick the egg hitter that's really great to go around it. But that really didn't happen. The priority was more shifted towards, I think, more towards comfort picks in the hand for Reject May here. But like I said, it was a best of one. It's really a lot of pressure for the team, especially for this kind of competition as well. You don't really have like a second chance to go against a team like Execration again. That series is done. You have to move on to the next one, and this is going to be the series to determine whether they at least have a shot or at least a chance to move forward. But like you said, the one to win for this group stage is most likely going to be either Execration, or it's actually most definitely Execration, unless 1-3 gaming can make the magic happen.
5 seconds
left. Come on, I'm pretty sure 1-3 has a very good chance against Execration. But the game starts, they're actually banning out the Dawnbreaker and the Ogre. I would let them have the Dawnbreaker. I'm like, yo, I saw how that was played. I'm okay going up against that. But for Reject May, they ban out the Alchemist and the Doom, so signaling, oh my lord, Morta gets picked up. Oh, good lord. Oh no. Oh no.
Yeah, mine got a little bit delayed, so I only see the Muerta a little bit later, yeah. So yeah, Muerta comes in pretty. Like I said, it's her UTS is, like you said, for a support, especially when it comes to itemization, is pretty expensive, right? But like, if you can get there, that's the problem. Once you get to that mid game, or if your team is somewhat already snowballing out of control, right, then somewhat her ability starts to be able to play in unison. Like, we'll be able to synchronize pretty nicely with the competition that's coming in from 1-3 sides. But of course, speaking of picks, we see Reject May going to be taking a little bit of a page out of Execrations, both from the last series. They will be picking up the Magnus for themselves here. The skewers looks great, the RP looks fantastic, but now they need to take into the account of the potential Rubik pickup for 1-3, which has been usually like the usual 4x4 between the pro players, right? You pick a Magnus, then the Rubik comes in. You don't pick a Earthshaker, the Rubik also comes in, that kind of thing.
Well, definitely a good Rubik game if they want to, but they take the Bristol back here, and that's gonna be a nice core pick for them. And Witch Doctor. Ooh, now this hero shot up to popularity when his healing facet, the one that the damage was first introduced, like when it was you heal half but you do full damage. Now it's been reduced, not as good as before. You take the headhunter, but pretty solid. You know, you're up against two melees. Tossing or skewering Witch Doctor not so good if he has the Aghanim's chart. It's a nice pick by 123. By the way, Reject May is just copying what they played against the previous game from Execration. The exact same pick so far.
I mean, you know what they say, right? They're learning, you know? I mean, that's the only way for like us players to learn from sometimes, right? Like besides us researching ourselves, we also see what the pro players are doing as well. Like see what's the meta, what's the composition, you know? If they like the composition, they say, hey, we should give it a try. Like, you even look at the players cam, right? Everyone's in absolute joy. Everyone's absolutely like really thinking through about this, laughing at the same time. How do we want to try to counteract with this? But then again, I do like the first, like the initiation start. The starting of the Judgment Phase or Reject May definitely looks a lot more better, a lot more solid. Gives me a little bit more confidence as well because you're covering certain requirements, right? You got that team fight, BKB piercing, great inbuilt farming mechanic. Got a decent amount of CCs, great to counteract against the Witch Doctor. But you know, that shard is always, I think that new addition for the shard for the Witch Doctor, absolutely fantastic. It saves you from a lot of situations, tight spots as well. You get some nice free damage in, especially when you transform into your ward at the same time. Pretty great.
It's a lot of flexibility as well for Reject May. They can put these two heroes as cores or supports.
Very flexible.
But it's also a lot of copy my homework, bro, but don't make it so obvious. You know, it's like, exactly the same. Taking their time with this pick, though. You know, they can't take the Phoenix, so they are going to have to put in something different. And looks like Tower Push might be something they're thinking about, as I do see a Pugna come out.
Dire's turn to pick.
Oh, looks like I'm still a little bit ahead of you right now.
Yeah. I mean, of course you're ahead of me now.
But Pugna is nice. It's a good save. If you look at 1, 2, 3, most of the damage is it's not great against it, but Morta doesn't mind going up against Pugna because her innate ability is that you can hit ethereal targets no matter what. And Zeus as well for Reject May. I think they might play this. Do they play this as a support? Huh.
But the thing is this, right? Usually we don't see a lot of Pugna picks, right? Even in the pro scene, like we only see very specific situation, right? Like a specific composition, a specific counter, or a specific game where the Pugna just comes into the limelight, right? So, but like you said, I am a little bit concerned. Ethereal form does nothing to the Muerta, but you know, like I said, this is probably not. Even though taking that into account, I think they're more prioritized in trying to see if they can try to burst out that lane, right? You hit that tower, Nether Blast always great for the towers. Nether Ward, of course, is great to pick out a lot of these magic cast abilities. But Brewmaster, now this is a hero which not many people can tend to pick up because of its difficulty, right? The player skill requirement is relatively high. But you know, I'm not gonna down 1, 2, 3 game. These guys, they're gonna be able to pull out the Brewmaster. Now it's come to the fact that whether Reject May has enough damage to really melt out this Brewmaster. Because if he really gets the ball rolling, right, it really gets out of hand. But is this going to be? I don't think this is gonna be Radiant's Brew, right? It's not that built.
No, we've seen a lot more of like
drums
we saw
vessels,
the Spirit Vessel at one point, but personally I would rather it stick to the Radiance. It's usually I'm seeing like double bracer boots into Radiance, and that's how I like it. Some of people like to go Aghanim Scepter, Shard. I still believe Radiance Brew is the best build. As Reject May, I would love a puck because 1, 2, 3 their catch is not incredible. You can dodge a lot of things. You can see the dead shot coming. You know, the Witch Doctor's cask is not the best stun in the game anyway. Brew and Bristle, you know, they don't have stuns unless Brew ulties. I would love to see a puck. Or a Storm, or an Ember, or something like that.
Well, we'll see. We'll I guess you could say we will somewhat know what they will have, especially from the last ban coming in from 1, 2, 3 Gaming, right? So yep, they they banned the puck for themselves here, so they will actually opt to go for the Invoker. This is also one of the few mid here that's being sought out for most teams, right? The most bans, the most picks, if possible.
It is, and he's really good. If you take Ember, you won't really be happy against Invoker. Puck is not there, so that option's gone. There's not this ban of the puck and the pickup of the Invoker is annoying. Now, if you're Reject May, you could just put the Zeus mid. That's fine. Pick something else. Like, but I would rather. I'd rather see the Zeus Pugna supports, and they pick something else right now. Something very elusive.
I mean, they can also just
They
have
go
the
with
time.
what? Ooh.
Oh, okay, yeah. So I was just about to say, right? Just you could put the tiny mid. You don't really have to contest the Invoker, right? You just burst out the lane. You burst out the lane and just try to roam or you just try to farm the other side camps, right? Like going toe to toe with the Invoker may not be the most fun thing.
Let's see. So I imagine. So this is gonna be the Drow carry. And is it gonna be? Oh yeah, so it's gonna be the offlane Magnus, which means that it's probably will be the. Well, now we have to see. Is it Zeus or Tiny Mid?
Should be Kira.
It's gonna be the Tiny Mid.
Yeah.
All right. I like this a little bit more. I don't want to see the Zeus mid. Chuan's gonna be playing him. Look, he's got the Arcana, so you know he's pretty good with it. You know, he's got the Arcana. He's pretty confident.
That's true. That is very true. But you know, like just like I said before, Tiny just go burst on the lane, especially if. I mean, of course, if you can get the, if you can win out the lane, right? If you could kill the Invoker, I'm sure that's great. That'd be great for Kira. That'd be great for Reject Me for sure. But you know, it's at the same time, it's kind of like also asking like a little bit of a tall order when you're going up against like a team like 123 Gaming. Sure, the branding maybe people don't recognize, but if you guys knew them from their play names like Fortune Soul, SE11, Ace 12, these guys used to play like and we don't even have to be concerned about like synergy wise, right? Like I believe like 3 of them, SE11, Ace 12, they used to play like you said before. All 3 of them used to play in ISC esports as well. There's also Team Tough. Actually, SE has been bouncing a lot, but SE has been playing a lot with each of their teammates, right? They've been Team Tough, Neon Esports, ISC Esports.
I believe that's Narman playing for the team because I was like, that guy looks familiar, the bald guy, and then I was like, oh, that's Narman. So I think he's replacing one of the players, but we'll check which one exactly. There he is. He is playing as the Witch Doctor. In fact, so he's playing instead of Suh, maybe. Anyway. This is definitely a closer draft between the two teams, and I'm excited to see what Chuan can do on the support Zeus. I'm a big fan of support Zeus. I think it's very viable and worth picking. Well, not very viable, but I think it's worth experimenting with. You know, it's a high damage support like we love. Some action. All right.
A little bit of a switcheroo here, but I mean it's great. Right? I love a little bit of action. You know, we haven't seen any like. So far massive kills like we have seen in the past before, right? Where it's just like, actually I'm not sure, was it with you or with someone else, right? I remember I was casting one game and we had this full 5-man invasion and it literally transitioned into a rampage in the first few minutes. Yeah, they secured all the bounties, they got the rampage, and I'm just like, you couldn't ask for a better start, you know.
Well, it looks like unfortunately we're not gonna be getting that right now, as Kyro's going to have to do a lot this game. As a tiny mid, you expect to get that fast blink dagger. You have easy targets, the Witch Doctor and the Mortar to jump on, although the cores are quite hard to burst down. But again, I just feel like this will be a slightly better game for them. Unless, it's going to be 2 for 2 in bounce rumors as well. I definitely feel like Reject Me should have a better time.
Just really need to hold out, right? Because like I said before, never been a big fan of a tiny mid. Mainly because of the fact that it's so susceptible of getting punished pretty hard. Especially if you're not winning out the lane, it takes so long for you to get that. Oh, hold on. Initiation coming in for Burrow. He instantly gets caught out. First blood will be in the hands for 123 Gaming.
Unfortunate, but like, you know, he walked through a dangerous path though. You can walk to like the tier 2 top and then walk like that, but going through the jungle when you don't see anyone was a risk, and they did have that ward there, so they were waiting. Tough start, but you know, it's not too bad. It's not too bad. At least the support dies, and he dies very early. It's fine.
Yeah, I mean, I believe the kill went to the Brewmaster, right? Or it went somewhere.
You know, if you're playing pubs and people are like, no, give me first blood, don't take it, and you take it, and you're like, it's really such a big deal. As long as we get it, that's all that matters. Personally, I prefer supports to get it early on because it's such a nice gold boost for them.
I mean, it works. It works either way, right? It's great if it goes to the core. It's great go for the support, regardless.
Better for supports.
I mean, yes, you support main player. I know. I hear you.
we deserve it so much more. Holy crap!
No man.
Like
Yeah,
it
no.
really should be ours.
Okay, the thing is, I have a really mixed feeling because, of course, yes, primarily I'm an offlane player, but also secondary I'm a support player. So I have this really mixed feeling when it comes to those two lanes or who gets it better. So I can't really vouch for you, but oh no, draw. Yes, that's your only that's the only way for you to disengage. But sadly, that's all you're gonna get. The bonus movement speed coming out from the Brewmaster. Doesn't matter if you have a gust though. This is why I was concerned, right? Like it's so quick for 11 as the Brewmaster to really just close in the distance. Even though with the gust, he just runs back in once he gets that slow off with the Cinder Brew.
At least they were able to get a kill bomb though. Arab was able to bring down Narman, which was nice for him. But yep, it's not much in top lane, and Pugna draw is so fragile that it's very easy for the Brewmaster to jump up and like go up to them and hit them in the face a few times.
You know, if he sends the draw or the Pugna into the interior form, and everyone's just like, hey, that's great! The magic damage is gonna be a lot more. Like, yeah, I can't physically hit you, but I'm definitely gonna burn you a lot more better. Right,
actually, I believe the Decrepify no longer gives your allies bonus magic damage, just enemies. Which they've been simplifying spells in Dota so that the negative effects, like like Oracle's False Promise, not False Promise, the Fate's Edict doesn't disable allies anymore like it used to.
Oh man, speaking of Fate Edict, man, I'm still so terrified about it, right? Like, level 2 is already insane. You get it at level 3, man. Any support, so anyone who's like less than 200 HP, get ready, my friend. You're about to be removed from the game.
Well, speaking of being removed from the game,
couple of hits here and there by Kero. Cooldown, ability still on cooldown. Just gotta get a couple of free, nice long range hit from Netic and try to keep the Tiny in check here. Yeah, runes is definitely gonna be something important for these two guys, at least from the mid lane.
Things are going a bit scary though right now. As you can see, the CS and
here we go.
Oh, yeah. And then this shot missed though, so it's actually it's not too bad for him.
Yep.
But mid lane, you need that Tiny to get some CS. He is 10 behind the. Wow, Invoker's 21 to 30. 13 denies. In Invoker, 13 denies.
Yeah,
that's wild.
And usually, right? I think we had this discussion before between like the laning style between both a range hero and melee hero. Range heroes may not have the easiest of denies because melee naturally denies and lasts is a lot more better than range. But range hero, the benefits is that the advantage they have is you get a couple of free hits in, right? Like without trading much on yourself here. Yeah.
But I mean, with Tornado Spam and Cold Snap coming out, I imagine that Kairo's just forced to always like go away, doesn't want to take the EMP. It's just not fun for him to go up against Invoker.
Yeah, and especially since Tiny mana pool isn't that large either, right? Just one EMP is like, yep, that's back to the lane.
Some would say he's as dumb as a rock.
Yeah. You can see that. Oh, great rotation coming from Norman, alright? Since they want to they want to solidify this top lane. Bottom seems okay. Great numbskulls into the Malalik. Doesn't really matter, even though he gusts in. This is most likely going to be a kill on Baseball Dogs here. He will fall. But can they at least get the trade off for the defensive TP coming from Swan? Nice timing here. We'll trade a core for a support. Not really the best of trades, but you work with what you get, Bears can't be choosy
you get
here.
Exactly, right? You get something out of it. It's not exactly.
Oh no!
Wait.
It's fine. It's okay. Great time with the respawn, but that numbskull bouncing, dude. It was such a coincidence that melee creeps actually took a step forward, so he got out of the range. So it's just bouncing between. Basically he got that maximum bound range. So it's pretty great.
By the way, it's going to be a spirit buster.
No, not again!
Dude. I have got to say this has been a very terrible day for Baseball Dogs. Like he has just been. Game 1 was feeding all with Dragon Knight. This game on Draw Ranger, it's even harder to actually play.
It's so soft, right? Like you put a Pugna next to him, it's not really someone that can really front line for you. It's not like a Tuska. Wait, did the Zeus miss? Did the Zeus commit the haste or he just balled out the haste?
No, he took it, but you can dispel it with a tornado.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to think, right? Like was it dispel or hasn't it been?
It was dispelled. No, he took it and it got dispelled. He should have taken it earlier, but he was like trying to bait the Invoker, but Invoker just threw a great tornado at it.
Yeah.
So Oh, well, that's unfortunate. Now, level 6s are pretty important for both sides, but I feel like Thunder God's Wrath is the biggest support ability. If you can get 6 on Zeus early, opens up a lot of kill potential around the map.
Yeah, of course. And you know, Zeus alongside with Bounty Hunters and Lycans, like one of the best vision heroes in the game, you know?
Fair, yeah.
Great.
Although that's an odd group, you know, Zeus, Bounty, and Lycan. I'm like,
no, not all three in the same composition. Just like, I'm just categorizing them in a group.
Ah.
Not in the same composition, not in the same team. Same category.
Well, looks like
Kero, yeah, there's no way he's getting out of that one.
4 people rotated for that one.
But hey, it's a honestly, I think it's a good rotation. You got a mid core, yeah.
Holy crap, everyone was there. Yeah, well, worth it for them. And I was surprised because I don't think you want. This is gonna be a problem, right? You don't want to go on Bristleback. You don't want to go on Invoker. You don't want to go on Brewmasters. All the supports you can go on as a tiny. That's never gonna be fun.
It's that kind of thing where you want to try to play off during a mid game, but the problem is if the lane is not but the lane is going a little bit too well for both for 1-2-3 gaming, right? Like everyone is excelling, everyone has the net worth, everyone has the abilities and has the levels as well. Look, the Panda is only level 4 here. If he gets a little bit too far forward here, Natic is going to be able to have a field day with this guy here.
By the way, I do like that they're trying to give the Zeus some solo time in the mid lane to get that level 6, because they're very aware of how it is. Like, they're like, we need that global burst damage. Oh, dude. Keru, he's got the soul ring, no phase boots, 100 gold only. It's going to take a long time to get that Blink Dagger going. If it's coming.
But this is just one of the few this is just one of the few things you have to prepare when you have a tiny mirror, right? It's like if it goes well, that's great. You're snowballing, you get a fast blink, 11-minute blink dagger, that's fine. On the other side, again, melted away, baseball dogs in the jungle. Yeah, they're just hunting him. Because right now, I believe Brew is like level 8 by now? Level 8 or level 9? He's gonna have that confidence roll around, yeah. Oh, bottom side.
I'm seeing Norman take some damage, but seems like he got.
Oh, that's just level 6, sorry. I overestimated the the EXP that he had.
Oh, Norman dies. That's good.
Just Soul gets pulled up on the shockwave here, but the team's not really going to take the risk here. 11 is coming to the mix. He does have the primal split here. Not going to be an easy person to kill in this phase, but looks like they're going to be allowing Kiro to succumb to his fate here. As the rest of the team falls back, try to minimize losses here. Not going to allow the whole team to fall. Kiro will fall. Almost got the big unfortunate souls here, but you know, hey, it's a BB. The man can tank it like a champ here.
I imagine if Zeus was level 6 in that fight, Thunder God's Wrath comes out, they would have been able to maybe kill a Bristleback, and he is working on it.
Yeah, he's working
on it. To be fair, them bringing 4 or 5 people on 1, 2, 3, it's nice, but it does give a little bit of farming time to reject Mei. Like, you're committing everything to every fight. Oh, close.
Dude, the bouncing skulls has been pretty good for our Witchstock to play, yeah.
And he's got the Headhunter Facet, which I love. Every bounce adds an extra 30 damage to it, so it can actually do like a lot of damage as well.
No, 11. No use, no nothing, no rod to really cancel out the TPs either. So it's gonna take a while. But you know, like I said, one thing I love about offlane heroes like Brewmasters, they're all aura. Oh no, there goes the thunder strike here. Finally get his hand on Fortune Soul here. That's a beautiful 500 gold in the bank here for Zeus. And a good chunk of EXP now is a lot more closer than expected to that level 6.
Yes, it does. And like Fortune Soul dying to Schwan like that. Zeus is a great way to come back. You know, like if you have a farm Zeus as support, the magic damage is coming out. It's insane. I do expect a pipe though from the Radiant side. And we mentioned the Brewmaster being a good aura buyer because of that.
Yeah. And I believe I also saw him already queue up the pipe as well. So he's just halfway through. I mean, with the farm that he has and the score that he has as well, it won't be long despite how expensive the pipe is. You should be able to get it quite comfortably.
Yeah, go for this. They have RP.
They are trying to look for Sin. They can get as many as possible to Arab. Get Sin. They did manage to spot it out. It is currently daylight here, so they're going to be able to maximize all the damage. Oh no, he gets slowed down by the goo here. Instantly gets melted away. Now without the core here, the team is currently just falling back. A lot of damage is currently being removed for the play here. We'll take the safer call here and just falls back here.
I don't know, man. Baseball Dogs is just not playing at the same level as the rest of this team today. And by the way, Arab, he is very close to the Blink Dagger on the Magnus, like a couple hundred gold. I feel like you could have waited for that rather than like forcing the fight.
Yeah.
It's weird because Zeus and Bugna were good positioning, right? They were quite behind. And Baseball Dogs like, nah, I'll be fun for this.
Yeah. I mean, I think that's the problem when you have a Magnus offlane, right? Because don't get me wrong, it's always great to have a Magnus in the game, but Magnus is pretty much in the same role with the Doom, right? They're all secondary initiatives, right? Ideally, preferably to be a secondary initiative because, hold on, Primal Split, they got the slow off as well here. Of course, beautiful pull on with the Tornado. Try to go for the setup on top of Swan here. Can't find Arab though, but they'll go for the squishy support, the one that's easier to pick off here. The Flame Element is slowly scorching and burning the partner, and Puro will fall here. And Fortress Soul will be able to get a nice pickup in the 1v1 against Swan. 2 supports out of the picture here, but Arab, he finally does have the Blink Dagger here. But not enough damage to it. Tiny, not sure whether he has the TP in hand. The draw, I don't think he wants to join the fight just yet. Want to try to get some farm in, despite all the few deaths that he currently has on his belt here. But of course, Norman, he does get the Gas out before the skull. Oh no! The final skull will have the final say, but I think he's a little bit too far behind. Netican, Kenny pulls up the tornado. Not needed. Norman says, hey buddy, don't worry, I got this. Instantly melt out the draw already. If it's a Magnus, probably he could tank out. Probably could tank out the ward, but hey, you know, it's a draw. We have the most durable HP. Get a Puro, just TP in just to succumb and fall. And Swan, all you could do is just watch from the sideline, throwing a couple of Qs here. That's not gonna phase him at all.
Dude, Baseball Dogs like that. I mean, to be fair, it was a lucky bounce, that last cast hitting that way, but you just can't have that. Your Drow solo dying to any position 5. Oh. Could be a good kill.
Soul pulls back. That's a lot of damage.
Big
Great
kill.
punish, yeah.
And they might go for more.
Drops into Calling. That's about good. Outside, but Netican is currently out of the Calling here, so going to be able to slowly melt them away. And the Tiny completely silent, can't do much in this situation. And Arab, he wants to blink in, but just a little bit concerned if he blinks into the call and gets silenced on the spot. RP gets cancelled out. Gets the Scourge in the shockwave into a beautiful gust as well. We'll be able to isolate one member of 123 Gaming and remove him from play. Paralysis class just throws in, but not enough. The damage has been done here. And they're going to be able to punish 2 main calls from 123 Gaming. That's a lot of XP, a lot of goal out of that.
Yeah, they're very happy with how it's shaping up. They bring Fortune, so they used RP for him, so they didn't have it, but it's like, no, just need Blink Skewer, that's all. Very good fights from Reject May, as,
no, Baseball Dogs, not again, not again. But I mean, you know, it's just coincidence that 11 had an NV rune in hand here, so didn't really expect it.
We'll say that. You're much nicer than me. I'm like, coincidence. I don't know if it's a coincidence he has the most deaths in this game. Norman might lose his life. Nice jump in there by Kairu.
Yeah, the moves people has been pretty great. Just pop in the live train here. Not gonna be able to last too long. I think it's gonna be able to walk out of it pretty good. Kairu unfortunately won't fall without any assistance, but the boulder stun drops to the top of Puru. Try to buy the next amount of time, but let's be honest, that survival is inevitable. We'll fall to this.
They really need to combo the Magnus and the Tiny together. You know, RP into Avalanche toss, that would be good for them, but doesn't seem to be happening. Fortune Soul's got the Agam Scepter, he gets skewered back. But where's the damage? What is this?
Oh god, and this is Fortune Soul with the Scepter as well. We'll pay the price for that skewer.
Can you pay for that Predator Triton 16 for me? Can you get me one of those?
No, I can't. Unfortunately, it is a beautiful piece of hardware. Absolutely unparalleled. But again, top side seems like not doing that fine. And the other side, parallel on the other side of the map, of course. You're gonna be able to get various pickups on the other side too.
Again, I'm just looking at Baseball Dogs and thinking, like, they need, I don't know, maybe he just traveled, fatigue is a real factor, having trouble sleeping, but just the rest of the team is actually doing okay moves. You know, like sometimes there's mistakes, like Magnus are just now skewering the Fortune Soul is a bad idea, but overall they're doing okay, but Baseball Dog's positioning is atrocious so far.
Yeah.
Huh. I get Scepter on Schwan first item. This is a very nice pump build, I must say.
I mean, it's always great to have a Nimbus, right?
Yes. Oh, baseball.
Oh, no, nowhere is safe. Anywhere is safe. He tries this. You can't go left. You can't go right. The left is Netican. The right is Fortune Souls. Nowhere is safe. The base is safe. But on the other hand, on the other side, you see the rest of the remaining team members of Reject May. I guess they were trying to hopefully divert as much attention away from the Draw Ranger, but 1-3 gamers had other plans otherwise. Yeah, so they do have the smoked up. One of the smoke did break. They drop in the global Thunder Ghost Wrath here to try to get the vision here. They managed to spot them all out here, but there's a little bit too many, relatively too close within vicinity here. We'll have to fall back from the smoke player clan. Hold on. That's the Atos coming in from him with a beautiful tornado. Will cancel out the blink from Arab. He does have the skewers. Now they know there's no blink skewer combination here. It's currently on cooldown, which means there's going to be a lot more confidence with this aggression. Push in, Swan gets slowed. So soft, no way he's going to be able to tank that out. Already used his only escape abilities and he will fall.
Oh man, that was a really good pincer move by them, coming in from both sides. Love the way that Invoker was able to get a nice tornado off. Baseball Dog, he is pushing top lane, but again, you should only push a little bit and hopefully don't get caught.
Dude, and the best part is
he's caught.
Again.
0-10.
Not again. Where's the 4-star? Where's the BKBs? And that's gonna fall.
I like how you said where's the 4-step. I'm like, I think he needs like 16 4-steps to get to safety.
Oh man, and the thing is this, right? The supports doesn't really have like defensive capabilities. It's somewhat aiding me. Okay, maybe live drain, but
Yes.
Yeah, right. It's like I will expend my life for you, but in the end, both will fall, just like how Puro fell to Oroco as well.
And meanwhile, like even with the life drain, they have Spirit Vessel on the other side, which is not great.
Yeah,
now you have the pipe.
That's gonna slow things down further.
Damage is oh, he's gone.
Yeah. Norman is having. I've never seen a Witch Doctor having so much like really great paralytic cast, right? Like
yes.
When I throw paralytic cast, it always just stuns one. It hits the hero once and it goes somewhere else. This guy
only because you aim at him, right? Like if you don't click on him, if you throw it at a creep, it somehow bounces only around him.
Yeah.
It never bounces to him. Alright, no matter what happens, if Arab can jump in and get a good RP, you do have good damage on top of it. Nether Blast, multi-shot, Zeus, as well as a tiny, like, there is damage there, but it comes down to like a 3-4 man RP.
Yeah. No, but you see, that's the thing. I was also thinking about ooh, Arab. Nah, he's fine.
Nice blink. Beautiful blink.
Beautiful.
Like blinking right there. That was super good. Norman even thinks he went to the cliff, but he didn't. Oh, that was really good.
Really great. But yeah, as I was saying, right, yeah, sure. The win condition for Magnus, of course, ideally he wants to go for the 3 or 4 man RP, right?
Of course.
But go for the RP. We'll focus on Fortune Soul with the backline, but he has the Bloodstone now. He's going to be able to sustain quite a decent amount here. Orogo pops in to pierce the veil. Sadly, Baseball Dolls can't withstand the damage coming up from both Norman and Netican here. They do not have the ultimate. There is the Primus play, but woo! Beautiful 3 toss here. We'll be able to snipe out Netican. That's 1,000 gold worth for sure. But sadly, he too will fall. Swan, can he walk out of it? Sadly, 11 doesn't care about tier 4s, doesn't care about tier 3s. There's a land. We'll be able to get the pick off here.
I imagine his jump was just to go out and get off cooldown. It's a 2 for 4 trade. If it was 2 for 3, it would have been worth it, but you did get some decent amount of gold from killing the Invoker and the Bristle. Like, look at that, it's almost even. Yeah. And that's only because they lost Invoker at the end. Sorry, Zeus at the end.
But yeah, like I said, right, like yes, the win condition for the Madness, he definitely would have loved to go for the 4 or 5 man RPs. But that's what I'm saying, that's the beauty of 1-3, right? So far the entire game is just positioning wise. Ensuring that this Madness doesn't really have an opportunity to get a good RP. There's going to be a play on the left, there's going to be a play on the right. No one is really grouped up to give an opportunity to get this really massive or multiple player RPs. Oh no, topside, we just barely missed it though.
By the way, bot lane, they do smoke up, they might be able to get something here.
Oh, there it is.
Norman.
Also on Norman, but he's able to sustain. There's a lot of heals though. He pops in the pipe to minimize some of the magic damage being output by the Zeus and Purus here. And instantly Primal Spirit comes in. You get the stun on Swan here. Nice gust though. But sadly the damage is still pulling through. Fortune Soul slowing down, minus armor, slowing movement speed. Oh yeah, based on three of the squishiest members have no way to escape from this. No defensive items, no nothing, yeah.
Yeah, and the thing is they jump on the Witch Doctor, but they weren't very committed. Witch Doctor barely survives, but you can see half the team is like, do we want to go in? Do we not want to? They're not sure, and because of that, you know, Nana makes it alive.
And let's be honest, I think it's very comfortable for 1-3 gaming when it comes to defensive items, because majority of the damage is just magic, right? You can't really depend on physical from baseball dogs. It's not really at that level just yet here. They do manage to get the Tormentor on top of Norman. Oh, that's a good shot for the Witch Doctor. Very fantastic. But yeah, so all they have to do is they don't have to split their economy in terms of armor and magic resistances. It's just straight up magic defense. Just get the pipe, get the glimmers. That's pretty much how Norman survived, right? Like, just glimmer himself, you pop the pipe from the Brewmaster, he just tanks it all. He's just like, yeah, I'm just gonna be able to walk out of this. Even if they drop the detection, yeah.
Yeah, even like your only physical damage is Drow, who was having a 0-12, so not a great game. And secondly, she does have that multi-shot which pierces armor anyway. Not multi-shot, sorry, marking. Oh, okay.
Can they try? Ah, yeah, they will get it. Yep. Well done.
That is a big kill, by the way. That's nearly 2,000 gold for one guy. Yes.
Yeah. Officially, I think he finally falls. Like previously, initially it was Fortune Souls, then it was Netagun. They were both equal around like 1,000 golds here. Now follow up with the Brewmaster here, now 1,000 gold. Yeah, it's pretty great. I mean, sure, you're expanding a very very high team fight ability, and there's such a long cooldown as well. But hey, you gotta work with what you get, right? You gotta punish if you can, get whatever gold, get whatever HP. Just play behind the towers, because you know you have really great wave clear, right? Like Zeus. I mean, if we just talk about Zeus alone, right? He is like one of the best high ground wave clear heroes, right? And then you pair with the Nether Blast, and then you also have the split shot from the Drow, Avalanche, and Shockwave. You pretty much can clear waves pretty defensively. Your high ground should seem pretty good.
I don't know about, I mean, most games yes, but this game he doesn't have Aether Lens because he's going for Aghanim Scepter, and you're up against a Blink Morta. So without Aether Lens, your cast range is not amazing on Arc Lightning without it. It's decent, but it's not incredible. So we'll see how it goes. Meanwhile, baseball. Oh, thank God.
He's fine. No EOS or anything to cancel out. But oh no!
He tried.
He tried. He tried to go with the Blink Spirit, but you see that's the problem, right? You have to be careful of that calling. Such fast reaction from 1-3 gaming. And Fortune Souls, he had the Scepter instantly melts out Kuro. Gets his hands out of Baseball Dog. He does have the BKB in hand. Should be able to walk out of it, but then again, that BKB is going to be on cooldown. The rest of the team of 1-3 gaming, they know this is going to be happening. Manda's not going to be out for a couple of seconds. So this is most likely going to be a Rax. Could be a Rax and a tower. Also maybe even a second Rax, depending on how Reject May wants to interact with this. But I can guarantee you this for sure, Tom. 1-3 gaming, they want to fall, and they don't mind.
They know that two of them are dead. They're like, you guys want to buy back? No, we don't. And they don't have it, but he's thinking like, oh.
Into a beautiful toss. The Raptors are going to be able to drop down by a beautiful ice pop on 3 of the Squishiest members. Constantly being controlled here. Arab. He wants to blink RP, but his blink gets cancelled out here. No fall for this as well. And even if he does, try to pull him all the way into the fountain here. Hitting on top of Fortune Souls. Can he tank down the damage? He can! He got the Bloodstone. He has the Aegis. He does fall though. But Aroko, he has to pierce the veil here. So he won't fall anytime soon. Paralyzing cast. They're diving the fountain. They're melting on Swan. Let the Bristolbug comes in and an ultra kill. Our first ultra kill of today is going to be in the hands of Fortune Soul.
Man, that was so unfortunate for them. Oh, he has Aegis. He just turns his back and he throws it all out. Oh God, 2 buybacks to use. Baseball Dogs was, I think it's 2 buybacks as well. You know, despite everything, this is actually a better performance from Reject Made in Game 1.
Yeah.
Like they would. Oh, you go ahead.
No, you go. I was just about to say, yeah, disagreeing, you know?
I mean, you have like the Magnus was doing some work, not the best tiny performance we've ever seen, but still something giving them tempo. Like the right idea, just not the best execution. But unfortunately, using your draws like 0-14, that's a tough one when your carry is a third of your deaths.
I think maybe it could be a little bit of a different story if you have a little bit more of a combat support, someone that could be like frontline or at least be somewhat of a relatively quite a threat rather than just a partner. I think partners can use the AD as much as possible compared to like other supporters. Potentially still in the pool, yeah, dot work.
That's really good. Oh, alright, baseball, here we go.
Oh no,
yes.
Arab. Beautiful toss back though, Oroka, but he has pierced the veil though, so the Fountain won't be able to do much damage. However, Fortune Soul, he's thanking for the free bus ride from the Magnus here. Say, oh thanks buddy, I'm gonna be able to do bonus damage to the whole team. Does manage to get one, gonna be able to get the Bertha, but a rampage will be secure for Fortune Soul. Couldn't get into the first time, but will secure on the second. GG is the call. And 1-2-3 Gaming will be able to get 1 point for themselves here, and will slowly move forward as they get preparing themselves to combat against Team Execration.
I mean, now we're gonna have to see. Like the next match is the one that's gonna matter. But honestly, for Reject May, yeah, you can see not a whole lot of smiles. To be fair, I mean it's a tough one, but it is. Oh wait, I think that's Norman. Sorry, that's gonna be 1-2-3. They're like, yeah, business as usual. You know, they expected to win. They're just like, yeah, when's the next game?
Man, what a game, seriously. I mean, for what a performance. Although yes, it's unfortunate we have to say goodbye to Reject May, but hey, you know, it's great to see you guys here. It's great to see you guys here and getting all this opportunity to go toe to toe with tier 1, tier 2 teams. But this is gonna be the end for the run. I hope you enjoy your stay for the rest of the time here in Malaysia. Check out the venue. I heard it's been pretty great for them.
Oh, not the ideal. Hey, there I am. Well, no, I'm not there. But it was some good ideas. Again, they did much better in this game. Particularly Arab was a lot more comfortable, I felt, on the Magus than the Dawnbreaker. Like he was able to get a bunch of good skewers, a couple good RPs. Xuan on the Zeus was dealing good damage, but I agree with you. Like Pugna did not feel like the pick, especially because you're up against Muerta, who I believe was like what, first or second pick. So bold to pick Pugna versus Muerta, very bold.
No, but here's the interesting thing, right? Usually, like even let's just say, okay, let's just take a short trip down memory lane, right? Like maybe like let's just rewind back like 1 to 2 months ago, right? Usually when you see draw pickup or even any range core pickup, is usually we see them being paired out with like that frontal support, right? Like Clockwork, Tuskars, or even if you were to be a range support, it's going to be someone that has really high kill potential kind of thing, like a Lion with a lot of CCs, Lich as well comes into the play here. So it was very shocking to see the Pugna comes in. Could be, you know, honestly, it could be more of a comfort pick for these guys here. Could be a comfort pick for them, but hey, you know, in the end, they went in with what they were confident in. They tried to make it work. So basically they gave their all, and that's something to be commended for. But the same goes for 1-2-3 Gaming. They knew what was on the line. They knew what was required, because like you said as well, Tomo, only one team out of the 3 in this group stage alone, this group B, is going to be having the opportunity to go towards the playoffs here. So there's a lot on the line. It's great to see them, like, I guess you could say, advising their mentees here, but you know, they have to move forward. It's the nature of the competition. There's always going to be someone that's going to be winning and someone that has to be the one going back home.
Yeah, I mean, they don't have to go home yet, right? They have a few more days in Malaysia that they can enjoy, and it's nice to, you know, like I said, it is a LAN experience, which you don't get very often. I wish it was much longer group stage, because then you can get a bit more, but you know, you still are able to travel, you're able to see the sights, you get, and you feel different, by the way, when you know, people fly you into a country, put you in a hotel, you know, you're like, oh yes, thank you very much, 5-star treatment. There's
the whole, you know,
fun.
the whole red carpet experience, right? Like,
yes.
It's like, oh, I feel fabulous. Or for my case, I would feel like a hot chick, you know. Well, oh, the treatment is great. Wow.
Yes, I'm going to go with the treatment. I don't know about the other stuff.
Oh, man,
no, it's it's good for them. I'm glad, but never was never in doubt. The next one, Execration versus 123. Now that's gonna be the game we're looking for. And even though they both beat like Reject May very cleanly, I think Execration may have looked a tiny bit better. I don't know if I put them in the favorites, but maybe like 55 to 45, a little bit extra there.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying, right? Like, even though yes, both of these two teams, 123 Gaming and Execration, right, they are both veteran players, but that's why I was using the term active, right? How active have they been?
Yep.
Because so far, Execration has been going to multiple international regional tournaments for like this. I'm not even sure if they have a break. Their break is usually like one week or two, and that's usually that's just travel time. That's just travel time. Let's be honest here. So, whereas for 123 Gaming, we haven't seen much activity as of late as well here. So, like I said, there could be scrims behind the scenes. We're not too sure, but hey, we have got these updated standings available. So let's quickly check out what's the standings going to be like for these guys.
Yeah, I wonder what it looks like for the other groups as well as. All right, so Ivory took game 1, but yeah, Reject May are out, and I love how we're doing stand-ins, where we're just like adding one match. But there's another stream, ladies and gentlemen, if you want to look there. The casters are very lovely. It's Adam as well as Perma Sneeze, but we're better. This is how it works.
Yeah, I mean, it's great, but if especially as well, we don't just have the English stream. We also have the Bahasa Malaysia stream as well. So if you guys want to mix things up, you want to get to know our languages as well, you can also check that out too. It's gonna be handled by Jering Flavor, some really great casters, and Sir Cloud as well. So and Mamba, so really great casters as well. We have really, let's be honest, Asia Predator or Asia Pacific. Predator League has prepped the best talents for you guys, for you amazing viewers, to have your ears entertained and visual as well. Like Otomo here, absolutely fine.
Sure.
Otomo,
again,
I've been saving this line for a relatively long time. I wanted to use this on you in a previous tournament that we're supposed to be working together, but I never got the chance because you were unavailable. So I'm going to say, Otomo, you age like fine wine, my friend.
My God, I mean, thank you, but I'm more of an age like milk kind of fella, actually. If I'm aging any direction, that's gonna be the way it's going. You see, you got me on the spot. I'm blushing. I don't know what to add to that.
Yeah.
But we do have our next match coming in about like 9 minutes or so, so it's not gonna be a very long time until we get there. But I could take a little bit of a break until then, because just to give the teams time to set, because in the LAN you have to go in, set up your computer, log into your Steam. Takes a couple of minutes. It's not the fastest thing in the world.
Never. So anyway, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, don't stay away for too long, because more DOTA action coming to you guys right after this.
Look up at the stars, see us in the sky, 'cause the night is ours. On our way to Mars, let me take you higher than where we are. So high now, there's no fun to come down. take you higher than where we are. So high now. There's nothing to come down to. Have you ever tried to fly? Let's go to outer space, take you to the stars. You're never gonna feel out of place. Fly with me, need a ride or die, so will you ride for me? Twinkle of my eye, girl, you shine for me, I swear. And I know the stars are listening, but we can stay or we can visit them. So let's go. Have you ever tried to fly? In the sky, cause the night is ours. On our way to Mars. Let me take you higher than where we are. So high now. There's nothing to come down to. Have you ever tried to fly? Let's go to outer space, take you to the stars. You're never gonna feel out of place. Fly with me, need a ride or die, so will you ride for me? Twinkle of my eye, girl, you shine for me, I swear. And I know the stars are listening, but we can stay or we can visit them. So let's go. Have you ever tried to fly?
Hey, alright, we are back again, ladies and gentlemen. Back again at the Asia Pacific Predator League 2025. I'm Len, also known as Yodel, gracing us at the Casa Desk once more. It's going to be Otomo, the man himself. Otomo, we had some really eye-opening games for our first cast of the year here. 2 series where pretty much 80% done. I get 80% done of our for the group B stage series cast here. We're entering our last series, which is going to be the one that was most anticipated. It's going to be Execration versus 123 Gaming.
I'm just surprised because my friend, and I don't mean to stereotype, but you work in programming at Bath, and 2 out of 3 is not 80%. It is 66%.
I mean, like give or take, right? You know.
Yeah, sure.
But it's an odd number. It's not an even number. If it's 4 series, then hey, it's 50%. If it's 2 out of the 3, it's like hey, 60, 70, 80, like whichever goes first, you know.
I mean, even by that logic, we can also go that that the first 2 games were probably going to be shorter than the last game, for sure. So we're definitely like, the last game is going to be the longest. No. There's no way we're 80% done. No.
But you know, speaking of which, let's quickly bring. I'm going to be bringing up the standings once more, just to show you guys, for any viewers who just joined into our stream. We welcome you. Although curious on why you weren't here earlier, but hey, it doesn't matter. You're here now, and we welcome you here with open arms here. So anyway, this is going to be the updated standings here. Whoop.
There we go.
We passed the standing, now we're going to the player head-to-head. Yeah, it's going to be 123 Gaming versus Execration. I think this is something that everyone is like what we both discussing as well. Told me we were pretty excited to see, and we were very interested to see what's going to be the outcome like here.
Yeah, Execration, they tend to have some very interesting picks with their offlane. Tino, I remember at one point he was playing a lot of Hoodwink. He played Hoodwink in 24 competitive games, and he won something like 18 or 19 of them. And that's offlane Hoodwink, something we haven't seen before. Interested to see what else he can bring out. They are banning out the Marcy. We have seen teams banned out against Execration just because they do play it with an IO, play it as a core position. It can be quite deadly. And Execration, they saw that Fortune Soul versus back. They're like, nah, I don't want to play against that.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. I don't think we're going to be seeing Shanks being able to pick up his Marcy anytime soon. But hey, you know, this time we're seeing definitely a different type of banning coming from the side from 123 Gaming. They're going out for getting rid of the TP. Finally, we do. Actually, did we see a Doom being banned out for past 2
Yes.
series? Right, okay.
Yeah, game 2 it was banned out. And Dragonite gets banned. Okay, they take the Gyrocopter for Execration. Nice flexible hero.
It is.
I've seen some offlane gyro where they go for auras and the shard, and it's also pretty good. But later, I want to remind you of something very important.
Yeah.
This is an elimination match. If you win, you advance to playoffs. If you lose, you go home. And if you win, there is $7,500 on the line, straight into the pocket if you get it. And Morphling gets picked out. Now this is very interesting. What 123 Gaming has done is saying that if you put Gyro as a core, you are going to regret it because Morphling gets the flak cannon.
Yeah.
And Execration is now incentivized to put Gyro as a support, but you still want that 1 point in flak cannon even as a support Gyro.
Yeah.
It's just, it's awkward.
No, the thing is like eventually, it's more like eventually, right? Even as it doesn't matter whether he got 1 point or 4 points, right? It's definitely throughout this game, the Morphling will eventually get the flak cannon. So it's definitely going to be a kit for him, right?
I mean, you can choose not to put any points in it as a support and just go stats. Like when I play Spirit Breaker against Morphling, I don't put any points in Bulldoze. I just leave it at level 0 and take stats instead. Even when you get to higher levels, you're like, I don't want you to have it. So Execration has that option, and we'll see if 123 bans out carries because of that. There's still, by the way, there's still an Alchemist and a Spectre. Execration, this could all be an amazing bait. Gyrocopter is a support, you picked Morphling, you don't get his flak, we get the best carries in the game.
True. There's also still like, especially when you talk about like you know, for Initiator yourself to go toe to toe with the Morphling, you can also even put the Tire Hamster with the Hoodwink coming, which is something that Shanks also likes to play as well with the Hoodwink as well. So that would be something nice to try to keep the Morphling in check in the lane itself. I mean, it's pretty painful, right? You got the Gush and the minus armor, Blightstone, the Hoodwink alongside with the insane range that he has. You also get some really good pairing if to pair with the Magnus as well, right? I think Magnus, like Magnus secondary initiators, they really love supports that can really follow up with the RPs as well. We have seen it quite a few in the past as well, yeah. So
I get the strong feeling that you really like Hoodwink. I have like this, because you mentioned it a bunch of times on stream, a couple times. Like, you must really like the hero.
Actually, it's more like I'm I don't really like the hero. It's just more the fact that I've seen too many of that hero. Too much of that hero. It felt like there was never a game like, I think of all the games I casted last year, there was like 70% of the time I always see like a post 4 hoodwink without fail. It's either going to be a post 4 hoodwink or a post 4 Rubik kind of thing. But okay, here's an interesting thing right now, right? So you bring in the ET. So what happens is, because of his natural order, every time in the fight, not instantly, but gradually as the fight prolongs, you will eventually lose out all of your defenses, your armor, your magic resistances as well, while being in the presence of Elder Titan, right? So
I'm fairly sure you lose it instantly, but there is a stacking damage facet, which makes you take you take 3% more damage per second, something like that, to a maximum of 20. So you do instantly lose your other stuff though. Look at that. Phoenix comes out. They are feeling like they don't really have egg hitters on Execration's side, which is true. But the biggest reveal is that Gyrocopter is going to be a core. And I imagine Execration, they're going to be picking a mid and continuing either to flex the Gyrocopter as a carry or an off, or they just pick like a Spectre. I don't think they're going to pick an offlaner here.
Okay, they have to say, like, right now 123 is trying to pick out the next support. What do you think about Techie support to Glean against Elder Titan support, right? Because of the taser. I was thinking, like, because especially since Elder Titan in the lane, you're gonna be able to get some nice melee harassing, right? So with the tasers as well and the range that you have, you should get pretty good toe-to-toe with the Elder Titan and try to mitigate some of the potential melee damage you might output with the tasers or with the disarm. I mean, like I said, that's just my opinion, but I'm just saying, like, what do you think about that one?
Interesting, but I haven't seen a lot of like techies. Though I've had so many cases in my life when someone mentions a weird pick that I haven't seen for months, and then that one comes out after I say it doesn't happen, you know. So, but I'm willing to say we're not gonna see techies, and if we do see techies, and I'm taking you to lunch next time I visit Malaysia. Oh, thank God.
You know, it's still the last pick, right? But like I said, I also but there's also a chance techies won't be picked, because you know, like, to win a game with Takis is actually relatively difficult, because he's like one of those heroes where if your team and you and the Takis itself is not really snowballing, it can feel a little bit harsh as a Takis itself, because you don't really have a lot of other like ability that can contribute besides being suicidal, you know.
Takis is a little bit better now, but yeah, I know what you mean. He's not ideal when you're winning, and he's like, there are better heroes to win with. As Execration, again, I feel like it's like mid or a carry, and they're gonna keep flexing like a carry, so that Gyro we know he's off, but we pick Spectre or Alchemist, or a mid, and we flex the Gyro.
Dude, I love the final ban coming in from 123 Gaming with the Enigma ban, because you're already taking the Magnus, and there's not really other heroes that has an ultimate that can someone like really punish the Morphling, and at the same time Enigma off lane against the waveform as well. You don't really have a lot of great ways to really clear out those Eidolons too, right? So getting rid of him is really great. You pick out the Magnus. Pretty strong lineup coming from 123 so far.
I like the Spango pick by Execration. It reveals nothing. Could be mid, could be off. And what did they check it out, 1, 2, 3. They ban out carries. They're like, alright, no. We still worry about the Alchemist, we still worry about the Slark, let's get rid of them. Slark usually indicates that someone's picking a Legion Commander though.
True. But also at the same time, we see the ban from Execration, right? They ban out the Huskar, so this might, yes, Pango still can be still pretty flex, but seeing the Huskar ban, someone also gives like a little bit of indication, like, you know, potentially
Huskar,
you want to put a Spirit mid rather than a Pango mid,
or the Pango is mid and he doesn't like going up against Huskar as well.
That works too. Yeah, no one likes to go up against a Huskar, let's be honest.
I mean, I think OD doesn't mind, but that's probably the only one, right? Pure damage is like only OD, and then everyone else is like, no, not me.
We still have a puck in the pool, by the way.
Dandalina, but again, I'd rather see them go for a Spectre and put the Gyro off lane and let the Gyro buy like aura items, because Gyro carry against Morphling, giving him Flak Cannon feels terrible. And I think that's what they're thinking about. They're spending a lot of time on this one. It's something you just have to really be like, yo guys, are we willing to give them Gyro, carry Gyro for Morphling to play with?
It's a lot of ways you can really play around with, right? And even for the final ban here, the Execution is trying to figure out, like, do we want to ban potentially, because it feels, and most likely it could be just 1, 2, 3 might just be going for just to lock in that mid laner as well.
Yes.
So
1, 2, 3. Yeah, it's like they're also very flexible, right? Magnus can be 2, 3, 4. Tiny can be
what
2,
a-
4. Like it's very open.
what a
Dyer's turn
state
to
we're in,
pick.
yeah. But banning out the puck, I think that's a lot safer because
Very good.
because like I said, Magnus is one of those. He feels a lot more comfortable as a secondary initiator. You definitely want someone else to be at the be at the helm of the ship here. Tiny does plays a really good role with that, with the blink dagger as well, sending the front, blinking when necessary.
10
That gives a lot of option for the Magnus to play around with the RP, or you can have another engaging
5
mid laner, a
seconds
very
left.
elusive one like Puck as well, to set the pace. So at least the Magnus has a lot more option to play around with here. So.
Radiant's
Other than
turn
that,
to pick.
good ban on the puck. Other pick is going to be Visage. Now that's a hero we haven't seen in a while as well.
An interesting a way to fix the problem. They're worried about morphling against Gyro. They say let's just try to end the game as fast as we can with a Visage. Lot of tower push, good damage.
10
It's
seconds.
It's Tino's
it's
pick.
solid.
And this is Tino's pick as well, I'm assuming.
5
Because
seconds.
I know Tino
left.
has played a decent amount of Visage game as well before this.
I don't know. Right now, at the moment, just the way that even with 4 picks on 1, 2, 3, I kind of like their draft more. I think the only thing they're lacking are like instant stuns, because you have like RP, egg, and then you have Tiny Avalanche, which is good, but that's the only one you have that's instant that you can use. I'd like to see something like a Vengeful Spirit of them, but we don't know where the Tiny is even going.
We haven't even seen a... Okay, it's not an instant stun hero, but we haven't really seen like heroes like Chen in a while as well, despite being an option as well.
Well, they could take in Chen. I mean, in general, Southeast Asia doesn't like zoo heroes as much as other countries. I mean, in other regions, right? Like Europe, they love Chen. But in South Asia, it's like Chen's like, he's okay. We don't feel like specialists in him.
Yep.
I think every support player in the region wants to secretly be a core, and they go for Bat Rider.
This is where you choose your hero.
Okay, that's another BKB piercing ability. Where is it going to be? It is going to be the... Okay, so it's going to be offlane Magnus, mid Tiny, and carry Morphling. I like what 1, 2, 3 has. They do like a bit of that instant stun, but other than that... okay, I'm going to make a bold one. I'm going 1, 2, 3 over Execration.
Alright. Seems pretty legit. Seems viable. Like, I don't blame you as well. The cards... The stars seems to align on the composition from 1 to 3 gaming, right? You have a lot of options, you have a lot of choices to play around with, right? Like and it covers a lot of scenarios where in case if the game doesn't go well or if the game is pretty even out, do we have like good scaling heroes, which they do, by the way, great team fight as well, which they also have as well. Laning phase, I won't say lane dominators, but definitely you can definitely combat really well, especially with the Bat Rider supports as well. Bat Rider and Phoenix, I think Bat Rider is an issue. Phoenix has like Phoenix Fire Spirits is like one of the best level 1 highest damage dealing level 1 skills in the game as well with the Fire Spirits. Yeah, and it slows down attack speeds as well too. So if it hits on any of your relatively cores, whereas I won't count out execution just yet because yes, it's unfortunate on how they want to play around with the flat cannon. I think it's inevitable that eventually the Morphling will get like the flat cannon, whether it's going to be level 1, level 2, or maybe there's none at all.
Yep.
But it doesn't really count out the fact on how the laning phase is going to be like for the Gyro, right? Because he's a hybrid damage dealer. He does both magic and physical as well, which is something like even previously like offlaners had a tough time to deal with, right? Offlaners like Timbersaw, where they thought like, hey, you know, if you're physical damage, my reactive armor is going to be able to block as much as possible. But however, it has Rocket Barrage. You get within the vicinity, you get within range. He just melts it down instantly fast as well. So I won't count out Execration, or nor would I say 1 to 3 gaming just yet, but I will say the laning phase for these two teams will somewhat determine how the mid game is going to be like, right? If one of them is snowballing really hard, if the Morphling gets if the tiny lanes gets a really great game, you're going to be able to see a really fast blink there. 11 minutes, but oops, smokes breaks. Did manage to spot Ace 12, but you know, he's a little bit too deep into the tower. Couple of friendly greetings. HF, have fun.
Sure. The Insanity is definitely indicating he wants to fight early because he took the facet that makes you walk faster every time Rocket Barrage lands. So he is looking forward to like taking more points. I expect a couple of points at least. He's up against at least one melee hero, which is going to be the Magnus. So he knows there's going to be some value to it.
Actually, even in a normal setting, right? Like, okay, I won't say majority of the time, right? But we have been seeing a little bit more consistent picks on the afterburner, right, rather than the other first.
Yes. Afterburner, thank you for that one. I was like, I know it's one of the. I know there's like the homing missile one or whatever you call it for the ultimate. I like that one more.
Oh, the
but yeah,
cooldown
afterburner.
one, yeah, the spread, yeah, the spreads, yeah, that's also pretty cool. But you know, like I think a lot of the, preferably, and I won't say majority, but I just say like it's a pretty debatable selection of assets, right, between the afterburner and the cooldown.
Both are really good. Both are really good, which is what you want to see actually. Valuers are going to be 2 for 2. So mid lane it is going to be the Pango versus Titan. This feels like it's such a super classic matchup. I obviously favor the Titan in the lane, and I think I favor the Titan's impact in the game as well overall. So I like what 1, 2, 3 has.
True. But I do prefer the Pangolier rotation time. I mean, of course, ideally you definitely prefer to have at least that initial item first, whether is it the diffuser blade or the Echo Saber before you rotate down. But definitely feels a lot more better compared to the Tiny. He's a little bit sluggish, especially without the Blink Dagger. He has to be like in position to really try to pop off, or maybe your team has a setup for the timing, rather than for Lewis or Pangolier. He doesn't really need too much of a setup. He can actually just start things up on his own whenever he rotates down the lane.
Exactly. Shanks gets himself a nice career, but it is going to be the position 4 Elder Titan, by the way, not position 5. And Shanks is kind of the biggest factor for me. If he has a good game, he can shut down the Morphling, for example. But if he doesn't, Elder Titan doesn't scale amazingly well.
Yeah. I mean, especially since now, you know, the Morphling is just level 1, so this is like probably the your opportune time to try to get some nice free trades in before he gets more points into it. Other than that, it just comes up as time goes by. But like I said, Bat Rider, probably not the most ideal person you want to go head to head, especially when it comes to support for support. He just does so much damage with the right clicks, stacked upon with napalms as well. We just even more.
Never fun to trade against him, especially with that with his facet that you get 2 extra seconds of attack. Right. So yeah. So you can just put in a lot of like sticky napalms, hit him once, and you still get that sticky napalm bonus damage. It's a nightmare. Overall, he's gonna be fine. Some we've seen a lot of couriers die, but no one's really been taking. Like lanes are relatively even.
Yeah. But then again, despite the Bat Rider laning with the magnets, which is pretty cool, you know, if you get a really nice skewer into the towers, that'll be pretty nice. Most likely will lead to depending on who you actually skewer in, especially the Lich in particular. But speaking of Lich, do want to take into account Lich is also one of those few lane dominators. Ice Blast and low cooldown. As long as you have the mana, you can pretty much just really have this huge nuking and slow movement abilities as well. Acid shifts on the Morphling. You did get a couple of stacks in. But let him go. There's burning a lot of regen on the Morphling too.
Yeah, but to be fair, Morphling, well, look at how efficient he is with his regen. Like you go in full agi, even just a tanko fills you up. So it's not like the biggest deal in the world. Who's faster fingers? Oh, see him.
Oh, you got to skewer into the tower, didn't he?
That's
the one.
Let's take.
Should be fine, yeah.
A lot of it's being traded top lane though. It's still Gyro's starting to pull ahead a little bit here from 11.
I mean, you have to respect the Gyro, right? Because like you can't get too close in. Rocket Barrage does insane amount of damage. You can't get too far from the Flat Cannon. Just not only is he farming the lane, but he's just looking a couple of free hits and thanks to the Flat Cannon too as well. So pretty much the best of both worlds, and you add the Lich on top of that. Oh, dude, imagine Frost Shield with a Gyro running down at you with the Afterburner as well. I'm not sure anyone's going to be able to outrun that one. Not by normal means at least.
If that was level 2 Fire Spirits, he would have lost his life for sure.
Oh,
but in the end, he steals the bouncer and makes Cloud alive. But by the way, this very close game favors 1, 2, 3 because the Execution has the Visage. They need to be the ones who are taking buildings. Like their heroes just don't scale quite as well. Visage, Lich, and Elder Titan.
Oh, great time with the Scissor Gaze as well to prevent the skewers, and they're going to be able to get some free hits and forcing more regen on it. Well done from the Lich.
Very nice.
He was waiting for it too as well. He's just dropping a couple of right clicks. He's just waiting for the skewer animation, and he got it off. Perfect time with the Scissor Gaze. But yeah, coming back to what we were talking about, right? About the Visage and.
Yeah, it's however, like Execution, they are doing very well in the laning phase, right? Like mid is the only one that 1, 2, 3 is winning, and even then not by a whole lot. But top lane, you can see the sanity is doubling. 11's net is like farm. Bottom lane is also favoring the Visage a little bit. So Execution, they're getting what they want, but not quite enough, I'd say.
No, I mean everyone's trying to go for the long haul, right? Like the Tiny wants to blink, the Mandos wants to blink, and they also know for the fact that as much as they want to try to make plays, but they can't be too greedy about it because in case of a loss of life. But speaking of loss of life, Follows like with a nice deal on top of Ace 12, he has already committed his Icarus dive, but of course with the beautiful hit of the Fire Spirits, he's going to be able to reduce the attack speed from the Elder Titan, so he's not going to be able to get a couple of hits. The nuke comes in, not enough, unfortunately, not low enough to actually melt out the Phoenix. He does have the salve in hand. He's going to be able to get back up in health, pretty nice and comfortable. Not a lot of regions left on the side here, too.
And even the branches, he's like, I gotta maximize the healing, boys. But the moment he can fly in, the moment he pushes out his ability, he might get a killer. Oh, top lane, Sandy, he's quick.
Frost Shield, oh, the defensive capability of the Frost Shield is just such impact. It's great. It's great defensively. It's great on the offensive side, aggressively as well. They choose to go for it. But this time, I think 11 with the regen that they have, they managed to reset themselves. We'll be a little bit more confident on this aggression side. Now the tables has somewhat turned because initially it was the Gyro and the Lich putting the hurt. Oh, that Echo Storm on Shanks, but I think it's not enough.
He got him.
The level 2 Fire Spirits, it's like what you mentioned as well. Absolutely shredding him.
Yeah, I mean, this is Elder Titan. Like, yes, he is a big damage dealer and he moves pretty fast, but you take away his attack, his damage comes from his right clicks, which is weird for a support, but that's how it works. Oh, they spot out the ward. And they will make sure it doesn't get dewarded, so they're actually making sure, like, okay, we're both in spot.
Yep. It's no disarm. I mean, it's pretty much similar to like what I was discussing regarding the tactics, right? It's not exactly like tactics, but it plays a similar role. It's not disarm, but it's definitely something that's restricting the outside. And the top side, Tino should be able to walk out of this. Yeah, he's relatively close to the tower, so really fine.
Oh, for so
Lewis comes in with the Rolling Thunder. This popped in the acid shifts here. Not a lot of buildings, a lot of walls for him to really bounce out to make full use of the Rolling Thunder. So that's going to be an ultimate that's expanded.
Even though it's only level 1 morph, it's more than enough, right? Because Pangolier is kind of like, if I don't burst you down, I have to roll over again and, you know, wait for my jump cooldown. You have to get them instantly or you don't.
Yep. That's a
My God. You can really tell the difference in the quality between the two teams here and the previous 2 matches, right?
Yeah.
Because they were playing so much more carefully against Reject. Here, everyone's very careful. No one's making mistakes. Everyone knows what's on the line.
And you can definitely see from the movements as well, right? You can feel like the amount of thought that's really come into the mix, like what's the requirement for this game, like what they want to try to go for. There's definitely a few scenarios where one would feel like, hey, you know, that's an opportunity to go for the kill. Why did you stop halfway? Why did you greed for it a bit more? Because like I said, it's the priority for these guys, right? Like for example, the Magnus on top side and Tiny. Probably could have dived certain towers or try to further escape, try to go for trades, but trades is not what they're trying to look for, since they have priorities for items.
Oh, Shanks. Not ideal.
Oh, what a toss. Max, I think that's a level 4 toss too, right? I think that one.
That's the good one. Yep, it is.
That's the good one. That's the good one.
He's just gonna toss it to that lich. There you go.
Every single one. I think, yeah, it's not a problem for Tiny to try to for disengagement. Anyone who dies on top of it, just toss it. There's no real person that can really get on top. Oh, what a way to cancel out the Rolling Thunder! Well done.
Well done. Incredible teamwork by them. They didn't like both use it at the same time. They're like, all right, morph you first. Netkin's like, now I'll use mine. And that was a big kill. That's a huge kill.
Yeah.
Execration. Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you, but execution needs to be snowballing right now.
I think that's what they were trying to go for, right? But just really quick rotation coming from the team, and of course with the skill, the follow-up skills is absolutely fantastic. With the chain toss, that was really cool as well. I think he also probably didn't really expect for him having his Rolling Thunder being cancelled. I think he was pretty confident. I think his team was telling the 4x, he's like, don't worry, I got a Rolling Thunder. And suddenly out of the blue, he just gets cancelled out many ways. It's like, wait a minute, guys, help. Help.
Look at the Insanity skill build. 3, 0, and 3. So very early on, Morphling will have access to a high level flash chance if he chooses to. And that's Shanks. 4 unanswered kills from 1, 2, 3 right now. Execration. And they gotta be feeling the pressure. They picked this draft, this sort of fast tempo draft, and it's not working out. Tino's so poor on this Visage as well. 3,000 gold in 10 minutes. That's poverty level.
It's really not easy, and we already saw Tino trying to do as much work as possible. Sorry, not Tino. We saw Shanks trying to create as much space in the lane as much as possible, and I think it's already quite commendable as it is. A real nice time with the Sinister Gaze, but he's still able to get the out the Acid Shift in time. Call down comes in, beautiful lineup as well. Going to be able to get the full maximum efficiency for that ultimate as well. But still, no one falls here. Ultimates was expended, but no one is dying here. Possibly it might be Tino, but Lewis comes in with a Rolling Thunder, and of course, beautiful Echo Stomp to set things up here. And Lewis comes in with a Swashbuckle to at least get the pick off on the Magnus. It's no Morphling, but I gotta get something out of this, especially expending 3 ultimates for this fight.
Yeah, 11 showing up turned out to be pretty bad for them. I was like, oh, he still has RP, but he does not have Blink Dagger, and they've got a lot of control on the Execration side. That's the one benefit of their draft. A lot of easy stuns you can just throw out. Tiny though, he's got the Blink. Netikin, who can he find?
He's trying to find.
No one's actually shown.
Couldn't really find anyone.
I'll say if he's going to go invade the forest. If he can, he might get himself a juicy Lich kill. But at least Execration to get 1 on the boards, and a big one at that.
Don't look good. Radiant's
We're in a really weird spot where both teams, they definitely want to try to see if they can try to tip the scales to their side, but at the same time, they also want to farm up too. Them farming is also creating a little bit of space for Execration. So that's why I say it's a very weird spot for both of these two teams where they want to try to get an edge, but they can't because they also want to get some at least their initial items out. Tiny got the Blink, that's great. Magnus, I think he's on the way with that Blink as well. Bad Rider is also slowly making waves about this. Execration, he's on his way with the, I believe he's item to complete here. And then he has the Scepter's going to be queued up too.
No, I think the Santi, he queued up the Chrysalis. I'm not sure if that's going to be something he rushes, because he does have the Blaze of Attack.
Right?
I was like, yeah, that. We'll see how it goes. But again, anytime the game pauses and no one's getting, no kills are happening, I am favoring 1-2-3, just because I don't believe Gyro can go late game against Morphling. And I say this as a Morphling hater.
No, I'm with you on that one. I'm not a big fan. No, not about the Gyro part. I'm not a big fan of Morphling, the hero itself. I never liked him. It's such a nuisance to deal with, really. Especially if you don't really have proper control on him and you just have free reign. Speaking of free reign, beautiful flaming last, so he can't really get the rolling down the time as he gets knocked back there. A beautiful pickup, a core pickup as well.
Throw into lasso into the damage from the Phoenix, and they lose the Pango again. By the way, the flame break cancels him mid roll again. Like he has not. I think I've seen him do 1 roll. That's it.
Yeah, and that one didn't really like amount to anything really, if I'm not mistaken. Like he channeled it up at the tier 1 tower at the Morphling, but unfortunately there was it's like what we talk about. So there's no instant stun on Execration side either way. I mean, Sinister Gaze is more like a channel route rather than a stun kind of thing. Gets cancelled out every time. Homing Missile is a stun, but it has travel time. It's not an instant stun here, so.
What do we call it? Do we call it a taunt? It moves you. There's like, yeah, the Sister Gaze. Like there's taunts, there's stuns, there's what else? Insanity. Does he have the damage? Yes, he does.
Yeah, it is.
You see the Morphling, you're like, yeah, he's definitely dead. And of course Morphling gets the Gyro transformation, which means now he can farm very fast.
A level 4 flat cannon as well here. So it's really having absolute field in this entire jungle.
I am shocked that they decided to go for that flat cannon on like the Gyro carry. I kept thinking they're going to transfer it to support. They had Spectre available. They stuck to it, and now they're it's biting them in the ass. Or some other uncomfortable place to be bitten.
Yeah, I wouldn't say it's too crazy, because we haven't seen any major fights so far. It has always just been much of a skirmish here. So I wouldn't say, yeah, sure, Morphling is definitely benefiting from the Gyro. But I think Execration had a different plan in mind. I think they're like, hey, give him the. We may not have a lot of control on these Morphling just yet, but hey, we might just be trying to play a different kind of game rather than just try to face him head on later on. But of course, it's definitely gets a lot more harder with 1-3 gaming lineup, right? You got so much team fight capabilities, heroes. It's very hard to fight into them as a team fight.
Oh, skewer.
Beautiful. Yeah, so there goes one of your main team fight abilities heroes. No more chain force.
And it's gonna be very hard for Lich the entire game, right? You're up against like Pat, Phoenix, Magnus, and Tiny, like high mobility, all of them. I don't know. Well, we've been pretty doom and gloom. The Insanity is top of the net worth on this gyro counter, so he will have like the opportunity to demonstrate what he can do.
Yeah. And you know, and like you said as well, this is match point. This is a match point game series. If you guys weren't sure about this, right, this is actually match point here because this is a round robin best of 1, not best of 3, best of 1. So, Execration and 1-3 Gaming has respectively 1 point each already here. So this is the last series for the Group B stage, for Group B side. So either one of these two teams take the win, they will be moving on to the playoffs here. Man, this is why I don't like best of 1 at all. It's
I know.
It feels like. Oh yeah, sorry.
You want it to be longer. It could be a bit luck based as well. One guy pulls up a random thing you haven't seen before, suddenly they get a victory.
I mean, I won't say I want it longer, but more the fact that I just want it better for the players, right? Because it feels a lot of pressure on the players when you tell them it's a best of 1 series. It's like you only have one chance, one shot, and that's it. That's all you get, right? Best of 3, at least. If you lose that one game, you someone tell you, you know, hey guys, we have a lifeline. We know how the team plays. Let's try to adjust accordingly. But you can't do that in the best of 1. You just can't. You're pretty much just going in blind with Huawei until you got it. And how you're going to play it off.
But it also allows upsets like this because 1-3 on paper looked like the weaker team, and now they're doing really well against Execration, and that's kind of nice because it gives teams that may have not, you know, are a bit inconsistent something to look forward to. Yeah. I'm okay with best of 1s, honestly.
It's you know, it has its pros and cons, right? That kind of thing. I mean, everything has its pros and cons. It's just whether one's preference, right? Like you prefer, you're okay with best of 1s. For the talents, best of 3, best of 1 is always great, but for the players, I think best of 3.
This could be a nice kill.
A lot of offers into the RPs here, but the
chain.
What?
No way!
No way! The Christmas quick came in, but hey, enough time for the Tiny to come in to try to at least burst someone down. Could burst 2. No, Avalanche will come in the Flame Lash to deny the TP. So 1 for 2 here, but here comes the rest of the squad for the Die team with the defensive TP. Try to melt up the Morph here. Don't think there's a vessel in hand. Into the egg here. All the team fire abilities has been expended, and they're losing members 1 by 1. 1-3 Gaming is counting down their steps to victory here as they melt as many players as much as possible. We were talking about how the lead is going to be like. Now there's your lead, Otomo. 6,000 gold lead, despite the kill scores as well.
I mean, they were able to get a kill on 11, but that skewer and him, like he was baiting them, right? Like, if I can get out, that's great. If I don't get out, my team's just going to show up. Very unfortunate situation for Execration. As look at Ace is doing a fair amount of damage to Lucas.
It is. And it's also like you said as well, Luck also had a little bit of a hand in this because a little bit of a missed opportunity since they committed both the Chain Frost and the Call Down. Sure, you get the kill on Magnus, but the whole team comes in because they still have the Radiant Tier 1 here. So it's relatively quite quick for TPs to come in time here. So the Magnus did a really great job in trying to buy out the time. He commits the RP, buys the time for the TPs to come in, and by the time, yes, he does die. But now he tells the team is here, and the team knows. All right, no Call Down, no Chain Frost. A lot of the initial team fight abilities is currently out of the picture. Let's try to force out this fight, and it just went absolutely well.
And Gyro is really good at clearing creeps, which is really bad for Chain Frost because he didn't have anything to bounce on. Like it was on the Magnus, and he's like, "All right, I'll just carry it around. I don't care." Alright, smoking by Execration. This is a bit of a desperate smoke. We don't actually have a whole lot of vision, but they're hoping to find someone. I call this the C special.
Radiant are scanning for enemies.
Blind smoke into hope, you know.
Not a lot of vision, not a lot of defensive wards on the side of Radiant as well for the 1-3 Gaming. So don't think they spot anyone, but they can somewhat get a gist, right? Like the lanes, they don't spot anyone farming the lanes, and I love the lane wards, right? If you notice from both the middle, which is relatively close to the tier 2 tower, and also the top side. So 2 of the main lanes not spotting anyone, not even spotting the gyro. They're like, yeah, okay, fine. Something's amiss, so they pull back a little bit as well. No defensive wards, but their aggressive wards give them enough intel to know that okay, a potential smoke might be coming in, and it really paid off. It really did.
And these sort of moves that smoke with no catch when you have 4 people smoking are economically damaging. You know, like the enemy team is farming, they're split up. Because they were split up. They're like, all right, we think they're gonna come to us. Let's all just farm safe creeps. And Execration, they're not farming anything during that time. Batrider about to get the Force Staff, so tons of mobility once he gets along with the Brink Dagger. I wish we could see the win percentage here, but we can't actually communicate with the observer.
Yeah, we can't. But hey, you know, there's something we can discuss about, or at least we both can definitely agree upon, right? As
of course,
one support to play to another support. I don't like the changes to Philosopher's Stone.
You don't? Huh?
No, don't get me wrong. The amount of gold you get is great, but I don't like the idea where it's eventually will, like, you know, it'll be expanded. You won't be able to fully utilize it after that. Because but like I said, it's just my personal preferences, you know.
I like, but to be honest, I kind of like it because before, in the old days, when I had a tier 3 item that was kind of good, I'd have to keep swapping. Oh, speaking of swapping, Shanks. What are they gonna get? Oh.
On the outside, they're trying to bring him in as much as possible. Get the RP. Not gonna be really a 2-man RP, but the fact that you're able to kill 2 players is more than enough to force people back. Especially if they spot the rest in the other lanes as well. They're like, you know what, they're farming. No one's gonna be coming for reinforcement. And even if they want to, even if they tried, it's going to be a very costly win, and especially since they did lose quite a major team fight on the top side before this as well. They have no chance of trying to go for another team fight head on. Not yet, at least, until the BKB comes out. The BKB comes out, they might see a little bit of an opportunity. But then again, it's 3 BKB piercing abilities as well, so yeah.
And 2 of them are instant, right? Whereas with the egg, you can be like, yeah, BKB versus BKB, but you know, it takes forever to explode. But
true.
Lasso and RP, they just land instantly.
So not really fun situation, right?
Very passive gameplay by Execration. I expected them to be playing a little bit more aggressive. Maybe they know. They obviously know a lot that we don't know, but this is still not the pace that you'd expect in this lineup.
I mean, they probably had a plan in mind, but I think just the lane didn't go as well or as dominant as they were hoping for. It's that kind of thing when you put a Lich and a Gyro, you're gonna be hoping, or at least one can expect, like, oh, you're gonna get like a decent amount of rage, you're gonna get a bunch of kills in that lane, right? That kind of thing. But when you pad against with a Magnus, you're like, all right, now we have to be just as careful, just in case if I overstep my boundaries, I'm gonna be screwed under the tower, and Lich won't be able to do much about it, yeah.
Alright, so if they go high ground for Execration, maybe if we Sinister Gaze someone from like a mile away, we can catch him. You know, it's like that Lich bedroom eyes, you know, catches you from across the bar. You're like, I'll walk over there.
Yeah, but I don't think he has an Aether-Lance, right? Like, his cast range is not that far in the first place. Like, maybe you had the Aether-Lance, you probably try to do something with it, but I don't think he has the Aether-Lance. I think he went for a defensive item, which is understandable, right, with what you're dealing with.
But you're up against Tiny, Bat, and Magnus who have insane reach. And Morphling, every one of them has a diving ability. Morphling and Phoenix as well.
Right, so it's like, if you choose to stand still, it's pretty much like serving a head on a silver platter, right? It's like, hey, free buffet, guys. Anyone interested? You're no shaman, unfortunately. You're not a shaman. Right? Flame break.
Oh, that's...
He has the Batrider has a 4-star, so despite the great shot coming from the Lich, he's still able to get out of the Lich. Beautiful Earth Storm, but he does have the Manta Style to try to purge it out. But can he melt it time? Does fall. He has the Aegis hand. Beautiful RP to try to bind the next amount of time. Trying to skew out to safety here. And the rest of the team trying to melt them out as much as possible because not enough members. Fortune Souls pops in the BKB with the flat cannon from the Gyro as well. Completely hitting him from all directions here. We get a natural double kill here. Lewis into the flaming lasso. And the agility has been set for Fortune Souls here. He's going toe-to-toe with the Gyrocopter here, but gets stunned up by the homing missile here. Tries to go all the way to Tito here. Almost gets into the last minute, but gets nuked down before he has the chance here. What an exceptional team fight here. A huge dip in the EXP too, yeah.
Overall, Execration will probably walk away very happy with that, but that's a lot of misplays by 1, 2, 3. Firstly, the RP was on when Morphling was dead, like he got no benefit out of that. He was already outside. Like you just wasted RP completely. There was no egg. I'm not sure why he didn't egg the moment the score happened, but okay. But you can see the flag cannon value on the Morphling. He turns it on, he kills 2 people.
I think probably the comms was a little bit shaky for them, I think, in that last situation. Because you can definitely tell, like, you know, besides the misplays of ultimates, you can see some of the heroes were pretty hesitant on whether do they want to go back in, are they going to go back out. I think it's just a little bit of miscomms there. But you know, hey, you force out a buyback from the Lich. I mean, the Lich died earlier on at that bottom side because of the tiny composition alongside with the Bat Rider, right? So, you know, it was relatively confusing, but I think it was something Execration will take advantage of for now.
For sure.
It's not.
I mean,
like,
now the
yeah.
I was gonna say, like, now the age is down. Suddenly, 1, 2, 3 may not be looking for fights as much, and I still don't think that solves the main problem, which is late game. So much easier to be 1, 2, 3. Oh, BKB on the Bat Rider. Why not?
Wait, it's just all like you just really want to get in and get out, right? There's not a lot of control abilities as it is, but you just do not want to be slowed down by the Chain Frost or by the Frost Blast as well, or be interrupted by the Rolling Thunder when you're in the Flaming Lasso. So, especially since when you're leading as a support, if your team's in the lead, you might as well just go a little bit aggressive like that. And I think it fares relatively well for the Bat Rider.
Yeah, I like this as well. Just also, like, if you can prevent 1 or 2 deaths, you can prevent them from snowballing. Like, BKB is fantastic. As bottom lane Execration, they are, you know, creeping around the area.
Yep.
I'd be thinking about starting something here.
Yeah, the last fight gave them a lot more confidence, especially for Densanity. Yes, the Daedalus now with the BKB and the Scepter, so pretty confident for the next big fight.
If you can get that Satanic as well, suddenly RP and Lasso, even when you're controlled as a Gyrocopter, your Aghanim Scepter, like the Satanic still shoots.
Yeah, still procs.
So
right?
So Satanic still gives you a good amount of life still even then. It's not like massive amounts, but it helps.
Yeah. Which is why I think it's something that we see a lot of teams use in the past, right? When they play Gyro Core. It's always the Satanic alongside with the Refresher Orb, right? Because in the end, you just don't die. Ultimates can be double BKB, double Satanic. You just don't die.
Well, for now, let's see if we can get to the Satanic. As 1, 2, 3 going, thinking of going higher again. They know Roshan's not coming up for some time. Could be about 3 to 6 minutes. So they're like, let's just try our luck. Even if it fails, it's not a big deal. Oh, Lewis!
Oh, great attempt. Losing gets cancelled out here. Pops in the BKB here. He didn't manage to get the Flaming Lasso here on top of the rope before you can even get the Rolling Thunder here. Absolutely fantastic. But Fortune Souls, he's deep into the fight here. They can't really get too close or too out to the exterior side of the side because of the Flaming Egg here. But great combination. You got the rid of both the gyro. That's a beautiful big thing. Sadly, Solar Crest is a block magic damage here, so he will fall to the nuking damage of Tino here. But hey, you still got a tower hitter, but the Morphling I think is a little bit too low. I think they will just have to. Other than that, really good high ground defense in a way.
It was. I mean, Lewis did start off with a nice catch. You know, like they're bringing down the Pangolier. That was, I'm sorry, Netiken did jumped on Lewis. That was a good catch for him, but the RP was on, I think, one person. The egg also came out late. Barely. You know, 1, 2, 3 made it out to a good fight.
Yeah.
Oh wow, Elder. What do you think about this? Shanks wants an Aghanim Scepter on the Elder Titan.
Oh, I think that would be pretty good. That would be pretty nice.
You're one of these supports who's support in name only, right? You're like, let me play Sniper. Let me rush Kanda, guys. It's a good item. Don't worry. Just trust me.
No, correction. I'll go Scepter first, then the Kanda. It's all about the order, you know. But I get what you're trying to go for here. But like, I'm just gonna correct you. I'm a person that goes by the priority of the order first, you know. Like I know.
These are real.
Yeah, it's like I know what I want at the end game here. But for now, Scepter first. Gotta help my team out first, you know. Stun, assassinate, stun, fantastic. But I mean, it's also great for the Elder Titan, right? You wanna put out a little bit more damage. It's already bad enough that you already know for a fact that 1, 2, 3 Gaming is already gonna be buying BKB, and he has already witnessed 3 BKBs being prompt as well. So you just might as well just try to amp up more damage, especially since I believe with the Scepter he also gets his own personal BKB as well from the Astro Spirit.
Yeah.
So you just pretty much just be able to walk in and just start hitting people. Might as well, rather than just because he's not a Lich. Let's be honest, he's not a Lich. He's a melee hero that does really hard. That goes really hard with physical damage as well. So might as well just goes in and just get a couple of hits and see where it goes from there.
I'd rather he went for more aura items, to be honest with you, like the Vlads, but we'll see. Looks like they are smoking up here 1T3. They're hoping to find someone, and looks like now Execration's the one that smokes up.
Yep.
They're looking to find someone. Instead, everyone's got their ultimates available, and Roshan is going to be long timer though, almost 3 minutes, still 2.5 to go.
Yep. Oh, but they're making waves here. Do they have? They do have the initial ward, I believe. Was it just a sentry on that cliff, or was it the ward as well?
I don't think it matters either way.
Oh, they spot the courier though, so they at least know they have a suspicion that they're somewhere within the vicinity here. The Sanity taking the first prick that he has the BKB. He's pretty confident he's not going to be cancelled out here.
Fortune Soul's got DD.
Oh god, there he is, bro. The DD with the BKB. He's trying to find as many people as much as possible. They spot the DD and they're trying to run away from him as much as possible. He did manage to get a gyro with the flat cannon here, but they can't melt him out in time. They will try. He's still sustained. The RP with the saves here, but into the Elder Titan here. We'll split up here. They will be able to do a decent amount of damage, but not enough. Fortune Soul will sustain with a slimmer of HP every single time. But do you saw that every single time? Yes. All the massive ultimates come to every hit. He's so low HP. He's just about to die, but he refused to die, which is why I hit Morphling so much.
No, the Sunray healing him up. The Magus comes in RP. Like, I looked at him, I was like, he's dead. I was like, this Morphling is gone. The fight's over. They're gonna lose Morphling early, but no. And look at the damage. Out of that 12,000, I imagine at least 8 is the Morphling, and that's it. Everyone else is just doing like 1 or that's it.
Dude, it's just all Morphling. The Morphling just dove right in. He had DD and BKB prop, right? But more importantly, before hitting that Elder Titan, he was just trying to primarily just find the gyro. He just wanted to get that flag off, and he got it.
So guys, he got Paladin Sword. I was like, I know he has Vlad's, but I was thinking like he's lifestealing a little bit more than Vlad's, but the Paladin Sword, it gives you more lifesteal and amps up the lifesteal you already have anyway.
It also gives additional physical damage, right? If I'm not mistaken, the Paladin.
Oh yeah, 16.
Yeah, that's a lot.
You consider that. Sure.
I mean, okay, I'm just being nice, you know? Okay? It's something. It's not nothing. I mean, it's something.
I mean, maybe you're right, because he did live, right? Maybe that 16 made the difference.
Nah, man, I think he lived because it's... Which also comes to the question, right? We don't see a vessel picked up by Execration, right?
I don't blame them. You are, as much as I like, I think vessel is a great item in concept. The problem is that it's too easy. It is expensive and it's too easy to dispel, right? And who's gonna buy it? Lich? No. Yeah, Shanks doesn't want.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to confirm on that one, on that subject first, because like we didn't really see much early. I mean, it's also like what you point out, it's easy to debuff.
Yep.
And now it's a little bit too late. Even if you want to go for the vessel, I think it's a little bit too late to go for the vessel now since we're this state of the game where BKB is active. I mean, someone definitely needs to pick up the Shivas. I think something needs to do. You still need to somewhat find a way to reduce some of this regen coming out from Fortune Souls here.
You know, it's an item that I've recently fell in love with.
Oh, which one?
Orb of Corrosion. It actually gives you 20% less healing and lifesteal and all that stuff. When I'm playing against like an Alchemist or Morphling, I actually go Orb of Corrosion. It's cheap, it's only 800 gold, and if you dispel it, you can just reapply it. It's surprisingly good anti-heal item.
And now with the butterfly in the Morphling's hand as well, they need an MKB, they need some like
and
true
an
damage in, man, yeah. Or an Orb of Corrosion, yeah. But I don't think that. I think it's like maybe earlier would be fantastic, right? But I think now, but now it's a little bit too late. I think we're currently at the state of the game where it's just like, you know, get the Satanic out first, figure out about whether I don't think the Insanity knows that there's a butterfly in the hands of the Morphling yet. That's pretty much why he still have the Sunshine Yasha still locked in, queued up in his item slot there, right?
Fair points. But then again, Sunshine Yasha is actually great because it's the only item in the game that gives you stats resistance. And if you get hit by RP Lasso, it's like, it is still useful. It just,
good jump. Good punish from the tiny as well. Since he did jump in with the BKB first. So they're going to be able to get that first catch on it. Support for a call. You definitely want that trade for any time of the week. Everyone's in full retreat here. However, Fortune Souls, he want to see if he can try to get some late in for us or for the gods of victory. As he starts backstabbing everyone from the back line. He finds the gyro. He's trying to get into the flag cannon mode here, into the homing missiles here. But I'm going to be switching out and focusing down on Tino here. Oh, he pop the Satanic, but it doesn't matter. He does have managed to pop, get RP in time, and no one is stopping the egg entirely. Two of the main core damage dealers is currently out of the picture. And Lewis trying to roll out the safety here, but that's not gonna matter. The damage is too significant here, and they will all fall one by one.
I'm surprised how hard Execration was chasing, because they had lost Lich for Tiny, and I was like, okay, that's fine, that's good for you. But then they keep going for Fortune Soul. He does have Aegis, and they've got RP. Like, that was not the fight to commit to.
Yeah, and I think they were just trying to see if they can get a couple of more. I think like maybe after that, okay, they can go as far as the tier 2 tower, and I think after that they should just fall back.
That's what we call greedy. Oh, speaking of greedy.
Greedy is good, but Tino, can he survive? The Frost Shield is there alongside with the Sinister Gaze, but I think CML, you might not be the one to be able to get out of this alive. Did drop down the Chain Force here. Not a lot of mana left on Fortune Soul. Can he try to break the Aegis though? But no, the Astral Shift comes in here. And we'll still have the Aegis in hand. And of course, here comes the Sun Ray. Gonna keep it nice and toasty. Regenerate back to HP.
And gonna be a nice barracks for them. Tiny is also available. And still no Jarek up for about 15 seconds. So Insanity not gonna be available for this defense. And looks like they just got the melee racks. And they're like, alright, that's good. That's perfect. Still has about 2 minutes left of the Aegis. Ooh. Hex on the Phoenix. Now he can dive in, hex someone. Nice catch for him.
It's really good. I mean, nothing wrong with more control. Definitely not. It's such an aggressive item as well, which is also pretty fantastic too. I mean, I think everyone loves when the support or one of your offlane calls is able to pick up a side of fight, especially if it fits. Especially if it fits that character. Something like how Mars would also pick up a side of fight as well. More CC, more control is always great. The stats that comes inside the vice is also fantastic.
And these heroes typically buy refresher orbs as well, so you get that double hex. You know, Phoenix loves having a refresher. Same thing with the Mars, like you mentioned. All right, 1, 2, 3. Game's looking good. Execration, elimination. Although I did not think that Execration would be eliminated this early in the tournament.
Yeah. 1, 2, 3 really went all in. Really put all the cards on the tables here, right? They picked the strongest cores. They picked the heroes that was most sought out and most banned as well. They weren't really cutting slacks here. They knew exactly what was on the line.
And Execration, of course, gave them the gyro into Morphling, which is bold. Wait, let's just say it's bold.
Wait, wasn't it gyro pick first, then the Morphling follow up with it? No.
Yeah, but true. They could have put it as a support. They didn't have to force it as a core.
Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Either way, Trickster's Cloak on the Tiny. I like Trickster's Cloak, but I always miss the damage I get from Cloak of Flames. I feel like that's the better item somehow.
Yeah, but I think this is a situation where Toma, I think this is a situation where I don't think the Cloak of Flames is gonna give him that survivability if he walks right in. Let's just Trickster's Cloak. You can just pop the envy and just walk out just in case if the fight doesn't look so ideal.
Oh. And it's more that evasion is also gonna make a big problem for the Insanity. Evasion is better than armor when you're fighting against lifesteal, because if they miss completely.
Oh yeah.
Whereas armor just reduces a little bit.
Which
I looked at Phoenix.
Which is something I think I saw recently. Which game final was it as well? I remember it was a game where the Spectre player was going toe-to-toe with the opposing Elder Titan. They already knew that they were already going to be losing out their defenses and armor, right? So what he went for is, I mean, it's also a viable item on Spectre as well. So he went for the Radiance. So just they can't bring back the armor, even though they have he bought the blame and everything. But at least he can try to reduce some of the incoming damage, right, from the evasion.
No, it's for the whole team as well. Oh. We jump.
Good catch as well. The chain front does come to the big as well, but the RP gets cancelled out. Beautiful, but he only managed to catch on top of the gyro. He did manage to pop the BKB in time alongside with the flat cannon, so the sustain is coming in. 2 will fall, the 8 comes through, but they are trying to find their hands on top of Fortune's Soul. Not a lot of members left here, and they want to see if they can try to mount on the rest of the squad. He gets caught out, detection also spotted. He does have the mounter style, trying to team up to safety. Does anyone have any other form of control? No, they do not. No stun, no sinister gaze to try to cancel out the TP. fortunate soul will be able to walk out of this alive and well.
No RP was used.
Actually, no.
I thought.
Yeah, I heard the thing, right? Did it get cancelled midway?
I'm not sure if he
Or
refreshed.
does he have a
and
refresher? Yeah, does he have a refresher?
Could be that. Because also the eggs, I feel like are coming a bit late. He's trying to use the sun ray to max value, and I'm not sure if he has the shard or not, but I'm pretty sure he does.
Yeah.
So I feel like you could egg a bit earlier. In the meantime, they use the range rack for execration, which is okay. You know, it's fine.
It's not too far gone, but you know, I think execution right now is at this stage, right? If they can just survive the initial assault, right? Survive the RP, survive the initial egg, if they still have enough members standing and their DPS and the sanity is still alive, I think they're pretty confident to really take the fight head on, right? It's just more like, oh, we only fear the RP, we only fear the egg, that's about it. And play the last. So if you can't kill any of us by then, if we still have the majority, oh yeah, we're gonna absolutely steal you and just focus on fortune souls.
So far, it doesn't even feel like the egg is a factor, it's just the RP. But RPs have been also very, one-man RPs and things like that. Morphlink gets straight up by a Swift Link. That's actually another thing. He's got 7,000 in the bank, so this 13,000 gold lead. It's not really 13,000. It's more like 6 because you're not using all that gold.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, it was refresher. Okay, I knew I saw a Magnus RP come out.
Right? No,
he just.
I don't just. We didn't just see it. We heard it as well.
Yeah.
So
I was like
it's so odd when you see a green dot on his name, right? When he dies, it's like, wait a minute, did he? I thought he expanded the RPs. Yeah, but of course, win probability.
Wow.
Oh, actually,
wow,
even out.
That is a big dive.
Yeah.
From what it was a little while ago. Alright, smoke up from both teams. 10-man smoke.
This is the one. We do have the DD in the hands of the Tiny, so.
Narmer's got a gem. Pretty big deal. He's also, I think, close to level 20. That does give you that 1.5% extra damage on Sunray. It does add up a lot.
We'll go for the really big roundabout here. Gotta check their corners. Oh, we see the Radiant currently going through the triangle. Doesn't really spot anyone though. Smoke is still there. Decent, couple of few seconds before they try to expand. But I think it looks like we're gonna be able to find the Lich eventually here. They do have the high ground here, so it instantly breaks out. Off the BKB, will not learn for the passive stick as well. We'll also have no flaming lasso. That Hax is absolutely fantastic as well. But the Phoenix, he really couldn't get the egg on the time and will die. 69 minutes. But a beautiful 2-man RP, refreshing to a 3-man RP to catch them all. 1 RP to win it all, and we were just talking about that RP has only been more of an individual RP, but he managed to get that chain RP. Although not really a 3 or 4 man, but hey, you get 2 on 2 of the main cores, double RP, you maximize the damage, allowing the Morphlink to go to town. I think we're pretty fine with that. We're pretty happy with that one.
Portino did sanity. There's just no way for them to like do anything in that fight. And guess what? They don't have buyback on the Visage for 80 seconds. CML doesn't have buyback, and Insanity can buyback, but I don't think it makes too much of a difference. Oh dear.
Nothing much they really can do about it. Buyback for the gyro, but be careful from the Tiny's combination. He comes in with the homing missile.
Okay, looks like if you're 1, 2, 3, you're like, all right, we respect the buyback. You know, we will go back, use 2 buybacks. We're gonna let you guys keep the base. I almost feel like it might be better just to force the issue. Honestly, you're 5 versus 4. There's no Visage right now, but they're very cautious.
Which I don't blame them for. Right? It's like you said.
I
right?
do. You know, it's like we can all disagree sometimes, man.
Well, at least I can't blame them for choosing the safer route, right? Because you're not too sure whether he does have the buyback or not, and you know the Lich is also was coming on in 10 seconds as well. Don't think they have their BKBs on, so don't really want to take that gyro out of the picture. Like the only I think for them, right, they also somewhat realized that they were able to win. They were able to mitigate a lot of that physical damage was because just double RP on the gyro, just gyro out of the picture, right? So now, then they also had really good positioning. Speaking of positioning, let's see how well the positioning looks like for them as well. They get the Aegis, they get the time though. But there is a refresher shot now on the pursuit as well. So they try to mellow as many people as possible. The Lich, they did try the ultimate in time into the 2-man RP, into the egg as all. Gyro has no say about it. The buyback becomes the dieback. The buyback comes in for the Pangolier, but The Visage and the Pango, I don't think they can really do much in this situation, in this 2v4. There's a buyback of the Battle Rider if he wants to choose to go for it as well, but beautiful RP. A really fantastic RP again.
I mean, it's a Roche pit, right? That's the best part for you to fight in for 1, 2, 3. They're like, yes. And the egg was right on top of the gyro. He could have hit it if he wants to, but then you're leaving yourself vulnerable. As Fortune's told, going to town on the throne. Tier 4s are falling. That is a Crimson Guard helping it stay alive at 9 up.
Hey, one final last hurrah. The walls are broken, the towers are down. GG is the call, ladies and gentlemen. 123 Gaming will move forward with a very overwhelming victory here. 2-0 on their scoreline as they move forward to the playoffs and represent Group B. Well done, coming 123 Gaming, but also at the same time, kudos to Execration for showing such phenomenal performance as well.
I feel a little bit bad for Execration because they look come in bit of the favorites with a lot under their belt, and then they pull off that gyro first pick was expensive, and yeah, and then they were inflexible. They were like, we're not moving into any other role. We have to put it as a carry, even though that would have been the worst position to play it as. And they really suffered because of it.
Yeah. The thing is this, right? It's like it was pretty flex, right? Like it's not, the thing is this, October, it's just one of those few picks when you pick it, you know, like, okay, it's pretty flex. I could go core with this, I could go swap power with this, but it's also like what you pointed out as well, where they still had the option to not keep it as a core. They could have still swapped it out.
Exactly.
But you know, I think Execration definitely had a plan in mind, especially when picking up the Visage. I think the other core problem is they don't really have a dedicated frontliner, or at least an initiator. I think a lot of the times the gyro was just really forced to just walk right into that last fight, that roast bit. He was just forced to just walk right in. He's just like, you know what, BKB, I know the RP is coming in, my team will try to save me, but sadly, everyone started getting targeted, right? The Tiny straight away when it burst down the list. Sure, the list already dropped on the ultimate, but you know, hey, it was the initial stage of the fight. So BKB, it was still active. The Chain Frost wasn't really doing much. It wasn't necessarily slowing anyone down either way. No one was really diving head first, as there's no team fight ability that can really has BKB piercing, like the Flaming Lasso, the RP, or the Egg as well. It was overall really a tough game, but then again, at the same time, not to say they didn't have the damage, they still had the damage. But the team that had better control, or at least had a lot of options how to dictate the fight, at least, or the team that had the most control throughout the entire fight, was always going to be 123 Gaming.
Yep. I mean, when you have so much BKB piercing ability, it was just going to be tough for them no matter what. They had to play perfectly, and it's unfortunate. Even though we see like Elder Titan try to scale into late game with Acceptor, he's still a very low armor hero. Wasn't able to take that fight. So, good effort though. You know, I feel like we could have gotten more out of Execration if they had been less stubborn, and that's what bugs me.
I mean, you know, sometimes it's about, you know, sticking with your guts, having faith in the composition itself. But you know,
fair.
I mean, if they win it, that's great. You know, it's like it's not to say that we never seen this kind of thing. Like we've seen like certain picks being like, even the meta picks losing out to the non-meta picks before. It's not that we never seen this kind of games before. It's just more the fact that it's just how well the players will fully utilize those picks. And in this case, 123 Gaming, they absolutely were very confident with their lineup and going up against with the lineup against Execration as well. You know, but with that being said, Otomo, that's going to be it for our Group B segment series here. But ladies and gentlemen, we still have this. That's going to be the end of our first half. We still have the second half, which we're going to be covering Group D, which we'll later show you guys later on when we have compiled our standings later on here. It's going to be pretty excited to see how well they go. Otomo, I'm going to be bringing up the standings. Let's see what does it look like currently for the end here.
Are you sure? I can't seem to see our stream for the Discord. Are you sure everything's up?
Oh, wait. There we go. Aha.
There you go. Thank you. Yeah, but there you go. That is the standings. As we can see, it's we're still waiting for Group A to finish, but for Group B, it is going to be 1, 2, 3 all the way. And yeah, we're done and dusted. Congratulations. They win some money. They win themselves a spot in the playoffs, which will not be tomorrow. I believe they're going to be happening like what, Sunday, something like that.
Sunday,
Yeah, I
yeah.
believe
Sunday, yeah.
Yeah. So that will be when we see the Dota 2 playoffs, but we will definitely be seeing 1, 2, 3 there.
Yeah. And of course, with that being said, like I mentioned before, we're going to be heading towards our Group D in our second half today, which is going to be Team Caterpillar, Myth Avenue Gaming, and Rogue Squad as well. So that's going to be a very interesting matchup. And like I said, don't really, even though despite Myth Avenue's gaming reputation, the same goes for Caterpillar as well. I think it's going to be a very similar. If we're very firm at our initial choices, I think we might be surprised like how we were surprised in Group B as well here. So let's just try to keep an open mind about this. I will be keeping an open mind about this one now.
I don't know, man. We saw that very easily. You know, we're like, nope, this is gonna be coming. We saw it from a mile away that this was gonna be 1, 2, 3 taking this one. But yeah,
True.
although I've seen Rogue Squad before. I know I've seen Shake Chili in quite a bit of tournaments. Like, this is not an unfamiliar name to me. So I do think that it won't be quite as much of a cakewalk as we saw. So this, I don't think it's going to be like 1-1-1. Every team takes 1 victory, 1 loss. But I think Rogue Squad is going to give us a little bit of a show at least.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. But anyway, with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, thank you all for joining us for our first half of our broadcast here for today for Group B. But don't wait for too long, because Group D, to decide and to see who's going to be representing Group D in the playoffs, will be coming to you guys right after this.
take you higher than where we are. So high now, there's nothing to come down to. Have you ever tried to fly? Have you ever tried to fly? Let's go to outer space, take you to the stars. You're never gonna feel out of place. Fly with me, need a ride or die, so will you ride for me? Twinkle of my eye, girl, you shine for me, I swear. And I know the stars are listening, but we can stay or we can visit them. So let's go. Have you ever tried to fly?
Hello and hello and welcome back to the Asia Pacific Predator 2025. I'm Atomo, joining me is Leonard Lee, and we just did Group B, where we saw a bit of an upset as 1-2-3 took down Execration. It's a best of one, so they only had to win one game and then they advanced to the playoff, get some money in the pocket, and send Execration home. That is a good day in the office, if you ask me. You know, that is 10 out of 10, where I can kick my enemies away out of work, get them fired, and I get also a promotion.
Definitely great. It's also, I mean, it's definitely great for 1-3 gaming to take the win, especially if I guess it's somewhat of a great returning debut for them here in 2025 as they make their way forward to knock down such a title of Execration. Feels a little bit bad because so far Execration has always been able to get to the playoffs and getting second place in 2 years in a row. So it's I think it's quite a shock for them where this year 2025, they didn't even get to go to the playoffs. They actually fell relatively early here in the group stages. But that just shows that our teams, our DOTA teams, are either always getting better or there's always going to be new challenges. It's never going to be exactly the same like the previous years or the next one. That kind of thing. But it was a very nice.
Oh yeah, sorry. I was gonna say it was just a very nice draft by 1-2-3 to take advantage of that. But with that being said, Leonard.
Yes.
You're about to say?
No, I was about to say that we're gonna be bringing up the current accumulated standings for all the relative group stages. So to give you guys a quick view on what's been happening on the other concurrent streams as well.
Oh, there we go. And Group A still not finished as Ivory versus Whoops. The match, I believe the games have been quite a bit longer on Group A, which is why even though we finished Group B like more than 15 minutes ago, Game 3 of Group A is only like a couple 20 minutes in, so there's still plenty of Group A to go. But who cares? We are Group D. D for disaster, right, Leonard? That's what D stands for.
I mean, I'm trying to think of something nice in D. Group D is not disaster. You know, it has this something positive that starts with D. Dancing.
Dancing, yes, the
Dancing
group
Queen?
dancing, dancing queen. We are definitely going to be starting off with the queens of this group, as Caterpillar versus Myth Avenue are going to go up against them, and they're both trying to be king. You know that is. They're both looking like they could take this group. I don't think Rogue Squad is as easy to bring down as Reject May, but they are looking like the weakest of the three teams gathered.
I mean, yeah, definitely for sure. And then.
Well, thank you. And so we'll be seeing how it goes for them. So who are the players on each side? On Caterpillar, it's Fearless, Mazros, TNT, and Bombell. I know Fearless, I know Mazros, and I know Bombell. I've never heard of their carry, which is AMQ, I think.
Oh yeah, so he's more of a more recent addition. He's definitely a little bit more of a recent addition that came in as well. And like I said, this a lot of these teams is slowly coming back. Okay, I won't say coming out of the woodworks. Okay, they took a relatively long sabbatical here, but don't ladies and gentlemen, don't cut them out for too long, because Masteros and Fearless, they've all been playing since, they've been pro players since, if I'm not mistaken, like what, 2015 in the Dota Pro scene. That's how long they've been in the scene as well here. So yeah, they did take maybe 1 or 2 years of sabbatical. They did come back quite recently, about a month or two, just to freshen things up with the new addition of Amku here as well. So far, things has been great until they ran into a particular team in a recent tournament last month, which is why I like to change the group name. Tomo, it's not going to be Group Dancing Queen anymore. Let's call it Destiny, because the team that actually shut them down in a recent tournament was actually Myth Avenue Gaming in a 2-1 scoreline manner as well. And back here again, Caterpillar most likely could either get the revenge match or get denied once more by Myth Avenue Gaming. The wall that denied them in the previous tournament, let's see whether that wall will be the one that denied them again for this Asia Pacific Predator League.
I mean, yeah, it was in the open qualifiers for both Fissure Playground, Belgrade, as well as ESL Bangkok. In both of these, they were Myth Avenue took them out. You know, so I guess there's always a little bit of that feeling, that emotion that, hey, come on, stop doing that.
It's like fate, right? It just follows them wherever they go, and I was like, get away from me! Why are you here?
Look at the other team. It is Myth Avenue. Now this team has Chucky. I'm not sure if it's Lonely Chucky. I think it is.
I think
it's Bob, who is a very, very, very cocky mid, but very entertaining to watch. Like, he actually, you know, all chats while playing to the enemy. We had that when we were doing the relog event in this one. Zhao Yu, Bombi, as well as Eris. I know Bombi's pretty good. He used to be the former player for Neon Esports, so he's. I'm expecting a lot from him as well.
Yeah, I'm very excited for them too. But at the same time, if we were to look for their for Myth Avenue Gaming's track record here in the Asia Pacific Predator League, they were here for the 2022 and the 2024 one. 2022, they couldn't get to the playoffs. They were shut down in the group stage itself. But in 2024, they were able to get past it and get to 7th and 8th place in the playoffs here. So, you know, it's a progressive climb. You know, 2022 couldn't really get past the group stage. And 2024, you get past the group stage, and then finally here you are in 2025. Let's see whether they can at least get championship spot. Who knows? You know, that kind of thing. Anything can happen. We thought Execration would hit to the players, but no, 123 Gaming shut us down. Maybe Caterpillar will not be denied by Myth Avenue Gaming. They might win this round. We don't know. Anything can really happen in this case here. It all comes down to how well these teams is able to utilize with the composition and how they really play out the game here.
I mean, yeah, you're right. Like, can come down to one pick, right? That one pick that you get right, you win. You're
really decked on with that gyro pick, man.
I didn't say it. I just said one pick. I was being, you know.
I could feel the energy. Like, even the viewers could feel your glare. The production team on the other side could feel the glare. Just like, yeah, this guy is not letting it go. He's not letting it slide at all. I mean,
the glare is the light hitting my head, by the way. Like,
I didn't say anything. I didn't say. Remember, you're the one that said about the hair. I never talked about any hair. No one ever talks about hair. Okay. But
no, I'm just saying the glare. That's just you know.
Curiously, since we're on the subject, does it ring if something hits? Yeah.
Does it what?
Does it have like a bell sound of it?
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't go like ting ting ting.
Okay, I'm sorry.
You know?
Okay.
Besides, it doesn't rain here. It snows. Oh god, it snows.
Oh no! I mean, I love snow, but I know what it does to you. So yeah. No, I mean it's worse, right? Like for cold weathers and extremely hot weather is terrible, right?
Yeah, any extreme weather is not fun. And let me tell you, like they both suck. I don't know which one I dislike more, the extreme cold or extreme heat, but I look outside, there's ice, and I'm like, I don't want to go out today. I'm staying home. I'm not doing anything.
Dude, I tell you this. I knew you were in Malaysia before. You're no longer in Malaysia. I'm still in Malaysia, but I can tell you this: I will prefer winter any time of the day. I would rather freeze to death than burn to death. Really.
Yeah. Well, I didn't realize that our options were two ways of murder. You know, it's like, do you want to die this way or do you want to die this way? I don't want
mean,
either.
you talked about it, right? You said you gave like it felt like you gave me an option like where pick your poison, right? So yeah, I prefer winter. I like cold.
What?
I like being cold.
Cold sucks.
What do you
go
mean?
out. It sucks.
Getting sweaty sucks. Okay.
Oh yeah, getting sweaty. Yeah, it sucks. But you know what also sucks? You go out and within 2 seconds your toes are freezing. As I believe, we have a draft ready.
Extra clothing, Tobo. That's why we have extra clothing.
I go up like a polar bear with 6 layers, and I'm still like.
Yeah, I mean it keeps you nice and toasty, right? You know. My hot weather, the hot weather doesn't keep you nice and toasty. It literally charcoals you, and you become like an overcooked fried egg, you know. And the worst
You know what?
Yeah.
You know what? Speaking of eggs and charcoal, Dragon Knight has actually been picked in the draft. Am I wrong? I'm pretty sure the draft is going on right now.
Hold on.
Right. Am I wrong? Then yep. Mythavi versus Caterpillar. Okay. There we go.
There we go. Yeah.
5 seconds left.
My God, this team looks bored. Look at them. They're like, a couple of their players are like, whatever, just give it to me. I'll play it.
Yeah. No.
That's all good. As Myth Avenue, we're starting off with Timbersaw as well as Ogre, and Caterpillar has the Dragon Knight. They want to pair it up with Silencer.
What? Interesting options here, though. I mean, hey, I guess in a way you can somewhat keep the Timbersaw in check if he dives into your line, but I mean, depending on how the game goes, it's
10 seconds.
Lotus Orb is also somewhat of a transitional item that's somewhat optional for the Timbersaw if he wants to go for it as well. So in the end, he can somewhat purge himself from the global side. Like what is the goal?
Oh.
Oh.
You can't do that anymore, not with the facets, because it reapplies if you take it.
Oh yeah, right, yeah, okay.
Yeah, so you have to have 2 purges on you to remove it, and even then, it's not usually worth it because the second one's like half the duration, so it's like 1 purge is generally enough.
Could this be a setup though? That's the thing. Like maybe not to counter a pick from Myth Avenue Gaming, but more to set up for themselves here for something like like an Enigma pick, for example.
Maybe.
Since traditionally Global Silence was the best way or the most comfortable way to cancel out the black hole.
And the Dawnbreaker ulti as well. So like Guardian's nothing. Interesting. By the way, Myth Avenue, they're not gonna have the easiest kills. Dragon is actually, I'm not saying easier to kill, but like Shadow Shaman, he has that facet that makes him hard to kill. Same thing with the Silencer as Ember Spirit and Mirana.
A very early opening too about it. So I guess they just want to keep their safe laner hidden a little bit more better. I mean, they still have 2 respective bans here, right? So they can try to utilize the ban to either set up for the Ember, since he has already been he's been released relatively early as well. I thought the Puck was still somewhat viable for them because Puck is really great on getting on top of all these supports as well. But Ember also does the similar role, so just probably not as great of an escapability, I guess.
Yeah, Puck's banned, by the way. Caterpillar banned him out first.
Yeah, okay, sorry, I didn't see that one. Yeah, my bad.
That's alright. Let's see. If you're Caterpillar right now, Huskar is in the pool if you want him.
True.
Pretty damn solid. Although Timbersaw's pure damage is annoying, but you can kind of work with it. And he's great against the Monkey King. Sorry, the Ember Spirit. There's the Monkey King. There's the Pango. There's the Lina. Like you have, Ember is not really the best laner. He's decent only, but he's not the best.
I mean, he shines in the roaming stage, right? Or he's cutting
Yeah.
back lines, right? That kind of thing. I mean, there will be games where he does exceptionally well in the lanes,
It's
but I think
Dyer's ban
by this
now.
current state, right, it's not gonna be so
Ooh.
yeah,
All right.
strong.
I like it.
Yep. I know you
Very
like,
good.
But you like the composition or you like the Invoker pick?
I like the Invoker pick a lot. I think that, with the mana burn, the shard on the MVP is really good. Of course, the tornado is
10
fantastic.
seconds.
They do need a carry for Caterpillar, whereas
Same
Myth
goes for
Avenue.
Warrior Gaming, yeah.
Yeah, carries are gonna be Spectre. I mean, I'm feeling like Spectre is always good. Just I'm really big fan of Spectre right now. You're not as big a fan, huh?
No, I'm okay with Spectre, but I was thinking more on the lines where
It's Radiant's ban now.
I would like a little bit more team fight composition, right? Because so far you see, except for the Invoker, right? Except for the Invoker, you see a lot of abilities where it's just more individual, like individual lockdown, individual damage. Sure, you got that a little bit of AOE from Timbersaw, but it's not like a black
10
hole kind of radius AOE, right? It's
Exactly.
directional. So I mean,
5
if
seconds
Myth Avenue
left.
Gaming or Caterpillar is
Radiant's
interested,
turn to ban.
they both can actually go for a utility core here, like a
Mm.
Magnus core. I mean, which is something we've seen before, right? In the ESL Bangkok, where we see a Magnus being the safe laner here. So at least you have the various options. You have really great RPs in it. I mean, you can get some really good combination with the RP or from the
10
meteors.
seconds.
You also get great follow up with the global silence. Even for the side for Myth Avenue Gaming, you can do a lot of
5
great. You already have a
seconds
lot of
left.
divers already. You have a lot of initiators here, so it's really great for the Magnus to just follow up as a secondary. But like I said,
Yeah.
it's just one of the few options that is viable for them. And he also comes in with an inbuilt, like his kit comes with his own self of farming mechanics as well with the Empower. So it's something nice to have. But like I said, it's just an option.
Your point about divers is pretty interesting because having divers against silencers is always super risky, right? You dive in thinking you can get out, and then the global comes out. It's pretty damn not great. And remember the Dawnbreaker? We said Dawnbreaker not good against the silencer. They're like, yeah, we're not picking it. We know they might take it, so let's get rid of it.
Yeah.
And alright, Capital, they need an offlaner. I can't actually see it. I can see that
10
looks like they
seconds.
don't have next pick. I think the last pick is Myth Avenue.
Yep.
Yeah,
5
okay.
seconds
So
left.
Caterpillar, an off. You need something that can, like an Underlord or a Mars, something frontline for your team. Because the rest of the team, until the Dragon Knight is active, the other three just want to stay behind.
What about a Magnus offlane? I mean,
Oh, my lord.
since his Primal is out of the pool here, so.
I mean, I like Magnus, but he feels like he counter-initiates more, and I want something more like a front beefy big guy. So Mars feels better to me than Mars, or like Tidehunter feels better to me than a Magnus.
No. Then let's go with the Tidehunter. Let's go with the Watermelon one. We're talking about for Team Caterpillar, right?
Yes,
Yeah, Watermelon. Bring in the Watermelon.
I very strongly feel like one of them. Will they get rid of the Ursa? Huh.
Which is pretty interesting, right? Because like Ursa, when you think of Ursa, you think of not only is really great against other melee heroes, but you also think about like it's really great at bursting supports, right? Like oracles, shamans. Like if you're if you're able to get on top of them, if you have the itemization, so you just absolutely
Wow.
Slarko. Okay.
So
cool.
Dragon Knight offlane. Okay. They want to go very active on Caterpillar. You have that Shadow Shaman with his ultimate. You have Silencer. Silencer, his biggest impact is that passive effect of making enemies like less
10
aggressive.
seconds.
Because no matter how much they want to fight, and anytime Global Silence is available, you're always like, yo, guys, let's take it a bit
5
easy. Let's not
seconds
dive. Let's not make mistakes. It's he has that minus 20% aggression aura on enemies. It's very strong. It's a real life effect as well.
Yeah. And depending on who you're going to be pairing with, I'm assuming it's... Which one would be a better post 5? I mean, Shaman is always a great pairing with... it's always going to be a really great pairing with the Slug, right? Like, you have a lot of kill potential for that one.
Where they go with here? Ooh,
Choose your
okay.
hero.
Alright, you got an
Alright.
inbuilt,
You only get one.
BKB. You don't really have to worry about too much about being controlled
I mean-
too much as well, I guess, in a way.
Yeah, but it's the same problem as everything else, right? Like, if it comes out and you're not BKB'd, it's not great. If it comes out if you are BKB'd, then it's like still gonna reapply. I don't know. I understand what they're trying to do, but Lifesteal is a hero who doesn't actually build items like BKB or Manta. So I think he's actually not great against this.
No, the thing is this, right? Like, I think, okay, I believe so far, Tomo, we've been discussing on the perspective of a team fight, right?
Yeah.
So, what if they're not really, their goal is not really try to go for team fight? Because when you have a Mirana in your lineup, you're going to be looking for a lot for ganks and catches, right? Mirana's great in the lane and everything, of course. But if we're looking from a different perspective besides team fighting, I say it would be catching, right? A lot of catch potential. You can eventually that Timbersaw will get a Blink Dagger for sure. You definitely want to get on top of the backline. You don't want to give that Shaman a little bit too much comfortability or controlling person, because I know there's a lot of nerfs in terms of his range, especially for his shard as well. But the cast rate is still just as significant, just as threatening, right? If you could literally lock down a person in place, don't even talk about the hacks, just the shackle alone, you pretty much can control a player for like almost like 3 to 4 seconds around that timeline. Yeah. So that's a relatively long lockdown.
Oh, I imagine. I think with maxed out, you can hold them in for like 6 seconds, honestly.
Oh god.
But yeah, it's as God intended indeed. But I'm having a very hard time picking which of these drafts I think is better overall, though.
Okay, how about this? We split the categories. Right? Which one would you prefer for a team fight? Team versus team. Which composition?
Caterpillar for sure.
Okay. What about catching or diving or invading potential then?
I think I want to pick Caterpillar again. It's just that I feel like they're the weaker team, but they have a much better draft, and I'm not sure how I feel about that.
Yeah, but let's not talk about the team. Just the draft first, you know. The
Okay.
players, so of course, it's a very it's an unstable factor variable, you know.
True, but in every category, I think Team Caterpillars is better.
Just
in every category.
Yeah.
Like, but are they? Is it enough to win them the game? I don't know. How about you, Leonard? Why am I the only one? I need to know what you're thinking.
I'm more concerned on how the lane is going to be like, right? Because especially for the Slug lane, as we all know, Slug's early game, he doesn't really have the best early game. He's relatively squishy as well. Sure, he goes toe-to-toe with the Timbersaw. He gets smokes break. Both have similar ideas, able to meta out relatively early. Well, you know they really have the defensive range, so I don't think anything crazy is going to be happening unless Maceros.
Oh, they might get more.
Shaman? Nah. Yeah, they're not going to overextend it. They will try to get a couple of free hits and even throw in the blood grenade as well to try to get some bonus damage at the same time. Oh, there's the shackle. Now that's the indicator. You want to try to go a little bit in of it. But like I said, Maceros, you got to be careful. You're not so soft, like I mentioned before. Instantly melted away.
And they tried to break down Ogre. Ogre is not the target. He starts with like 6 armor and
and it's a strength.
Yeah, a very decent strength. One of the highest, and along with one of the highest gains in the game. That was very odd by Caterpillars to go for him, and they pay for it with his life.
Yeah.
By the way, one nice thing is that Silencer cannot steal intelligence from Ogre. Ogre's intelligence always remains at 0, so bomb-based kills on him completely worthless.
True. That is relatively true. But hey, you know, it's good to see Bombi back with the Mirana. But by the way, fun fact, I'm not sure whether you know this, but in the last tournament last year, ESL Bangkok, right? ESL1 Bangkok.
Yep.
Mirana was one of the few heroes that was not picked at all. From a very heavily picked post 4 from previous tournaments, he was the only hero alongside with Luna that was not selected at all. Completely forgotten.
Poor thing.
Yeah, poor thing.
By the way, top lane, if they shackle the Ogre, there's nothing that Lifesteal can do to stop the shackle.
Oh yeah, he's just gonna watch him, right?
And it's also Slug versus 2 melee, so if he can get a little bit of that like durability going, he can trade very favorably.
I'm so sad that I didn't get to mention this during the drafting, but I said the option for them for the Slug, because like before the whole fight at the river, I wanted to say about it. While Slug was relatively weaker in the early phase, it's not really ideal to go toe-to-toe with both the Timber and Mirana. You can actually just shreds and steal stats over time.
Exactly.
Myself have him swap the lanes, and they actually did swap the lanes. So I was like, oh, that's so much better. You're gonna get free hits on the ogre, and if he throws an ignite, you can purge it with the dark pack. That'll be great. I mean, sure, you're gonna get some. You're gonna minus some HP to purge that ignite. But hey, you get regen. You're gonna be able to regen back, and ignite is not a very long. It's not a short cooldown ability as well, especially for level 1, level 2. It's relatively long.
Yeah, I agree with you though. If he going up against Timbersaw is a nightmare for Slark. You know, you go in whirling death, cuts you in half, and you lose a ton of health. So this is definitely the better matchup for him. So far though, it is looking like it's going pretty well for Myth Avenue, as their Slark is struggling right now. Yeah. Poor Mazerost.
You know, it's been a while I've seen this, right? Like usually when you're playing against a Treant or a Timbersaw, the first thing that comes, or Hooing, the first thing that everyone comes to mind is support, get a Quelling Blade, cut all the trees down.
Nature's Prophet as well, where like, oh, I don't want it to sprout me, everyone has a Quelling Blade now.
Yeah. I'm surprised that we haven't seen a... Speaking of surprises, we see the slot absolutely massive at the bottom side. I mean, yeah, like but like I said before, right? Level... Sure, maybe the slot can come online slightly later, but that pre-level 6, you are going to suffer.
Not feeling the love.
I think it's suffered this much though. First blood death and now another kill in the lane.
Yeah,
his lowest.
Level 1 ignite is not a lot of damage either, but I guess the dark pack damage is the person.
It's not level 1 though. It's level 2 because when you you get that 2 skill points at level 3.
I forgot about the whole change thing. Yeah.
Sorry, another way around. You get 3 skill points at level 2, so you take 2 ignite. Oh, nice! Oh, yeah, misses.
Oh no! But hey, I think the deed should be enough. I think no, they don't have the detection for it.
The arrow! Oh, that is a huge mistake to make. You had the kill.
Yeah. No, I think he wanted to let the Mirana thought like he placed the arrow that would have probably landed if the Invoker didn't get hit by the Searing Chains, right? Did it get rooted out?
Yeah, it's like DJ Khaled, right? He's suffering from success. You know, it's like, if you were less good as a mid laner, that would have worked out.
Yeah. I mean, you know, both players have good intention, right? Both teammates have good intention. One wanted to set up for the arrow, the other had a well-predicted arrow, so he gets safe. He probably can chain stun the thing, but you know, hey, you know, at least you get the couple of harass in, try to force the Invoker in his place, you know.
He actually dies. That is an interesting. That's a nice skill for them to get. Although it does go to the Shadow Shaman. I imagine one Stone Agi coming out here for the Slark. When we click on him, we'll see it eventually. Yeah. By the way, kills are very valuable for Caterpillar. Besides the usual, right? Stone Agi, stolen intelligence, not bad.
Stealing stats, yeah. I mean, Timbersaw also can somewhat in a way steal stats, but it's not permanent stats, unfortunately.
No.
Yeah,
it doesn't count.
Can you imagine if it's permanent stats though?
I mean, would it have gone the distance? Yeah. Like how an Undying would have like insanely amount of strength stats if it just keeps decaying. Wait.
Hold on, Fire Blast
Bombay
into the inline. That's gonna be a nice pickup on top of Bombay. He does have the Mango here. Drops down the Shackle. Get a couple of free stat steals.
Gonna take a while here.
Try to trade things back here. Uriah's gotta be careful. You don't really necessarily have enough mana. Just enough to pop in the Bloodlust at least, yeah. Get the bonus attack speed. Farms a little bit better, you know.
Bombi just shows up bottom, doesn't really get anything, loses his life like that. Very unfortunate. The good thing is though, is that you can probably leave the DK alone. Versus the Timbersaw, he should always survive. And he's actually got the highest CS so far.
Yeah, I'm not too concerned about it, but of course the mid side. Support for a core, they love this trade every single time. Bob is very satisfied with this one. But of course, he's not. It seems like he wasn't satisfied with just one. He wants to get the 2 here. Bombay playing very well within the tree. He does have the stick charges as well. Still juking around here, playing ring around the roads. He get a Bob, still can't find him. Barely gets a glimpse of his backside, and just have to admit it. All right, man, your happy feet tap dance is absolutely more superior than mine. I have to let you go for that one.
So it's a 1-for-1 trade, although it is a mid for a support. By the way, how do you pronounce Silencer's name? Boom Bombi, right? And then you still look at Mirana, his also name is Bombi. They're both the same.
Yeah, that.
That's insane, right?
I mean, thank God there's not another player called Pompey, right?
Right.
adding more like tongue twisters into the game here.
I feel like that's a good name for some sort of like leader of a country. Maybe, I don't know, Roman.
Really, bro? The same Roman country that was befell by the volcanic eruption.
Ah. Well, in the meantime, how are we looking at the support levels? We are getting closer and closer to that level 6. Gotta say, I didn't click on the Mirana, but I imagine. Oh, okay, that's bold.
Oh, the dark fire. Wait, is this enough to purge out the ignite? I
How does
guess.
that even work?
Interesting. Here's the interesting thing that I realized, or somewhat get reminded over time. Right? Even though you dark pack, right? If you still have, if you're still in mid animation or the cloud is still sticking around, it's sometimes still can purge out the initial effect, even though it wasn't first initially.
Oh, he's dead.
What a! I mean, this is something to be expected, right? You shackle, sunstrike, something very similar to how, like that Bane and Mirana combination, right? You nightmare into the arrows. Very similar composition we're going to be spotting out across the map here.
By the way, there you see that -1 + 1. Sorry, -0 + 0.
Yeah.
No intelligence being taken here because he's too dumb. Alright, mouse bug.
You know, I like these moments because it allows us to get a clean view of the certain skins that the players are utilizing, right? Like, I mean, this is the immortals. This is some of the immortal sets for some of these characters.
Ooh, that's a good one.
Uh-huh.
That is a pretty one. It's some sort of weird Cthulhu-like Shadow Shaman. I use that same shield for Silencer. It looks like
I actually
kind
have
of a witch.
I have the same skin for Silencer. The same for the Slug. I think this is a very classic one. I think everyone really likes to go for this one.
By the way, he's got Orb of Corrosion. I love this. It's super good against the healing coming out from the Timber Saw, and also reduces the regen, the life steal from the life. So it's just a solid item on the Slark. Oh, he's back.
I mean, it's also a natural item to have, right? I mean, same goes for Ursus. You see Ursus, you see Slarks. They're always gonna have like an Orb of Corrosion in their hands. Probably, maybe not as often for Slark, not as often, but it's definitely something he can pick up if he wants to.
If you have a good time, I think it's worth it. But there is definitely
times.
I'm mixed with it on course because remember it delays your other items. But I think Slark for sure one of them who benefits the most because you gotta go for this, then into like Diffusal, Echo Saber, things like that. It's nice. Oh, Eris. And he's actually level 6. He does have the multicast. I mean, he's level 5, but he does have the ultimate available. But it looks like they're not really committed to taking a fight right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's especially since it's so close to their volunteer one tower, right? So honestly, from a dive, it could really just spiral out of control. Especially since they have somewhat of a lead right now. I don't think they want to lose up.
Oh,
finally, the combination that worked out. The one that didn't happen for the first time, but the second time didn't land. But unfortunately, not enough damage, or not enough long-term, not enough chain stunning. On the other end, see a nice pick out on Eris here.
Good time.
A good dive on the Timber Saw. Can they try to chain stun this a little bit more better? He does have the Arcane Curse here, so every time I believe Arcane Curse, right? Like the more, if you have the ability active or the debuff on you, right? The more spell you cast, the more damage or how long it lasts, right?
Yeah, the duration increases. It's the same amount of damage and slow, but you get an extra few, like 3 seconds every time you use a spell while it's on you.
Yikes, that is very tough for the Timber Saw since spamming skills is his nature, right?
Speaking of nature, oh, okay, nice little life steal. Can he get? Oh, the global comes out. Oh, but moving away. I'm not sure why he moved away. He could have. Oh,
no, not true.
Then I get it though.
Big kill though in the end.
I thought he didn't. I didn't realize he didn't have his innate ability ready. The one that turns into a chicken when he's about to die. I thought he had that, but he didn't. So he walks away. Still, well worth it for Caterpillar.
True. It's a good pick up as well. He went the hands on the slot too. So he's already somewhat farming pretty well in the lane, and now he's getting all these kills at the same time. This is definitely gonna enable him a lot more better. The DK with the omelet. I guess he's gonna be picking up the blade anyway, right? Or is he still gonna stick with that item?
I mean, armlet to I don't think you get early blink on DK if you're playing carry, because you want to focus more on farming and less on roaming around the map, which is what the blink gives you. But obviously, player preference. I don't think there's anything wrong with it.
But that's the thing. Is this a safe lane DK, or is it a carry DK, or just a swap lane DK?
No, it's a carry because the player's playing it, right? Q is on it.
All right, okay.
And Mazros is playing the Slark, and he's doing a really good job. Lifestealer wants to go for a Radiance. I like the Radiance overall.
I mean, it's great, right? Like, you're just able to, especially it works for the whole team, right? For your whole team. Right? Mitigate some of the incoming damage, potential.
Exactly.
Damage.
Although in this game, it's mostly the Dragon Knight and the Slark, and that's fine, you know? Like, it doesn't help you against, like, Serpent Wards, or you know, how much damage you really take from a Silencer right click, things like that. Kaya. Now on the Timbersaw, which I feel like this Kaya you want if you're snowballing. If you're not, I don't know how useful it's going to be, but okay, let's see if we can get the ball rolling a bit. You are done. They were like, yo, Slark's ultimate's not working, someone must be around, or vision, and then they are able to get a nice reward out of that.
Oh. Okay, pretty interesting.
Dire's top tower is about to be Radiant's top rubble.
And we're looking at here, Mazaros. This is one of the nicest things about having a very active Slark, is that they are able to you scout around the map, find all the vision, and be able to remove it. You know, he has also got the diffusal bait, so with the Orb of Corrosion, there's just a ton of slow on the Slark available. Very nice for him. As I think the Dragon Knight is going for Mask of Mass again. Whoa! Mazros almost loses his life. Is, as we mentioned, a ton of damage, and the Kaya really adds plenty to it. Slark going to go for Acceptor. Now he's got what he feels like is good enough damage items early. Bob is here. Oh, every time I say Bob's name, I think of Toys for Bob, which remade Spyro. Very nice one. Looks like in general, Caterpillar not, you know, too eager to look for a kill. They're like, we're a comfortable spot. We don't have to force things right now. Mirana, that looks like Solar Flare to me. It also looks like she's going for Orchid. I'm fine with this, but very unusual item to be sure. Meanwhile, though, it's a bit scary seeing Bob and Chucky's net worth with how things are. As if the later the game goes, the better it's going to get for Caterpillar, just because they have scaling cores with the Slark and the Dragon Knight. Whereas Timbersaw is good, and same thing with the Lifesteal, but they feel very mid-late rather than, you know, ultra-late game carries. Well, time will tell.
Well, time will tell.
There you go. And you know what I would love time to tell me is what? If someone's gonna get me that Predator Triton 16, because that is a beautiful map.
No, it really is. Of course, speaking of which, hold the phone for now, but it got a beautiful leap. It's not as clean as the Shackle for sure, but it will do the deed. It will be enough to land for that setup for that side. But of course, they do not want to let things go with just one. They want to try to even out the odds. But of course, Props in on the passive here. He's still alive, by the way. So Ares is on the hunt. He does. I believe he's going to have his Ignite off cooldown, but he just needs to get in the range. He's still trying to outrun him for sure. He got the Ignite on for now. Props again with the Hex. And he's still surviving. He was able to purge out of the Ignite too. Oh, Fire Blast barely missed him by so much time, by the way. But of course, eventually, he will fall to Chucky here.
Well worth it, though, how much he made them work for it, right? Getting his ability to his proc to remove the Ignite. Then he uses it on himself to remove the second Ignite. Like, that is a lot of time that they were chasing for him.
And if you think about it as well, it's also like it's still a budget Hex, right? And it's such a low cooldown, very similar to the Lions one as well. As the game goes, I think like especially when we get to the Vista, if we ever get to the Vista, Silence will be able to lock down a couple of the end of EMP, and that's gonna be all he will and all she said. But yeah, so like how the things goes, right? When if the game ever goes super late, right? Abilities like hacks or items like Side of Vice starts plays such a crucial role, since everyone's at that stage of the game where, you know, you easily just break towers, right? So losing one player without a buyback is just so painful for a team comp.
It's a recipe to losing half your base, basically. You know, like pickoffs I mean, that is the nature of Dota. If you can get a good pick off late in the game, you are able to just take one complete lane of racks. Oh, but there's the Radiance finished. You put him inside the Timber Saw, and suddenly you're gonna have a ton of damage here. We'll see if that's one that they want to do or not. They're actually very aggressive right now on Myth Avenue.
I mean, this is what I was somewhat expecting, right? When I was asking what about catching and invading, because when I see, usually when you have a Mirana in your clan and you someone last pick with you have a Mirana, Embers, you last pick with a lifesteal as well, you're gonna be expecting like, okay, they're gonna be diving a lot. You're gonna be seeing like an infest bomb from the Timber Saw as well. Pretty much closes the gap pretty easily with the Timber Chain. Although Blink Dagger does make things a lot more easier, because at least that way you save your Timber Chain to either accelerate your aggression or use it to escape. Well, you know, there's much.
But
middle tower looks to be
to be fair, Miranas are always going for the Solar Flare, not the Moonlight Shadow.
Oh,
so yeah, so this is much harder to invade compared to before. Oh, the arrow, beautiful!
You were forcing out the buyback, coming with the global here. No way for them to
the buyback.
That's going to be the secondary silence here. Ember will fall for this here. Now they're able to turn the tides from just one massive ball. Do we have any win for a deal with? And Timbersaw, who hates to be controlled, the Shaman comes in with a beautiful Shackler axe into the Sun Strikes here. They were able to melt out the entire team of Myth Avenue Gaming here.
Boom, or well, I'm sorry, the silencer. Amazing. The buyback, the firstly saving the gold for it. You always want to do that if you're playing a hero like Dawnbreaker, Silencer, and he's sort of global spell, and he's like, oh, I think they need my ulti. Gets them 4 for 1. Cost him his life, but he's still very fond of his sport.
Yeah, and relatively is so much more punishing when you're playing heroes like Ember Spirit and Timbersaw as well, where you really need, where your ability somewhat determines not just your damage count, but also determines your survivability or escape. It really hurts for Ember Spirit, for Ember Spirits here every time he gets global out. So really well done from Bombui.
I imagine Bob is going to be making some mistakes. He's a very aggressive, cocky player, and when you put him in a spot when he's behind, he's going to suffer. As Chucky.
Okay. Shackler did the Sunstrike. I'm not too surprised it falls, but the slog just absolutely got shredded there. I didn't expect that kind of damage count. Like, okay, I did timber some form of damage count for the Timbersaw, but I didn't expect it to be so bombastic here. My God. Yeah, no way you're gonna get out of the chakra. That's like an AoE box, so no way you're gonna get out of that one.
You also lose the Shadow Shaman, so 2 for 1 trade. I was actually okay if it's a 1 for 1 trade, because you know at least you get the kill first. But 2 for 1, that's not worth it at all. As on Q.
Oh, like you said, Bob being very aggressive. He wanted to go. He wanted to get on top of the silencer.
Oh, the stun lands!
Oh, what a way to go! But the backline, on the other hand, absolutely getting shredded down. Still surviving though. We'll be able to find Fearless on the other end, but no pickers on here. Everyone will live and survive, but I think they're pretty interested in some final team fight here.
Like how he was thinking about going for the Lotus Orb, then he's like, nah, let me get out of there. There it is. Shadow Shaman.
This is Serpent Wars and the Silence as well, and the Sunstrike. Although the arrow was great, but the initial damage from the Serpent Wars is just too significant. He will fall.
And
the fight's still ensuing. I hear the Dragon Tail sound, and it's gonna be on Bomb B.
Silencer doesn't have any stuns, but besides, like we talked about him being, you know, with the silences and the slows and all that, he actually is one of the best damage dealing supports out there, and he scales really well. Glaives of Wisdom is pure damage. Arcane Curse is good, and if your silencer does more, like there is, and he's got the new aura, which for every silence you have on you, you take more damage and slow.
And plus also his talent tree allows you to do mute items as well, if I'm not mistaken.
I think that's 25, so
yeah,
it's a bit late, but yeah.
Very late. But yeah, but we were on the discussion we're on the topic of scaling, right? So it's like
yes,
he
it's great scaling.
And Scepter, ooh, AoE, last wish, I believe is called the third skill.
Oh no, that's been changed to an aura.
Oh, aura now. Okay, sorry.
Yeah, it's an aura that for every silence you have, you take 60 damage, and you are slowed by like 10% or something. It's pretty damn good. Observer, can we look at Silencer's aura? He actually maxed it out. Yes, the aura.
Yep. So he's gonna get he's also on the way with the Scepter. I mean, the game's good. They're some form of a lead. He's pretty confident as well. He's not gonna be easily get caught as well. So no need for defensive items. I mean, it's like what you said before. If we talk about just a team fight perspective as well, it's pretty difficult for Myth Avenue game to just really dive in without any consequences. You dive in, you get hit by the global. Nice silence, although not gonna be able to get a lot of the initial damage. But hey, you know, just drop a meteorite, get the farm, push up the lane.
Sorry.
Oh, that's the blink hack, the reveal of the blink dagger as well. He does have the BKB. He should be able to walk out of this fight for sure. But here comes the rest of the team here, and I think Shaman doesn't really have the best of health right now. And barely out of vision, just gets him with the Syrian change. Well, slide of fist, sorry.
Slide of fist.
Yeah, slide of fist.
I suppose it's kind of worth it, although using the Snake's Tear is painful, but you get the first use of the BKB out of the Timber Saw, which is good, but a bit gung-ho by Caterpillar over there.
True. I mean, it's also a good reveal, good blink dagger reveal, so at least now they know that the Shaman is going to be pretty aggressive about it too. They didn't know about that initially, so. We do have the Manta, so that'd be pretty nice.
Yeah, I was thinking that Leicester is a hero that doesn't get BKB, but he does get Manta, which helps you a lot against the Silencer. You know, like, you now actually have a Dispel, which is pretty good. And plus there's Orchids as well, which are been very annoying.
The rain is great. But so far, like, throughout these small skirmishes, we didn't really see Chucky in some of these major fights just yet. So I think it's pretty fine. He's slowly catching up to it. He was previously, I believe he was like the 5th place in the net worth as well. He's able to claw back up.
It is, but he's gonna go up against Dragon Knight, right? Carry to carry, man to man, and I favor the Dragon Knight a lot more.
I'm not gonna cut him. I'm not gonna cut him out just yet. He's life stealer for a reason, right? Especially with his passive, more strength gains and everything.
What's life stealer?
Yeah.
What's his passive actually? I
believe it's more health and more damage, right? And heals at the same time, if I'm not mistaken.
No, I think his innate, that's his facets, right? Which is every time you get a kill on a creep, you get 1 health. And what is
his passive, not the
You mean the innate ability? Yeah, I know. But that is a facet actually. Let me see. What is his facet? Is it life steal? Oh god, let's find this in the new.
There's the rush. The first Aegis. First Aegis in the round, gonna be in the hands of on Q here, the Dragon Knight.
I can't believe how bad I feel. Yeah, his innate ability is Feast, which is that you always life steal a percentage of the enemy's health.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Huh. Interesting. And Feast is his innate ability. So his facets are either Rage or Unfettered. You're right and I'm wrong. Sorry about that.
Hey, I mean, it's not about right or wrong here, buddy.
But you are right and I'm wrong.
No, it's not like...
Yes. No. Well, it is true.
Thomas, stop categorizing winner and losers. Yeah? It's just we help each other. How about that, you know?
Yeah, because his old one used to be that I think that wasn't a facet, but then it was moved to have Rage or Unfettered Rage.
Yeah. I mean, it's been changing over the years.
Of course. Alright, so Caterpillar, they do have the Aegis on the Dragon Knight. That makes it... He's not the best carrier because he's transformation hero, but still a very solid pick to give the Aegis to.
No, but I think his role is a lot more simpler, where you just dive in and blink and stun. That's the global. The Emperor is definitely
nothing to do.
No mono. I just could have probably saved that. This would have changed the fate of that Ember Spirit in that situation as well. So, and it's really great. It says no BKB was expanded for the Sire, so they still are somewhat battle ready. Although yes, he did commit the Dragon form. But hey, you know.
And the global.
Yeah, and the global. But my suggestion, you take this opportunity to just hit towers.
I like how that's a full 5-second arrow landing on Dragon Knight and nobody can do anything about it. They're like, yeah, we can do there. 12 agility have been stolen as well. It is just a very strong spot for Caterpillar right now.
So many silence items being picked up on there, and there's already, like, besides the global, there's the Orchid on the hands of the Invoker, there's the, I believe I saw the Bloodthorn that's going to be eventually picked up by the Slark as well. Yeah, there's really tough, no matter how much purge you got. I don't think, once you're out of it, I don't think you have any solution after that. Like, what happens then?
And the combination of all these silences with the Silencer aura is so good. Like he is going to be benefiting so much. Each one adds what 60 DPS, or I don't know if it's 60 or 50, but it's a lot of damage. You get
it's a lot of
bonus.
damage. It's a lot. The shot is still the same for Silencer, right? With the glaze bounce, the glaze of Winston bouncing around. Ooh, hold on, beautiful blink. They do have a nice portal ward on top of the Timber Saw. Drop the Serpent ward, try to melt them down, and it seems like he most likely succeed here. But he's gonna take the safer route. BKB TP's out to safety here. Not gonna fall to the hands of the Slug here. But at least now, at least they got the intel that's a wall on that portal side.
The bouncing glaives is a level 20 talent. The shard is just you steal 2 more intelligence when you hit and when you kill. There you go.
He just didn't bother trying.
It was like, this ain't happening. 13 stolen Agi. Very nice job from Azor so far. He by himself might be able.
Oh no! Ogre Magi.
And they leave it for. Look at that. They leave it to Master, so they're like, yeah, you just make sure you're in range. They don't kill him too fast.
Yeah, but
very awkward.
Yeah, but Fearless got him in the end, unfortunately. Yeah, so that last tiny fireball traveling got the last hit in.
Oh dear. Lifester's gonna have to do so much work. Now, here's the problem.
Right.
Dragon Knight, while he's relatively high health, is also a very high armor hero. And Lifester kind of likes high health, low armor heroes to do damage. Oh, that's painful.
Oh no, they could have fallen off with it. But anyway, he has to use up to try to purchase one as like comes to the mix. Pops in the searing chains here, but here comes the Shaman with the shotgun as well, and of course with the thankfully for the shot coming in from the Slug as well, allows to give invincibility on top of the Shaman, allows you to maximize the shackle. But no one fell so far. Q is tanking out the damage. He does have the Aegis, but would not have the Dragon Form for it. They managed to get him. He could have blinked in time, but he does have the BKB. He will try to walk out of this slowly. Slowly but surely. Tornado comes in for the save, and they won't be able to get out of this alive. Wait, hold on, it's not ending yet. I thought it was over, but no, he infests into the Timber Chain. Free boss ride coming in for the Timber Saw here, and will be able to shut down Q.
I'm surprised he didn't TP away when he BKB'd. They have no BKB piercing abilities on Myth Avenue Gaming, and he just walked out. I guess he was like, it's alright, I'll be fine, but that was the biggest kill you can get on Myth Avenue, and they got it.
I mean, so much abilities expended as well, right? Globals, BKB, Aegis as well. And you weren't able to trade it off efficiently as well. You just lost your DK in the end. But it's like what you said as well. It does have.
Oh, they're gonna lose more.
Yeah. And you can't and as a shaman, even though you have the percent, I don't think you can outrun the. He's just gonna burn you to death within the vicinity.
Nope, no way you can leave it in 1 second. And that's gonna be the Tormentor. It goes to. Okay, Timber Saw's fine. You get that flamethrower. It's whatever. Good for taking down buildings, I suppose.
Yeah, I mean, it's multi-purpose, right? Farms faster, buildings, helps, does additional damage to anyone you're diving on top as well. You know, it's okay.
It's got a value.
Yeah, it has something. That's a lot of hats, by the way. It was something I wanted to talk about in the last game. Between execution and 1, 2, 3 on the offense, that's a lot of hats.
Yeah, I think you get a hat every time you're a part of an assist or a kill, and then you lose the hats when you die. Yep. So that's gonna be another one. I have to see like hats that cover this.
I'm more impressed that hat did a ton. No. Yeah, this time. This is not even a Shadow Blade slot. This is just this man just running in with a scepter.
Dude, there's no fear.
No Shadow Dance.
No mana.
Oh, but still get the kill regardless. My God.
Alright. Like you can see how much the flame guard for the Ogre Magi, I think it's called Fire Shield, blocked. It's like something like 85% blocked, but kept them alive till the end, but not nowhere near enough. And now they're going high ground. 20 seconds before the Timber and the Ogre are available. That's looking tough right now for Myth Avenue to defend this, especially because we still have global silence.
Yeah, and
oh, there's no global.
Got the global. Managed to get on top of it, but the shaman still be able to get out of the way scot-free, but then again, they might just lose the mid-tier 1 tower, but mid-tier 3 tower. Yes. But then, you know, that's totally fine for them. You know, the goal was always just to get an objective and get out. They didn't lose anyone's life for it. The Shaman, of course, got a safety net. Should be able to get out of it. But they did expand the global. That's the only thing. But hey, you get a tower, you back out, you wait for the global to get off cooldown, you get back at it again. It's a slow siege, you know, especially when you have the Shaman. You can slowly siege towers at your choosing.
No, it's very worth it for Caterpillar. You know, like throwing out the snakes to get the tower. It's like you said, it's a nice kill. They backed off just in time. Roshan could be up in about 10 seconds here. Alright. Meanwhile though, Invoker, how is he looking at? He is going for Hex next. Not far from it, to be frank. About 2,000 gold total, which is a lot, but he's a core heal farmer very fast. As Bloodthorn comes out for the Slug, again, just more silences and control coming out from this team. I just realized probably that Mask of Madness would be not the best item to have when you're playing against a silencer. Meanwhile, smoke comes up. Caterpillar, who can they find? They still don't have the global or the snakes, but I imagine they're going to be back fairly soon here. Oh, they jump in. Man, Bob has been such a target for them. He's still alive, but the flame shield is nowhere near enough. They might be able to get another kill as well. Oh dear. Perez loses his life as well. That's a 2 for nothing trade. But oh, that's an interesting deal. Coming back. Ogre Magi decides to buy back. They want to go for more, but I don't think this is going to be your fight here. They lose the Timber Saw, but can he get a turn off? There's 3 buybacks.
No way.
Everyone's looking to come back here. Even if you lose the Dragon Knight, it's well worth it. They lose Mazros and they lose OMQ, so maybe a little bit more than you wanted to lose at the end, but it's not bad.
I mean, yeah, it's not bad. 3 buybacks is
Pretty good.
It's a lot, but I mean, but I get what they were trying to go for, right? Like the only time which it feels a lot, they feel like they're strongest, right, is when the globals are off, right? So
yep,
they couldn't. Sadly, majority of the members couldn't sustain for the initial global, from the global silence. But it's after that they got the buybacks, and they're like, you know, let's try to turn things around. We bought back. They're near our outpost. Let's just try to get couple of pickers out of it. Not a lot, but at least you get 2 cores, the Dragon Knight and the Slot. Feels cost heavy, but you get the EXP out of this. This is actually pretty okay.
And one thing about dying when you buy after you buy back is that of course it's much longer.
Yep.
So you kind of would want to buy back and die in the same fight that you win, rather than dying to a pick off later, because then you're out for like 90 seconds, 100 seconds. But I mean, the ideal thing is not having to die to begin with, but you know, let's be honest here.
No one likes to die, man. Everyone wants to live, you know.
I want to live forever.
You know,
I know some people are like, if you live forever, you'll go crazy. I'm like, yes, but I want to live forever.
I mean, I think it's debatable, right? Like people who chases immortality, and then eventually, you know, I mean, we read enough stories in movies, right, where those who ended up becoming or achieving immortality end up, you know, regretting it, you know, that kind of thing.
Yeah, let me try it out, and I'll tell you. You know, like, I'll tell you if I regret it.
Just like a million years later, I'll tell you, you're just writing a book. It's like, yeah, I don't think I feel like I regret it.
It was pretty awesome.
My God, but of course, great silence here. But I don't think anything is going to be able to say today. I love the positioning coming in from after the rain, the Timber Saw as well, ensuring the lead was there's no other direction, safety direction. BKB into the TP. Wow, BKB Shaman here. But you know, usually that would have normally worked if it's just 1 or 2 heroes, but sadly there's just too much damage output coming on top of the Shaman. Yeah, there's no way.
Yep, things are, you know, those pickoffs are a big deal, and guess what? Roshan is available. So Myth Avenue Gaming can turn that into some sort of advantage, and this is the best game we've had so far, as the 2 teams are fairly evenly matched.
And the crazy thing about it is there's no global for a minute here, no refresher. He's queuing up the refresher here, but without any of the core members and without the global here, I think they just have to allow the rush to go.
By the way, with Silencer now, when you only steal 1 intelligence, if you have the shot, you steal 3, but if you don't have you only steal 1, you don't get a whole lot of intelligence from kills. Like, he's only got 13, which is fine.
Yeah, it is fine. It's nothing too crazy. I mean, maybe if you're playing like a DPS silencer, you could probably need something, but you know, he's a support, more playing around, mostly focused primarily around the passive and the global. I think it's still fine.
I guess, but you still the damage. Oh, Chucky has gotten the shot. I believe that gives you what was this? The open wounds ability. I haven't seen life surf. I haven't seen life surf for a while now.
I mean, it's great. Open wounds, great. You get a slow bonus heals as you do damage upon those who get hit by the open wounds. It's nice for him. Probably not great for the team, but just great for him. But 1v1 classic on the two sides, dropping in the shadow dance as well. They try to leap away, gets hit by the shield with glass, and all really pop out of this.
Oh, I found what the shard does. You ready?
Ready.
Wait. Boombi, we'll find Boombi is ready or not. Good force staff.
They get locked down by the southern wall, so he's gonna be able to walk out of the meteor here. But the arrow does land on the Evoker, but no follow-up with it. But the A just gets popped instantly as he gets melted away before he ever had the chance. Now he's back into the fight as well. Straight went for the shaman here. Trying to see if he can maximize the duration of the shackles, but he still died just the same. Evoker gets cut all the way to the back line. The silencer with no global and no damage to contest with all of these strength heroes as well. No choice but to watch his teammate as his allies falls along the sidelines here. And Masteros, he does have a leap charge. Does he knows he's dead? No, the Brand is smart enough. He leaps to safety. Bob just lets him go. He's like, you know what? I can't catch you. Not yet, at least. Goes back to the farm here. But a nice fight. Nice fight, yeah.
Yeah, because they did take out the Aegis out of the hands of the Lifestealer without any commitment. But yeah, the shard on Lifestealer is when you exit Infest, you apply open wounds to all nearby enemies for half the duration, which is bad actually when I think about it. Solid. I feel like I haven't seen some of these heroes for months, and I don't even. I'm like, oh, what does this ability do? Oh, Masteros.
Try to go for it now.
And that tower's gone. Yeah, without Invoker, you lose a lot of your control, but also we are reaching the stage of the game where everyone on the Radiant side is getting some sort of BKB and some Yule, some way to play against all this control.
Which is why we start seeing the Silencer try to rush up that refresher roll for himself. That double global does help as well. It's still BKB piercing, so it's like hit it the first time, you hit it the second time, it would be great. Sure, the other abilities like Shackle won't be able to go through, or the Ice Path, but hey, the Silencer at least still goes through it.
I mean, and plus, it prevents them from wanting to fight, right? Maybe one guy doesn't mind the double silence, but the others do.
Yeah, it's like
as Lifestealer.
You get the first global, you pop the BKB, it's like, aha, I'm fine. And then the second one comes and says, yeah, we're not fine.
Hey, Lifestealer's got Aghanim Scepter. This allows him to infest enemies and do some damage. And disarms them during that time. Very good against the Dragon Knight, who's really the only light. Well, actually, Slark is a good right clear too.
I mean, I think anyone works. It does a lot of damage too. It just works.
Smoke on smoke action. Myth Avenue Gaming, they'd like to get a fight going for them.
Yeah. They definitely feel a lot more better since the life is about to hit that 25. Their last two fights actually been pretty impeccable for the life in terms of the EXP wise. They hit level 25. The Slug is about level 22. He's almost there. He does have the Bible essentially. But you can definitely see the control has definitely slowly shifted back to the It was a little bit of a rocky start before the pre-BKBs, but now the BKBs are here. The stat items is here as well. They got the levels, more stats, and do take into account besides Mirana, we're looking at four really Mirana and the Ember Spirit. Look at 3 really frontal tanks here in the front here. That dishes up pretty decent damage too, yeah.
Especially because, especially with the fire shield. I mean, shield can be dispelled, but if it's not, it blocks a ton of damage. As they really are on these tormentors on the Radiant side.
Yeah, just maximizing all the objectives, right? You get one, move forward, go move forward. Templar's also pretty close to the side of Ice as well. Actually, not close.
He's got. I think he's got the gold for it, right? Yeah.
He definitely has the gold for the Mystic Staff. The recipe, on the other hand. It's
only 600 gold. It's pretty cheap.
Oh, 600? Oh,
yeah. I also think of like it's so expensive, but then you think about the components are super expensive. They're like 2.8, 1.8. The recipe is actually very cheap compared to that.
Yeah.
As
You
Dragon
know-
Knight gets an
No, I was just saying, like, you know what? They should just leave pipe alone, okay? Like, it's that
you think
pipe.
it's been nerfed enough?
It's been nerfed too many times. It's been hurt. It's been gutted, but it's still such a good item. No one can let it go, no matter how expensive it is. There-
I feel like it needs a tiny bit more nerfs, just a little bit, just a little bit. Like reduce the aura. I think it's something like 8% aura or something like that. Make it 6% and I'll be happy.
I thought they really reduced, like they reduced a lot of things, right? From the amount of percentage block, the okay. Let's not talk about the cost, right? Let's just talk about like the ability, the buff itself, right? They already reduced the
Duration?
The duration. They also reduced the amount of magic is blocking. They also reduced the percentage, if I'm not mistaken, as well.
No, the amount to block I think has been the same always,
I
but
thought it dropped
yeah.
it at one point, like years back, like way years back. Many
no,
years
no,
back.
it's got much better because before you used to have more block, but guess what? The amount that you blocked was not reduced by magic resistance.
Right.
But now it is reduced by magic resistance, so it's so much better. But yeah, I'm looking at the nerfs. They've increased. Wait, where is this? I want to see the last bit. Huh? I haven't seen. I can't find the latest changes. That's too bad.
But you know, regardless, that item nerfed too hard. Okay, let's be honest. If the item.
Oh yeah. By the way, you're right. The amount absorbed was reduced by 25, 450 to 425. I don't consider that much of a nerf.
I mean, yeah, but I'm just pointing it out there. It's just like the things that has transpired for that item alone, right? So
It's been a bad time.
Yeah, it's been a rough time, but this guy is like battered and bruised, black and blue, but he still stands strong, man. Like everybody is like, yeah, we can't let go of that item. It's still too good. Maybe okay, like. There was I remember there was a talk I had with another caster, and he said like probably the way he what he mentioned was actually pretty on point. He said like maybe if the pipe aura or the buff can be dispelled, that would be a pretty good balance thing. I'll say that is not gonna balance it. That's gonna gut it entirely. There's maybe one too many ways you could actually dispel the buff on your opposing team. So it's like yeah, you will completely gut the weapon and then. It'll be the era of Mage Slayers for some reason.
3, 2.
No, okay. Here's the thing: if you make it, it's anti-magic, so it shouldn't be dispelled by magic. You know, like that's the logic of the game, and I agree with it. But let's reduce the magic resistance aura a little bit, and it'll be fine. Just a bit. Or remove it entirely. I don't know.
You see, Automa's a bit is more like let's just remove like 10% of it, right?
I mean, it's 8% now. Put it at 5. It'll be good.
I mean, previously it was 10, right? Then it dropped to 8.
Yeah. Yep.
It's like it's getting less and less, my friend. No, stop it.
It is getting less.
It's so expensive, right?
It is very expensive, but it's not more expensive than the Crimson Guards. The same price as the Crimson Guards.
But you know, Crimson Guard has a. I mean, yeah, both the hood and both the pipe and the Crimson Guard has really great
build up.
Yeah, item build up. So yeah, expensive as it is, but it's very versatile, you know.
Nice, Chucky goes up, gets the ward removed. I'd say that I like Crimson Guard's build up more because you can get the Vanguard, which is a nice bit of health, whereas pipe, you usually buy the cloak, then you have to get Ring of Tarask, and that's super expensive.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, if I'm not mistaken, the Vanguard can also be disassembled, right? Like you can break it to both the ring of. Could you? Wait, hold on.
I think it can, but I don't know. I haven't had a reason to disassemble it.
It's not like the arcane boots now. Last time you get the orb and the boots last time. Now is now you can't because it becomes the ring of Basilisk, right? The build up now.
Yes, okay, but yeah, it no longer uses the energy booster.
Yeah, I mean like, but I mean it's still pretty okay, right? Like, especially for support for Ring of Basilisk, you build up towards it. It's not bad.
Yeah, but in the old days you could get an energy booster and you'd have like you get an extra 300 mana with a healing replenish on top of it. That was good stuff. Yeah. As top lane, Fearless needs to be careful.
The smoke, he gets to die. Sadly, the Timber chain as well. The Infest as a procs through. Invoker was able to get Fearless, was able to get out on time. But
Red
then again,
Rebels.
Masteros, he wants to get a couple of damage in. The Ghost Scepter does buy the necessary amount of time. Gets out of the global here by side. I don't think the same can be said for the Yoga Magi here. He will fall here. But Timber chased into the mix as well, popping the BKBs here. No more global silence. They managed to survive the initial phase except for the Yoga Magi. Now it's for them to be on the hunt, to be on the aggression here. The Infest committed on top of the Dragonite here. Trying to do some so small of fun damage here. But it looks like they're going to be trading for support unless they want to try to get a couple more. No more BKB on Q. A buyback coming from the Shaman here. Are they going to try to greed for this? I don't think so. However, for Masteros, gotta be careful for that. Gotta respect it. And both will fall back to this here. Buybacks was committed here. And I guess you could say we're back on the board here.
Very even footing in the end of it, right? They both lose their support. Unfortunately, yeah, it look like it's so close.
Close, yeah.
Tiny bit of gold here, tiny bit of EXP here. I think this Lyster is proving to be a real problem. They can't burst him down. He's actually the strongest player on the map. I'm surprised by this. Oh, good Hex.
Oh no, the Hex. After the Evoker, can they try to finish him out? So he does have the BKB, tries to run out of it, but the Shaman for the buyback becomes the dieback here, and the Evoker falls too. He does have the buyback though. Well, can the same be said for Bombui? No, it's not. 99 seconds without the global. Sure, you can get the buyback, you can clear out the waves, but hey, you know, at least thank God the lanes are not so pushed in.
Shadow Shaman uses buyback, and they know this on Myth Avenue. So they're like, yo, guys, if we can go, we have a whole minute to do what we want with this map. Mazros is pushing top lane just to ensure that at least not all three lanes are in trouble, but youch.
Yeah, it is youch. Sure. And of course, thank God for all this, you know, some of the magic damage output. The mage layers that definitely is it's really great for us to amplify on all these heroes with the Sleight of Fist as well. Anyway, the Roche banner is great, even though they put the glyph, it doesn't matter. The Roche banner is there. We keep all those minions nice and alive.
I'm a big fan of the current Roshan banner. It feels like it's a good way to keep a push going.
No, I'm a big fan of it too. If it's on my side.
I'm a bigger fan.
It's
my favorite item.
Yeah, I know it's your favorite item. It's also my favorite item. If it's on my if my team is using it. If the opposing team is using it, then I'm not. Oh, there is the buyback for the silencer here.
Yep. They were trying to force it. They're like, yo, we're gonna go all the way to your throne. You better buy back. They got one, they don't agree for more.
Let's shift the Ogre Magi here. They have the BKB in the hand. Here comes the global on the other hand. Ogre trying to pop the ghost at them, but it doesn't matter. He does have the way to dispel it here, and will try to point. BKB comes in. Couldn't find anyone in hand here, but he just managed to drop out the silver wall to lock down the Timber Saw here. Still has the BKB, will be able to Timber chain out to safety, but no more BKB. And the arrow lands on the slot. He tried to fight his way through, trying to sustain his life, but no, he died for 100 seconds. And the DK, no BKB. Dragon Form can only sustain as long as possible. Goes in with the BKB, but he drops in the Infest. Fearless, gotta be careful, buddy. You can't afford to die at this moment of time. OQ will have to succumb to his fate here. 3 dead for the longest of the time here, and they will seize the tower. The lifesteal is still alive and well.
I mean, Dragonite buys back, wants to go into the breach for sure, but it is going to be a 2 versus 4. Maybe not 1 versus 4.
God, gone, dusted by back here. Can they try to make the difference here? But the Dragonite without the dragon form here is just a mere human with a heavy shield and armor. Masterus calls the GG. Ladies and gentlemen, Myth Avenue Gaming will secure the first win in this Group D series here. Well done.
And very likely putting themselves basically in the playoffs already, because Rogue Squad we mentioned was definitely a distant third to these two teams. And Myth Avenue, after what was a pretty rough start, and I would say nearly a weaker draft, they still managed to come through with it.
Yeah.
I underestimate the strength of a Leicester. I do this a lot. I think Leicester, he's not that good. He's kind of weak. And then I see him playing. I'm like, oh shit, he's actually very, very powerful.
No, I mean, he has always been great against strength heroes in the first place, right? With the feats and everything, he's just able to just sustain so much. It's just that I don't think we don't see him as a, like, even back last year, right? Last few months.
Yeah.
He's has always been like that pick where it's just more like, you know, if the against all odds and there's like no other viable range hero picks as well, we might as well just pick out the lifestealer, that kind of thing. Yeah.
Then the ability to also disarm, like, in all of these fights, he gets on OMQ, and OMQ is like, I can't actually hit anyone, guys.
Yeah.
Like, I'm just there. You can look at Umq, he has the least assists in this game because he's not able to spread the damage to anyone else. And, man, how much damage did Lifestealer do? It's not that much, only 35,000, but it feels like it was a lot more when he was playing.
No, because I mean he was a lot more subtle in the early phase because you know the global presented a lot of huge team fight abilities, or at least the early game dominance initially. So we didn't see a lot of massive team fights, just a lot more skirmishes. The Lifestealer, Watermelon at least in this case, was just farming majority of the time. I think it's only when he got this Radiance that it escalated a lot more faster, a lot more incredible, a lot more significant as well. So yeah, you know, they did a really great job, like really, I guess in a way, turtling it out until they got to the point of their peak when they just decided, you know what, we got the BKBs, we got the Stelliters, we got the ACs, we got the Shivas, let's just take the fight head on. Like, it got to a point where only Ogre can die. Like, Ogre was the only one they could kill. Everyone else was just like, completely untouchable. They're like, yeah, he has so much armor, so much resistances. Yeah, it was just a little bit too good here. Yeah,
they have to catch them with like Hex, which we saw they had, but you know, then like the Fire Shield, by the way, was a huge deal this game. So many times you catch someone, Fire Shield comes out. Remember, if you have Fire Shield on, you block 3 attacks, and you can also apply it because the duration is much longer than the cooldown. So you can have Fire Shield, 6 hits that do no damage. That adds a ton of survivability.
Oh yeah, it really does.
Yeah, it's a refraction charge for everyone, basically. Kind of. Oh, it works.
But other than that, again, unfortunately, Team Caterpillar will be shut down by Myth Avenue Gaming for another tournament in a row.
Oh,
that is...
Well...
That is
it's
unfortunate.
It's tough. It's rough to see.
I mean, the thing is this, right? Like, have you ever heard of the term fate, right, Otomo? It's like, you see a particular team... Like
Never heard of it.
The thing is this, right? It's like you fought against the first team, right? You fought against the first team. You get denied by him. You're like, you know, it's fine. It's the first guy. You go join another tournament, back-to-back tournament. You fight this. You run into the same exact guy. He shuts you down the second time. It's like, hey, that's 2 times the charm. Maybe that's not going to be a third. And then the third time comes in. At that point, people just be like, yeah, maybe it's just fate, man.
Yeah. No, I believe
like I say,
in...
it feels like fate. Not, I didn't say it is fate. No, I just say it feels like fate at that moment, you know?
No fate, but what we make is how I believe it. True. That's how we work. And right now, Myth Avenue, though, unfortunately, their fate is no longer in their hands. They had a chance to make it, but they don't. But they didn't, sorry. They lost to... Caterpillar lost to Myth Avenue, and now it's up to... the next game, up to Rogue Squad to get them a victory, which is unlikely, but possible.
I mean, the chances is there.
Oh, yes.
We won't say it's not, but of course, there's not a lot of there's not info to play around with. So probably 1 or 2 players. We do have a little bit of history, but what about the synergy about this current roster, this current composition? How well will it fare? Because so far, we saw Caterpillar going all in with this. It has been absolutely fantastic. I think it hit its limit at a certain timing. Then after that, it was just like Myth Avenue Gaming time. They just felt like they just turtled it out. They're like, all right, we have our item. They hit their max limit. This is our moment. This is our time. They really roll with this. I think that series alone would have probably been a little bit different if it was a best of 3. But unfortunately, it is a best of 1 round robin. So that is going to be Caterpillar's only chance to try to steal a point off of Myth Avenue Gaming. Because as you mentioned before, Tomo, the team which has the most points, or I guess 2 points here, will solidify themselves in the playoffs itself this weekend.
Yeah, the next match is pivotal. Rogue Squad has to take a game. Otherwise, the last match of the game is irrelevant, right? Rogue Squad versus Caterpillar. If they lose, that's it. So it'll all come to that.
Right.
Well, it's fun for me. You can all see like Leonard doing production stuff, and I'm just like, yeah, having fun.
I mean, you're the star of the show, you know, that kind of thing.
Hardly.
I'm
the players are the star.
Yeah, of course, the players are the stars, man. Our observer is also the star, man. Like he's doing a lot of good work, showing us really great intel. You know, great games. I don't think we ever miss. We didn't miss any of the like major fights so far. So thank you so much for observers. You know. Not too many.
It's not too many. I was gonna be. I was worried you were gonna say we haven't missed any kill, and I'm like, it's a couple. But yeah, all goods for us so far. But you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna be taking a little bit of a break right now. We're gonna come back to you guys with game number two. It's gonna be Myth Avenue versus Rogue Squad. All the marbles on that one. If Myth Avenue take it, they're guaranteed themselves a spot on playoff. If Rogue Squad does an upset though, the final match of the day will actually matter. So we're gonna go, guys, and we'll see you when the break is over, when we're back with the draft.
for me, I swear. And I know the stars are listening. We can stay or we can visit them. So let's go. Have you ever tried to fly? In the sky, cause the night is ours. On our way to Mars. Let me take you higher than where we are. So high now, there's no fun to come down to. Have you ever tried to fly?
Hello and welcome back to the group stage of Asia Pacific Predator League for 2025. I'm Atomo, join me is Leonard, and we're going to be doing more of the group stage for this $100,000 tournament, of which 65,000 goes to the winner. 65. Leonard, if I gave you $65,000, what would you do with it?
Invest.
Right.
Invest.
Cool.
Investing in, you know, fixing my house. That's for starters. It's an old house. She has a lot of leaks, a lot of holes. All things need to patch things up. And speaking of patching things up, let's see whether Rogue Squad is going to be able to take a point off of Myth Avenue Gaming, because I just got the call that the drafting is already somewhat ready for these guys. So let's just quickly shift into the drafting until well.
We are moving quick today, as yes, we are in the draft already. So Rogue Squad, not as much info about them. I know I've seen Check Chili and Lurez name. I feel like I've seen some of these names before. Maybe it was ISF, maybe it was other tournaments, but not quite the same household name that Myth Avenue Gaming is. Now, why does this match matter? If Myth Avenue wins it, they automatically qualify to playoffs. They automatically get themselves some money, and they'll be playing on Sunday. If Rogue Squad wins, we have potential for tiebreakers. Although, I guess...
Because
sorry?
No, I was saying like tiebreaker is great, right? Because like you have a tiebreaker that just gives a chance, like for Team Caterpillar, for example, they'd be like, all right, great, that we get a second chance here. But you know, then again, at the same time, it's like what you talked about like 2 series before this, right? This is a major tournament with a lot of things in life besides the financial value, Otomo. Okay, there's a lot of there's a lot of pride, a lot of pride and honor that comes with this to win this kind of tournaments as well. So, I mean, of course, it's not a straight win. This is just to allow this team in this group stage to solidify themselves in the playoffs. And speaking of which, Otomo, your favorite hero is here, the Flex Gyrocopter here, and hopefully it will stay Flex if the Morphling ever gets first pick here. I mean, it is a strong. I mean, it can be a nice strong opening.
It's already banned out though. There's no Morphling because Myth Avenue already banned it out.
So small, my god, yeah.
Yeah, it's very tiny because I remember in one of the games I was like, is that, I can't tell if that's a Terrorblade or a Spectre because they both have very dark portraits, and I was like, I'm gonna give up
And
and
the
just
color,
hope it's a
the
Terrorblade.
color scheme is like dark red and light red. For the band section.
By the way, so you're one of those people who's like, money isn't everything.
I mean, yeah, it's all
money
about
bad.
the honor, man. You know, the privilege. You know.
I'm all about the Benjamins, right?
I
You
know, because you have all the honors, you have all the pride. Of course, there's nothing left but the Benjamin.
Of course.
I don't have
dire.
either,
No,
so I gotta work with what I got, man. And speaking of which, finally, Shadow Demon, like one of the most sought out, also been quite contested and banned out. Shadow Demons was able to be released here, and this does shut down a lot of potential hero picks on the Rogue Squad side because you can't go for bad riders anymore or any of the like lockdown abilities or single target lockdown abilities because actually or any strong execution abilities because Shadow Demon just saves your allies at any point of time with the disruptions here. It's not just good for saving, but it's also great against like cores because you can actually get a really good, like if you're going up against a Terrorblade, right, you disrupt him, you get a free Terrorblade with a Metamorphosis illusion and start hammering the back lines.
Yep. Yeah, this is an interesting pick by firstly, Shadow Demon has been nerfed quite heavily recently, and secondly, he's not great against Gyrocopter because the copies of the Gyro aren't very good. However, most of the time we do see disruption being used as a save, not as an offensive tool. As ooh, the Dark Willow comes out. Okay.
Which is also one of the few go-to post 4s and post 5. Actually, no, I think she's more of a post 4 now, right? She's like a secondary Hoodwing with the new change to a Shadow Realm, right? She does a lot more damage. The facet is also great, especially since the Cursed Crown facet got nerfed. So everyone started opting for the Shadow Realm one. So you pretty much became like a secondary Hoodwing here.
I mean, she's always been a good damage dealer, you know, so that, but I do like your point that now everyone's like, yeah, the Shadow Realm, so you can do more damage, it's better, the facet and everything like that. What are they going to go with though? If Rogue Squad takes a support or a carry, they're revealing where Gyrocopter is going to go. So I think it's most likely going to be a mid or an off right now. Just to flex my favorite hero, apparently.
True. And
it's not my thing.
The crazy thing about it, Otoma, we don't have to mention about the Puck and the Lina anymore, since both Puck and Lina got banned out relatively early, actually.
Oh no!
Yeah, very.
We haven't seen a single Lina or Puck today, actually.
Puck, understandable, because he's been getting banned, right? Like, but Lina on the other hand, she hasn't been banned yet. I think this is our first game where Lina actually got banned here. Like it was an option, yeah. If I'm not mistaken.
You might, I think it might have been banned another game, but I'm not sure. As Rogue Squad, they take a long time with this one. They take the Ogre, they reveal instantly that the Gyrocopter is going to be a carry, unless it's something crazy like Ogre Core, which I have seen, but... Oh no, to be honest, Ogre Core was quite meta at one point, where you rush the Hand of Midas into aura items and you're just unkillable.
Oh, great. Okay, so... So this is interesting, right? Because usually these are heroes that thrives on running you down, right? That kind of thing.
Yeah.
So, and not to say that they're not confident the hero, but they still picked it into a Dark Willow. I mean, you know, Dark Willows with the Bramble Maze, right? Has been quite a nuisance for all those heroes that really like to run you down. I mean, it's mitigated away once you get the BKB, but it does take some time for some of these heroes to get those BKB out. Marcy in particular, Marcy supports takes relatively quite a while too. Razor is not... Razor BKB is not really like your first item. You're not a primal beast where you need... where BKB is an option for you. You definitely need some stat items to try to sustain. And I love this, right? So I was very concerned how the Terrorize is going to be playing alongside with the Dark Willow on Rogue Squad, because Terrorize... Gyro really likes to play around people who's like running around his vicinity, but with Terrorize it tends to send them away. But with the Mass Arena of Blood, you can actually get really nice combinations with the Terrorize. Something like how you have a Phoenix Egg with the Mars Ultimate. So it's pretty nice.
Another thing is that also it prevents the Shadow Demon from saving if you take the facet.
Oh, you can't see.
Yeah, I can't see. But a lot of Shadow Demons will use the Shadow Poison, and you do get that 1 second of vision inside as it travels. It's not much, but you have... Yeah, it's just a little bit. Pango can also roll in with his ultimate. This Mars pick is 50-50 with the Mars pick. I'm not feeling like it's the most amazing thing in the world. By the way, Io is in the pool. We'll see if Rogue Squad lets it go, because if they do, they're saying we're willing to play against Io Marcy.
Even less now.
It's a risky proposition. I feel like Io Marcy is beatable, but it's definitely not easy to beat.
I mean, of course, with the sidekick, the additional bonus damage and life is always, you know, it was always a plus for anyone who lanes with her. And her reach is pretty great. I don't. This is definitely going to be a post for Marcy.
Nothing is.
Yeah.
Nothing is definitive, my friend.
Yeah.
Unless we see. You know, it's like. Oh, they take out Leicester.
Yeah, I haven't seen a post for Shadow Demon unless, like, you know, it's another, you know, unless you're comparing between lane compositions here, or you have like two very similar post 5 heroes here being selected at the same time, so it's just a matter of which one lanes better with who. But I think this one is could be a little bit more clear cut. I could be wrong, depending who they pair, but of course they go with the Void Spirit. One of the few mid heroes, like elusive mid heroes, that usually is picked out when both the Puck, the Ember, usually the common mid heroes are being banned out here. You know, it feels like Void comes in last.
10 seconds.
Yeah, I'm not sure how I feel about this Void Spirit pick. Who they go with? They go for the Timber. It's gonna be support Marcy, Timbersaw against Void, Mars, and Ogre. Even the Dark Willow, you know, Shadow Rumbling doesn't do anything for you. I don't know. I really don't like the last pick, Void Spirit.
Relatively odd, but you know, I think it's just something more of a comfort pick here, right? Because some heroes a little bit too flex. I think he just went. From Rogue Squad, I think he just went with his gun and just say, like, you know what, not too sure what's gonna be the lineup. A lot of heroes gonna be diving upon you. So, like, usually, right, if Puck was still in the game, if Puck was being selected by Myth Avenue Gaming, I could have probably suggested to go for the sniper, but after reviewing the lineup again, you're gonna be like picking, like, when you're trying to pick like those range mid laners, you do really need to take into account of things like who's gonna be able to get to those backlines really easy. Razors, you got Razors, you got Timbersaws, you got a lot of these divers as well. So not to say that they don't have their own, not to say that they can't build the item respectively or have their own disengagement abilities, but you do just want to have someone that a little bit more comfortability. And with the Void Spirit, I guess with the Scepter, you can be pretty disruptive with the silence. Not that it's gonna affect any of those heroes too much, of course. Some might feel the effect, like Timbersaw, for example. Probably won't like the brief silence that comes with the Scepter. But we'll just have to see how well it goes on the next one.
Alright, we'll see how it goes. By the way, who is the person in front for Myth Avenue Gaming? The one in the middle? Because I think he was teammates with Nothing to Say. I remember I saw him at the esports award show, accepting awards for him. I think it's him, but I could be wrong. Alright, everyone's saying good luck to the enemy team.
Fun, yeah. Right. At least now we don't have to be concerned between mispronouncing Bombi and Bombui.
You're right. That was a bit of a nightmare the previous game.
Sorry, not Bombui or Bombui. It's Boombi and Boombui. The double O's, I forgot. It's not a singular O, it's double O's.
They're saying like no toxic. This is just normal
this is
game.
Single O. Yeah, this is single O. It's Bombi. Yeah, okay.
Well, by the way, I love how everyone starts off with so much stats. Just stats. It gives you a little bit of regen, a little bit of extra damage and durability. It's all very nice.
Well, everyone likes stats. I haven't run into a person that doesn't like stats.
Well, allow me to introduce myself.
Okay, which hero then?
No, stats are good, definitely. But I feel like I'm playing a lot of boots early heroes at the moment, so I don't get as much stats. I'm T-Spirit Breaker, and I have to get boots on these guys.
Oh, so you're still playing around with the Spirit Breaker in your Immortal games, is it?
Yeah, of course. Oh. He's the best hero in the game.
I thought you took a step back from it.
For a while, but now I'm back on him. I think I'm like 7 wins in a row with him right now, as I start from Myth Avenue to get a good D ward right there, and they remove their own observer as well. Solid opening.
I mean, it's definitely a little bit more of a quieter start compared to the last two series that we had, where we saw a couple of clashes, a couple of invasion, like really aggressive invasion as well. It's a little bit more on the mild side, but hey, Pangolium mid against the Void Spirit. I think this is something that was pretty common that we see back into the round as well. But who is a more threatening roamer between the two?
Well, I think I kind of like the Void Spirit more because you don't have to worry about your ultimate as much. Like the cooldown's very low, you have 2 charges of it. Whereas Pango without roll is very different. And it's quite a much longer cooldown. So I like Void Spirit more. As Eris takes a bit of damage here. Alright, so bottom lane is going to be the Dark Willow and the Mars versus the Marcy and the Razor. I kind of favor the Rogue Squad on this one.
For the lane, for the game.
For the lane. I feel like the Mars gives you quite a bit of durability. He can push the Razor away with a spear if he gets like linked to it, and Marcy can't really do too much. Like if she goes close, she gets murdered by these two.
Yeah, I was just thinking about it too, right? Like that lane, like even if they want to try to maximize the damage, they just can't, because every time we static lanes, he just gets hit by the spear of Mars and it just breaks the lane. I mean, it depends on how far he goes with it, right? Yeah. I mean, if the Razor plays smart with it, he could try to juke out the spear, or maybe be in a position where he, even if he spears, it still wouldn't drag him that far to break the link unless he walks out of it.
Exactly.
But Bob,
I mean, that's that's some damage. It's alright. Oh, almost get a kill on Eris.
That's a lot of bonus step to whip. Whoops.
Evil Ash.
Oh, I played with the trees. Yeah, thank God for that.
Well, a couple of whips on Dark Willow. Oh, Shake Chili loses his life. That's tough. I was gonna say that the one lane that I do favor Myth Avenue is in the top lane. Will he be blocked? No, doesn't like it. Oh, yes.
Yeah, he can be blocked, and he's getting all those charges in.
Big boy.
Oh, okay, wait.
Oh,
he can't sustain.
Who blocked too? Dog on the head. Well, not my Pegasus, by the way. He's like, yeah, I recognize I can actually turn around, kill, and punch in the face. Level 1 Shadow Realm is very weak. Even level 2 is not much. It's like once level 3 or 4, that's when you feel the damage.
Yeah, I mean, and you could definitely tell he was very confident about it, right? He's like just thinking about it. He's like, wait a minute, I'm a beefy guy. You're just a shadow demon. Hey, I'm not stuck with you. You're stuck with me. It's absolutely just
like
the guy.
Like you make 2 copies, but they are pale imitations. They are nothing to me. Yeah. Just like other laptops are pale imitations of the Predator Triton 16. Ah.
Really great.
How was that?
Yeah,
good one?
Yeah,
that was a good one?
But sadly, it's not as good as the functionality of the 1916.
Ah, well,
beautiful.
Well said.
Beautiful.
Well said.
By the way,
and
guys,
it's not as beautiful
yeah?
as when Predator gives us the laptop for free.
Ah, that is most likely going to be in our dreams, my friend.
Well, they are wonderful and beautiful dreams.
Yeah.
We hope the Predator.
Yeah, sadly, it's a dream that's very far away. But you know, other than that, rebound into the Bramble. Oh, unfortunately, got rebuked into a secondary Bramble. That's actually pretty interesting. I never really saw that one before.
Yeah, I was also thinking. I was like, yeah, you could probably just push them, can't you? I mean, I've seen them speared into more than one Bramble.
Yeah, but I never seen like the God's rebuke. Just like the knockback is not that far. It's just probably a step back. So pretty interesting. Okay.
I think it knocks you back more the closer you are, because it knocks you like a certain distance away from Mars.
Yeah.
So if you're very close, it will knock you away. So there's a good chance you can get to. As playstyle actually dies in the mid lane, Bob getting himself a kill, might be getting himself another one as well. Oh dear.
Especially since the Void Spirit doesn't really have his level 6 yet, so there's no way for him to really like get out of those tight spots. But he got the Ignite in on top of the Blood Grenade, popped in the Fairy Fire. Yeah, oh no, unless the Void Spirit has something to say about no, he's out of range.
He's only level 4 as well. He's not gonna be able to get. Oh no.
Oh no, Creep's got in the way.
Bombi may have made a tiny mistake just now. He actually like cancelled the shadow, like he called in the damage for the shadow poison. Better if he had just kept attacking. Oh. Okay. If he had kept attacking, he would have added that stacking 2% damage, and maybe it would have added up to killing him, because he did get a few attacks off after the shadow poison was used.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, what's it called? Soul poison release or soul release, something like that. I was
Did
like,
the Shadow Demon went for the dissimulate facet, or did he went for the disruption? I forgot to check.
When we click on him, I'll tell you.
Yeah, right.
I know them by sight.
Alright. Oh.
Oh.
Wow. Yeah, you gotta be careful about it. Timbersaw, absolutely shredding. Still intends to find the Ogre Magi if he can. Bombi slowly walking his way through. Oh, it is the dissimulate. Yeah, he went for the dissimulate facet. Alright, that's cool.
It's the better one, honestly. I like that one so much more.
I prefer that too. I mean, like 2 months ago, I think people were still using the disruption one. I'm not sure why, because like I feel like the dissimulate, right? You can use it offensively and offensively, right?
Yes.
Give to your allies to get that additional bonus. No, it's not a lot, but it's something, right? You get
It's a it's damage. All damage counts as Can they? He wants to time it just right. I think he got it.
Yeah, he got
Beautiful timing.
Bouncing back and forth. Got a DD in hand. That's going to be a beautiful shield crash to get the kill on playstyle. That's going to be the second time he fell in that middle lane. It was a little bit of a back and forth between the two, but after that first death, it gave a slight lead. But now it's just somewhat cemented it for him now.
Look at the CS difference. Oh dear. Bamboo. Nice spear throw. But
they got the slow, they got some damage in, but you know, Pampu won't fall, but you know, it's just to burn out the region. After on the other hand, wow, Shake Chili.
That's a so. By the way, he's been alone in the top lane. He got a solo kill on the Pegasus. Now he's getting another one, Shake Chili.
Which I'm actually pretty surprised, because usually, like, I believe like last year, right? Like a lot of people likes to go, especially since Timbersaw was like the go-to offlane, right? Everyone's like always either banning it or picking it first. Like it was like always first pick Timbersaw, and everyone always try to prep that gyro, right? Because it's a hybrid damage dealer. Since physical doesn't really do much for the Timbersaw, that's where the rocket barrage comes in. So to see the Timbersaw really overwhelming the gyro is actually pretty impressive to me, actually.
This was a very interesting move bottom lane. Do you see that? They're all level 4s and 5s. No one has an ultimate. They try to like rotate. That's odd. And I know what you mean, right? Like if you have a solid clockwork with an afterburn gyrocopter, you can do decently against Timbersaw. Or an ogre, I guess, but not this one.
Yeah, I guess he was away from the lane a little bit too long. That shield crash damage, my god. Bob comes in, gets cancelled out by the fire blast here, but that's totally fine. He's still got the rolling down there, he's still doing the DPS, and he's literally denying playstyle from every angle of escape here. Not able to secure the rune, unfortunately. It's going to be the shield rune. Well, let's see what he's going to be able to kill on Pegasus. Bouncing back and forth here. Great rotation coming alongside. Dark Widow comes in with the Bramble Maze here. Shadow Demon will be taken to the brunt of the damage here. Bombi will fall here. Disruption comes in out for the save, but trying to go for the setups here. And Bob's all alone is 1v3. Well, where's the rest of the squad? We did see the initial portal TP from both the Razor and the Marcy. So they went to the top side to swap out the lanes. The Timbersaw's going back down to the fountain. Yeah, pretty much all swap lanes, yeah.
After we nearly died. By the way, Pegasus was amazing. He stood right next to the cliff because when you are hit by Pango, you like move 50 units.
Yep.
Because when you're up in the air. So he's like, if you hit me, I move to safety. If you don't hit me, then I'm safe anyway. So that was just a very nice move by him. Oh!
After rain. Where is he at? Oh, it's at the bottom side. Okay, yeah. So he went back to base. Basically just swap lanes. He just TP bottom. Got a beautiful shroud on the Mars.
After the rain comes the pain. So that's
no, it was supposed to be after the rain, the rainbow and sunshine. Not the pain.
Not this one. not this one.
No, what do you mean not this one? It should be the same thing.
There's not much sunshine coming in for Rogue Squad. Things don't shape up very quickly.
You're breaking the Mars heart, let's be honest. Okay, Otomo, he expects after the rain to be rainbows and sunshine. Sadly, it's not going to be the same here. Rolling Thunder comes in. The storm has arrived. Constantly knocking back and forth here, locking playstyle in place. I don't think playstyle ever had a chance. He's literally positioned between four different types of corners of the cliff there. It's constantly being knocked back. And sadly, he couldn't do an absolute thing. All he could do is just watch from the sidelines. And Pegasus here expended all he could. Now his mana is relatively low. The strength is going to be guaranteed shredded out by Afterburn. My god. Absolutely dominated.
It's looking pretty bad, honestly, right now for Rogue Squad. Oh, okay, Shake Chili throws his ultimate, but he's just, you know, there's no spin. He's just gonna make it out just fine.
Yeah. Tower.
Yeah,
yep.
Rogue Squad, by the way, their damage is not very burst, nor is it heavy single target. It's like nice spread damage, you know, Mars, Gyrocopter, even to a certain extent Void Spirit, which means it's very bad to bring down a Timber Saw. You know, Timber Saw is just gonna be like, yeah, you guys don't burst me, and you don't have a whole lot of it anyway.
I mean, it feels definitely a lot more like the damage is just really dependent on both Void and the Gyro itself. But you know, Gyro is not really in a good place at the current moment. He really needs to try to farm to get the necessary items out. But until then, it's just gonna be primarily just the Void, which is unfortunately he was in a really tough, stuck between a rock and a hard place just now initially at the river. But I love the priority targeting, right, from the rest of the team. They're like, you know what, we don't really care about the Mars, we don't really care about the supports, we just want the Void. The Void, if playstyle goes, then the game goes in our favor entirely as well.
Especially because also, even if you shut down a Mars, if he has a Blink Dagger, he can still make plays. Whereas a shutdown Void Spirit is very different. And oh, well, why not shut down whoever you can, right? Whoever shows up, just kill him.
But I can say I'm rather impressed because it's so difficult as it is to control a spirit without like instant stuns or decent control. They don't really have a lot except for the rebound, but that's not really a stun, it's just more like a reposition kind of thing.
Oh, almost. Erica does. That's a good kill. Eris loses his life. Playstyle gets himself something going on the board. Needs to stab a few more times, but the haste rune does help.
And here's another, and also on topic on Eris, right, with the Marcy. I think this Marcy is one of the few supports where, with your ult alone, you can actually either do significant damage or actually get a pick off if you want to with the unleash.
Oh yeah, BKB Basher are. I remember at one point people also get Armlet, but that's more of a core item. But just, you know, BKB and Basher, and that's all you need. Especially because the other side doesn't actually have anything that pierces BKB, which, you know, just turn it on, you punch whoever you want. If you could punch anyone in the world, who would you punch, Leonard?
I would rather not punch. I'm a firm believer of
non-violence.
No, not to say non-violence. I won't initiate a fight, but I'm more of an eye-to-eye. Like if you hurt me, then yeah, I will. But I won't start the hurting.
I understand. You prefer to take eyes if we're punching people. As some of my videos, yeah, holy shit!
Absolutely just grouped up perfectly for after rain, man. They're all just clogged up and beautiful. By the way, beautiful place, bro. It would have been great if the Timber Saw wasn't, if after rain wasn't insane. Like he just absolutely shredded everybody.
Bob showed up and lost his life in the end, but he didn't actually give away any XP. And 3 for 1. You know, I remember I talked to you, Bob is a very high-risk player, and that's just kind of the moves he make. Baiting everyone to jumping on him as a Pango, knowing that after rain will finish it up.
But I mean, in this case, it somewhat fits his personality, right? This playstyle, playing with the Pangolier, because it's not like he's a sniper or like an Ember Spirit kind of thing where your role is not as important. At least with the Pangolier, you're meant to be disruptive. If you can get a kill, of course, that's fantastic. If not, you're just being disruptive. Just jump in, do the damage, break the shields, get the rolling damage, get all the knockups. Yeah.
Like if at any point you're in trouble, you just double jump and you get a huge shield, because that is what that is the fastest kill. Oh, Pegasus! Oh, Pegasus!
God. Oh, Spirit actually. Oh, here comes the unleash. Let's go. Toss back into Pangolier. Shield crash. Pampu, I'm sorry, buddy.
I think he was very close to his arena available, but just does not have it yet.
I don't think you would want to come in. I think he shouldn't have come in, even if he had the arena, since the Void's not nearby anyway. I mean, I guess he had a TP, but oh no, he had no TP, yeah, so more reason to not come in. Wait for a better opportunity.
The farm is getting scary now. Pampu is barely ahead of the Shadow Demon. He is losing. Oh, well, our Shadow Demon's having an amazing game, however you want to look at it.
Yep.
Bob. Yes, one jump. Bomb B. Hasn't the jump?
Yeah.
Ooh.
Disruption. Is excessive. Which is what I'm saying.
11-0 and 2.
This is what I'm saying. Right? I'm relatively impressed. Going up against a spirit without decent control is actually very impressive. We're gonna see this often.
Evil Ash gets a good terrorize off, and my god,
he's
it's
just
9.
gone, dude. Yeah.
I'm like, it's 19-5. I don't know
The
how
11,000
this
gold
turns.
lead, yeah.
Don't look good.
The gyro, I think, he's about 700 gold from his staff of wizardry from the scepter here. So that's gonna give or take maybe another minute. At least another minute. I don't think we're gonna be seeing anytime soon. And even with the scepter, I don't think he can really join the site. Yeah.
Yeah, are you able to like calculate the gold that people can farm? Because I'm usually a little bad at it. I'm a support, so I'm like, oh, 500 gold. That'll take like 2 minutes, and then like he's a carry player. Yeah, he farms that in 40 seconds.
I'm not as accurate for all heroes. I think only for certain heroes I'm actually pretty on point. Like things like, for example, like flash farmers like Lunas or gyros. I think that one I can. That one, Medusa, like Medusa. I'm pretty on point roughly on how it is, especially depending on what items they have. But if you ask me about anything else like life stealers and everything, or Ursas without battle fury, yeah, if you ask me like how long will it take for him to at least like to accumulate 1,000 gold, I'll be like, I have no idea, man. He has no like inbuilt farming abilities. I can't tell for that.
And it's always there faster than you expect, right? Because you're like, I don't think it's go that way.
I mean, it's either slower or faster. It's either one of the two, you know. But I did see a TP towards the bottom side, though.
Ooh. Oh, I was like, well, Evil Eye loses his life. Bobby gets a kill, and it's Agam Scepters are coming. That'll be nice, along with Pampu's Blink Dagger. I feel like that's going to be your last chance to really get the game back in your control.
I'm just concerned it might be a bit too late. It feels like it's relatively too low.
Ooh.
Oh, it's okay. It's still a setup regardless. My god, that is a lot of hat. How is that? How is the Christmas hats like still maintaining its tower like, with this high mobility like Timbersaw? My god, yeah, he definitely he has a scepter. Calls the call down here, but then again, he does have the Timbersaw has his own personal scepter, so he's able to tank a lot of these. Takes him down, has the mana pull for it. Try to juke around the trees. He does have the afterburner for the bonus movement speed.
Not for long. Oh, you enjoy. It takes them forever, but they are going to be able to get it. It's just death by 1,000 cuts. However, Pampu finishes the Blink Dagger. Oh, and look at the hats that Timbersaw has. Have you seen how many he has?
A lot. It's
a lot.
Just like his net worth is 12,000, by the way. Dude, he is all over the place, man. Like, if he gets a Blink Dagger, I think that's just gonna enable him a little bit too much. Yeah. Oh, there's the harpoon into the dark without Evil Ash. Sadly, although yes, you are gonna be able to mitigate away from physical damage, but area knockup, that's not gonna work too well for Evil Ash, unfortunately. The Shadow Realm does die. No more terrorize for the next 25 seconds here. But it seems like the team members are everything here. Just gonna prioritize and just getting back.
Yep. And then that's solo kill. Solo kill?
What? Wait. I mean, was playstyle low in the first place? By chance, maybe?
I mean, we don't know, but one has to sort of assume. That's a good kill.
Spear into the arena. But however, here comes the counter initiation. So harpoon on top of the gyro counter. Sorry, Chile. His teammate Amar says, "Sorry, buddy, I gotta go, man. We gotta cut out the losses here." TP's back to safety. Chick Chile will have to succumb to his fate. He's definitely the bigger prize compared to the Mars here. But how did Bomb? Okay, coming back to our topic. How in the world did Bomb be a support here? Level 13 support. 1v1 a Void Spirit here.
I'm not sure, especially because Void Spirit does have the shield that absorbs pure damage. Like, so it's weird. I mean, I know he used Demonic Purge, but speaking of Demonic Purge, looks like we might be losing this Dark Willow. Purge from life. See ya, Evil Ash.
I mean, this is great, Demonic Purge, BKB piercing ability as well, so it was handy to have.
15 kills on the Timbersaw, by the way. He's 15-0 and 4. You just don't see this ever.
Yeah, you just don't see it. maybe he actually has a lot of Shadow Poison stack. I mean, how many would
Probably.
it take, you know, to really melt the guy?
I mean, you can after 5 they don't actually add up. They like sure then they counter, but doesn't double. Just adds 50 damage. So probably had 5 ulti. That probably. I mean, he doesn't have that much health. Only 1600.
I guess the initial. You know, let's just say it's just bumpy things, you know. Well done, buddy.
Alright, like after this game, we'll check the replay. Oh!
Oh! Yeah, they're just running right at him. There's no reason to not run at them. Yeah. Especially since the evil ashes respawned as well, I believe. Or just wasn't really in the vicinity to really stop them with the Bramble Mace here. There's the Blink Dagger, finally. Got the Blink Dagger, played with the branches. Timothy's on the back line. Evil Ash will definitely survive, but the rest of the team will be able to secure this tower. This is objective.
They steal Wisdom Ruin by playstyle, but you know, you're getting crumbs while the enemy team is eating juicy, delicious steak. Or so I've heard that steak is juicy and delicious.
It is
It's alright.
Alright.
I prefer burger.
Oh, so you wait, so you prefer patties?
Yeah.
Mincemeat over thing. Wait, hold on.
Yeah,
Hold
go
on.
for it.
Food. Beautiful arena, but going to be on top. Still going to be able to stack on top of the terrorize. We'll definitely keep Timbersaw in check for a little bit, but then again, Chucky comes in with the BKB here. Dies all the way to the back line. Now no more with the terrorize. No more arena of blood. No massive teamfight ultimate abilities. Now the cards is definitely in the favor of Myth Gaming. Rogue Squad, they played all their cards. Nothing left on the board here. Comes in with a beautiful Orchid on top of the Shadow Demon with a beautiful Spirit of Mars. They will be able to kill Bombay here. What about Sick Chili? Can anyone keep this man alive? Can try to sustain it as long as possible as well? Homie went to E-Rush instead. He will die. No buyback though. There is a buyback at the hands of Mars. He could try to spear someone into the fountain here. But there's just no damage dealer to really follow up with the damage here. Ogredis go for the buyback, but that's all she wrote.
I like that move by Pegasus to try and bring them back, knowing that he has a buyback on the Mars. But you know, you can see like Chucky, he wasn't really fooled by it. He's like, yeah, I'm not too into it. And Pegasus does lose his life. That's a dieback. A minute without the ogre.
Yeah.
After Rain might look like he's killable, but he actually has that shield available if he wants to use it as well.
I mean, on the bright side, MAG doesn't really have the best tower hitters. I mean, of course, this is not counting the Ares with the Unleash, of course, active, but not really the greatest tower hitters, you know?
No.
Definitely a little bit slow on the buildings, but hey, you know.
They're just, I mean, they're enjoying their time, right? Why would you run a rush victory? You know? It's like, yeah, we're probably gonna win. Might as well take our time if we want to do it. And they're playing the safe thing. They're not going high ground. Reminder: Myth Avenue wins this. Instantly, they're off to the playoffs. Instantly, money in the pocket, which I care about, but Leonard doesn't.
I mean, like I said, it's for me the priority is the
honor.
Yeah, the honor, the prestige, and the opportunity. And the money is the secondary thing. You know, it's not forgotten. It's not left out. It's just,
of course,
not the priority.
Well, yeah, it looks like they for them at Avenue, they're making sure they're getting both, right? They're double dive.
Really to Arena of Blood, but then again, nice time with the BKB instantly reacted on this. So they did manage to melt on the team, so good. Dead for 60 seconds. Another time has come. Marcy comes in. Beautiful 4-man to follow up with this, but no BKB, no Rolling Thunder, by the way. Since he already committed initially, and just barely misses with the Spirit of Mars to cancel out the TP. You get 2 people, that's great, and I love the fact that they reacted upon it since Rolling Thunder was expanded relatively early. He was trying to be. Bob was trying to see if we could get a nice pickup for it, but other than that, great reaction coming from Rogue Squad.
Roshan is up as well if they want to go for it. But yeah, after Rain jumps in, doesn't have his shield available, they lose him. That's a 2,300 gold pickoff on one guy. And then they were able to get another 900 thanks to the Marcy.
That's
really insane.
That's a lot of money, man. That's a lot.
Not that we care about that sort of stuff, though.
I mean, I don't.
Oh, Pegasus has a hand of Midas on the ogre.
They're not killing us.
I thought you saw that. I thought you saw that earlier, actually.
Oh, my bad. I didn't. You pointed out. I'm so sorry. I've been.
No, I didn't. I did point it out actually.
Okay. Okay. Good.
I
was like, did you?
I felt like it was a norm.
And actually, so many ogres aren't going for it. They're going for like the solar crest to glimmer.
I mean, yeah, of course, the
well,
initial item. But when I say norm, I mean like when you're at this, when you're a little bit far back into the game to see a Midas being picked up, I'm like, hey, you know, you need to get income somewhere, you know.
of course. I'm personally a big fan of the Hand of Midas on ogre. I think it's like the core item on him, honestly.
I mean, it was a core item at like before all this. I don't know what really went wrong. I wouldn't even ask what happened. It's just straight up what went wrong, man. It was like always Midas ogre, Midas ogre, Midas ogre. I think every pop, every rank was just like Midas ogres, regardless whether it's a core or a support ogre.
Well, to be fair, Dot nerfed a lot to be way more expensive, so that's one of the reasons why. Like, it used to be only like 1,800 gold, now it's 2,100. That's a big increase in a farming item. Ah, well, Roshan's gonna fall. It's gonna go for the Radiant side of Avenue. They do not want any more shenanigans. The enemy of good teams is shenanigans, and they're like, let's just go in, save with an Aegis, end the game.
Yep, this is the one. I mean, this is the normal route, right? It's the safe route. You get the Aegis, you siege the high ground, you have the opportunity, you have the team fire abilities. You don't really feel too much about the Arena of Blood, right? Because it's just like what Reza has been doing the entire, what Chucky has been doing the entire time, right? The Arena pops the BKB, and then the Arena of Terror just seems to feel like it was just for nothing, really. I mean, of course, for the supports who got isolated by the Arena, well, when your team is somewhat ahead, you don't really have to worry too much.
Look at that. The blink spear is going to be the thing that either decides if they hold this or not. Come on, Pampu!
Yeah, that's not going to happen because they're not going to wait for them to be speared in. They're going to dive right in first. It's how they've been doing it all this time. BKB, Rolling Thunder, Blink Daggers on after rain here. They're not going to wait for to be counter-initiated. They are the aggressor. They are the invaders. And they are now breaking into new lands here. Rogue Squad. All they can do is just watch from afar. But then we do see a little bit of snipe for the back line though. But it's just a couple of illusions from the Gyro. Yep.
Gyro's not here. He was still farming Aegis. Now he shows up. He was not showing up before that. Before the tier 3 was broken, he was not even in the base.
Nope. Still has the BKB on the Razor, by the way. Very impressive. Didn't even use the BKB just yet throughout the entire confrontation. But then again, the Pampu's blink got cancelled out by the passive. Let's see, is there another opportunity? Chuck is confident though.
Why wouldn't he be? Aegis and BKB. And he always got the Night Fangs as well. Vampire Fangs, sorry. A little bit of extra lifesteal and spell lifesteal.
Great. And it works two ways, right? Both physical and magical, right?
Yep. Huh? And he just stands in front. He's like, if you guys want to hit me, I don't mind. He's actually losing a bit of health. Oh! Ooh.
There it is. Blink into Pampu, absolutely shredding out their front line, and they're literally the wall that they're dependent on here. And Gyro is still at the Ancients. But then again, they are taking a relatively long time to shred out his ranks, even with the unleashed active. But great blink coming from after it. I love the positioning he's doing with the super extension, trying to divert the attention onto him and try to be that main threat. I mean, he is a major threat, but I just try to prioritize the focus on, hey, aim me and not my team who's slowly breaking out your buildings.
I think Mr. Shake Chili, we need it. Oh, all right, he's stepping back. He has a BKB. He farmed it up.
Got it here. There's still the Aegis in the hands of the Razor, but they managed to go dive without the master. He has no unleashed though. But Razor comes in with the style link, gets broken out instantly, so not a lot of bonus damage here, but he can commit and contribute as much damage as possible. He pops in the storm. BKB also coming in by Shake Chili, and they're waiting for an opportunity to blink back in again. BKB times out. There's the Timbersaw. There's the After Rain. And of course, like you said, after the rain, here comes the pain. Here comes the Arena of Blood. Beautiful spear monster to the Pangolier. But a lot of the damage dealer is currently out of the picture here. Can they try to sustain as long as possible? Here comes the BKB. The Aegis got procced out. Chucky comes in at full strength and at full health. BKB does manage the end, but playstyle, this is your buyback. Do not transition into a dieback here. You have one more chance for the ultimate. We'll be able to blink out to safety. Oh no, he got pulled back by the harpoon. We have to get another one. That's sustain. Do they want to die for this tower? Are they greedy for it? No, they are not. What a fight coming in.
They're like a little bit greedy. They're like, can we get it? Can we get it? But they realize they can't. And mind you, the bottom racks are still standing. And they, as we mentioned, their tower damage is not amazing, so they would actually not be able to turn this into an objective.
I mean, it could be a different story once the Chucky gets the scepter. Once the Razor gets the scepter, they probably might be a little bit faster. But of course, other than that, the buyback becomes the dieback. The harpoon on top of the Ogre Magi. And no defensive item, no frost stuff available. He will have to fall here. Knee rise. Nice timing with the Shadow Realm here, but won't get stunned in place. Beautiful Spirit Master. That's a Timber Sword that's after it with no mana here. It's gonna be a nice kill. 2,000! 2,100 gold. My god, that man has a hefty bounty on his head for sure.
And I mean, first time he gave even more away. Can they find someone? They have Shadow Blades. This would be nice.
This would be good.
Yeah.
And he runs out of it. No, the Spirit Master will actually come in on the rise here. Eris sustained. BKB prop. Nowhere to run here. Was the BKB necessary? Not too sure, but hey.
It's a kill.
It's a kill. That's right, that's a kill. Bob, you gotta run, Bob. Oh no, you got pulled up by the Yule Scepter. Can he follow up with this? No, he will fall. A Bombi. A little bit closer, try to go for the save. I think his intention was just to blink and go for the disruption, but I think it's a little bit too far.
Well, yeah, that's pretty big. You get all the core kills. You bring down the net worth deficit from something like 20. I think it was 20, like 23, 22,000. Yeah, now you're back to 15. Probably going to go down to about 14 by the time everyone is up. I mean, yes, you're still behind, but you also did a step towards recovery, and that means a lot. Double bounties, double-handed Midas. Chili.
Oh, he denied the TP. It's a Gyro that's currently out of base, without defenses, without any allies. And on foreign lands here will fall with no buyback. Actually, wait, he bought something, right? Because
he bought Reaver.
Get the buyback. Oh no.
Yeah, he bought the Reaver. He's working towards that Satanic, and Reaver was delivered, and then he's like, oh crap, not good, not good.
Yeah, man. Because I was thinking, right? Like I thought, like, okay, I'm pretty sure he had a buyback, and then when he died, and I saw like no buyback. Did he have one? Oh yeah, that's a little unfortunate. He's down for the count for at least 40 seconds, but hey, you know that's fine. The lane wasn't really super pushed, and then even if they were to push it now, it's like what we've been seeing so far. They don't really clear buildings as fast. So
no.
I think it's just right for the final defense, the final hurrah. And the Gyro comes back in.
Campos Yield has been doing a lot of work as they go uphill. They would love to end this in less than 20 seconds. Oh, nice roll. Keep everyone away. Just make sure that they can't be able to draw their spells.
Oh, no, Pegasus.
Wow.
Does have the buyback though, but Evil Ash is dead for the count here. No Terrorize, not to play off with the Arena of Blood here, but I think they already someone new because as long as the BKB is still active in their hands, there's no way they're going to be able to pull out a combo. But boy, Spirit, that damage, you got to be thankful you'll be able to get out of it. I hope you do. He does. Beautiful Spirit Mons into the Arena of Blood. Can he melt out the Pangolin as fast as possible? But Bob still sustains so much with the shield crash here. And Shake Chilling, no damage. Styling was able to sap all the damage for at least a good 3 seconds there now. They didn't manage to get the Mega. They got the ejected. They popped the BKB. The bonus damage in the hands of Chucky, absolutely whipping them away, cutting them down the side, alongside with After Rain here. Pampu, the last man standing. Oh no, the standing lane, but before the damage actually procced in, he was able enough to blink out in time. He dies the fountain. Managed to timber chain out of it. Don't greed for it, buddy. GG is the call. Ladies and gentlemen, Myth Avenue Gaming will secure their second point here throughout this Group D stage.
Yep, our third team to confirm their spot in the playoffs. Unfortunate game for Rogue Squad. It was actually like, as we mentioned, this is not as easy as Reject May was in the other group. Like Rogue Squad is an actual legitimate team, but they fell behind the laning phase, and then they were always playing catch up. But I mean, they gave us a decent show, honestly.
Yeah, they did. They really did. And it's like it didn't feel as okay. Sure, at certain lanes, it definitely felt like a little bit dominant more than others. But
yes,
but there was definitely some signs of life, you know.
Oh yeah. It wasn't like this. You know, we've seen a lot of one-sided games where it seems like one team has no chance at all of winning, and the other team is completely in control. But in this one, I mean, when you look at the score, 48-18, it looks way worse than it really was. it's still pretty bad. Yeah, unfortunately, play style. Yeah.
25 and 2 in a lane against a gyrocopter. My God, that's where it all began, man.
45,000 points of damage. I think the Pango is also something close to that, like 17 and 1 or something on the Pango there. So he also had a very good time there on Bob. It does seem like the biggest problem was when Bob was baiting them and they all jumped on him and they throw out the arena, and then we reveal the blink dagger on after rain. He just jumps in, does all the damage, and Bob still lives, and you're like, oh, that was a moment. That's one of those moments where it's like, mood crushed, gone forever.
I mean, it was also similar to the first game we were casting, right, for Execration game, where the Morphling many times. Actually, was it? Yeah, Execration versus 123 Gaming. The Morphling got gone on, got altered upon as well. We see his HP just briefly, like constantly around less than 100 HP. Like we can't even see the bar anymore. We just like you and I, we just someone new that's less than 100 HP.
Gone.
That guy is gone, but he's still surviving. He's still keeping at it. I'm just like, this guy can't die, and he's not satanic. He's just solely dependent on Essence Shift and Sun Rays. That's pretty much it. So that same feeling is pretty much similar to what we were witnessing just now as well. So it's definitely a little bit of quite the blow to morale for sure, especially when you're definitely behind in the game as it is. So it definitely hurts. But other than that, that's all of Myth Avenue's game, right? They played 2 games so far. They are the highest points so far in the Group D stage here. We still have one more game here. So we'll just have to see. And I just got the call that the accumulative standings has already been updated. So we're going to be checking that out currently to see where we currently stand here among all the teams.
All right, yeah. Helios was able to beat Team TK in Group C, but yeah, we can see that the ones that are advancing, they're Ivory, 123, and Myth Avenue Gaming will be joining them after this. And then we have one more game, Caterpillar versus Rogue Squad. There is another stream, Group C. It has Adam as well as Perma Sneeze, if you guys want to check it out. But we have one more game, but we already have 3 of our actual contestants on Sunday.
Oh yeah, definitely for sure. It feels like somewhat in a way that the position has been somewhat solidified for Myth Avenue Gaming here, but we'll just have to see whether there's going to be a potential. Hold on, let me.
There ain't potential nothing.
There's potential nothing. Yeah, exactly. There's no nothing. There's no tie breaking here. Sorry, I forgot. We only have 3 teams in this group here. Yeah. So. I guess we'll just see which team will get second place here, I guess, in this way.
Yeah, that's. I mean, I don't want to say it's irrelevant, the final match, although it kind of is in terms of point-wise. Like, neither of these teams is going to qualify. There's no money in between coming in top 12 or top 8. But, if you made it all this way this far, I can't imagine traveling from another country to one country just to play one best of one and then being like, yeah, we're done. No, we don't want to play anymore. Like, that's just not fair. Yeah. Yes, he did. No, I would just mean that. I mean, right now, like, one team could feasibly forfeit and say, "I don't want to play," because the truth is there is nothing to play for, except your own self-approval and like improving yourself. So one team could be like, "Yeah, it doesn't matter. We don't have to play." But I hope both teams do decide to, and especially because they do look like they could be. We could get an evenly matched game, possibly. Yep. Oh yeah, of course. It never is. Well, you know what? We are gonna go for a little bit of a break.
Yep.
While we don't, you know, we won't count our money because we're not allowed to anymore, apparently, or something like that. But we are gonna go for a little break. We're gonna come back with Caterpillar versus Rogue Squad, final game of this stream of Group D. See you guys in just a bit.
Hey ladies and gentlemen, again welcome back to another round, or I guess you could say the last series of today here at the Asian Pacific Predator League 2025. I'm Len, also known as Yoda Lee, and gracing us at the castle test once more, still one and only and lovable Otomo. Otomo, we had quite the journey through Group B and Group D. Expectation was raised and quite surprising results at the same time, but finally we come to our last series of today, and of course, like what we were talking about earlier, the although yes, we have somewhat already solidified which team is going to be moving forward to the playoffs by the score alone. As you guys, if anyone just joined the stream, we are following a round robin best of 1. So in each group stage or in each selected group, there's groups of 3. So the teams who have earned the most points, or 2 points in this case, will somewhat solidify the point forward. It would have been a different case if everyone had a tiebreaker, but in this case there won't be a tiebreaker. So we have our 2 teams. Congrats to both 123 Gaming and Myth Avenue Gaming. However, we still have one last series to go. One last hurrah! Will not really solidify anything, but it will be a great opportunity for these 2 teams across the regions to have a shot at each other and see where they go.
Oh yeah. Hopefully they will have a shot at each other, as it is going to be Caterpillar versus Rogue Squad. Both of them have fell through with Myth Avenue Gaming, but they, you know, if you travel, these teams were flown in from their country, coming into Malaysia. They, you know, set up in a hotel. We demand they play for our entertainment, like gladiators in the old days, you know, where it's like play or get beheaded, something like that. So it's the same thing here. We're like, play or not. We really won't do anything to you, but we would like you to play a lot if you could.
True. But speaking of playing, let's quickly get right into it because the drafting is really ready for it. So Tomo, I'll see you in a bit.
Hey, we're in the draft.
It's ready now.
We are. Let's see what we're working with here. We go very early here, and what do they catapult? They're like, yo, that Pango in the previous
10
game,
seconds.
we don't like that. We do not. Oh, and I love the way, I'm not sure what the
5
name of that player
seconds
who's
left.
sitting, the one right in front of the girl robot, but that is gamer pose right there. That is how you do it.
Sadly, I can't do that. My body doesn't allow me to.
Oh, it does.
I'm not.
You just-
No, I'm not flexible. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm a huggable guy.
Dyer's turn
I'm
to
a,
pick.
I'm a
that
rolling
man-
potato. You know, I can't do that.
There, no potato there. That man is full on
Dire
relaxing. Let's just go with that.
Radiant
As Morphling gets bad down, they start with the Alchemist. Okay.
Finally,
Alright,
our
that's-
first Alchemist game. Okay, I don't know about the other streams, about the other group stages, but it is our first
Dyer's band
Alchemist here. And with that being said, also dumping in the Medusa at the same time.
The interesting pick is by
Radiant's banned now.
opening with
Radiant's turn
Medusa,
to pick.
they're forcing Caterpillar to pick or ban a Doom. Because guess what? Doom. Oh, actually, they already
Yeah,
banned
Doom's
the
already
Doom
banned.
themselves.
Yeah,
My bad.
he's always perma-banned, man. I love Doom.
Yes.
I'm a Doom player, and it's sad that I don't get to see my Doom, man. It's just sad.
Well, instead they get
10
rid of the
seconds.
anti-mage, as Nyx is already removed. And you
5
can always go
seconds
with a
left.
Coddle. Coddle's probably the best combination in the game with the Medusa.
True. You're gonna be. It's basically like a walking fountain. Possibly,
There's
as, if not contested, probably can always keep this Medusa nice and fully protected with the mana gain.
Chakra magic, you my friend.
Mhm.
You do. Come on, don't you remember the classic video? Brother, give me chakra.
No, I hear things very differently here in Southeast
Dyer's
Asia.
turn
We
to pick.
have a different term. Manami. Just straight up. There's no
it's-
specialty. There's no like formality. It's just straight up just Manami, bro. Hit me with that mana.
They're much nicer to you because it's for me. I hear Manami, mother die. I'm like, what the hell? Why?
10 seconds.
How are these two related?
I have no idea either. But of
5
course,
seconds
Rubik
left.
gonna be the post 4. This somewhat put certain things in place, right? Like it's not really like a counter pick Rubik where you pick a Rubik into a Magnus kind of thing, but it does. Rubik has always been like a really classic post 4, and also
Yeah.
at the same time it sends out a message to Caterpillar's team leader, and team captain in a way where, hey, I have a Rubik. You want to think again if you want to try to pick something like a Magnus, an Earthshaker. Some teams are not too phased about it. They will, if they feel the need for it, they will still pick it. But I think at the same time, it just sends that kind of message, right? Where like you gotta be careful about this.
I guess I don't know. We'll see how it works for that Caterpillar. The most common combination with an Alchemist I've seen has been like Crystal Maiden, because you have like the Nova and Bite while they're inside. Acid Spray is a ton of damage.
Pick.
So we'll see if they want to go for something like that. They go for the Lich, just as good as the Crystal Maiden.
Yep. I mean, it's also fantastic.
Oh.
Right? Like, what are you saying?
I was gonna say also he's actually good against the Medusa because Sinister Gaze does drain mana.
Not a lot, but it's there, you know.
I think it's something like I'm guessing like 30% at max level, Lich. Let me
It's
check.
no mana drain. It's definitely not like Lion's mana drain at
It's
max.
better. It's better.
Better?
It's better. Alright, it's 12 mana per second for 2.4 seconds. That's not bad.
Yeah, I never said it was bad. I just said that it's no mana drain, man.
Oh, actually, interesting. Improving it doesn't increase the mana.
10 seconds. Radiant pick.
Interesting. All
That's
right.
weird.
Dire's turn to pick.
Yeah, 21% of their mana. It's okay.
Dude, I was about to say, I was hoping that Caterpillar can also try to opt to go for the Invoker as well. The EMP also will work pretty well against the Modus or any hero that's really mana dependent. Either pick or ban, but you know, I guess Rockstar just decided to opt it for themselves. They went with the Magnus. Gonna be pretty great for them. A lot of good spells for the Ruby to steal here. The Bramble Mace, the Chain Frost. I won't say Acid Spray, but the Unstable Concoction is still a pretty good stun to have in the hands of Rubik too.
I guess so. I'm not. It's fine. I'm just surprised they prioritize the Dark Willow so much, and then they go for the Puck. Generally, you can dodge everything, although a lift from the Rubik will be problematic.
Yeah.
I'm not sure about this Dark Willow if it's so valuable. You know, like didn't think it was a big deal for them the previous game.
Yeah.
By the way, they are very relaxed on Caterpillar's side. Look at them. I think one of them might act. Oh, there you go. The guy with the I thought the guy with the hoodie was asleep, but then he moved. And I'm like, he's awake. He's awake.
Is there a potential? Okay, what other supports do we have that's really good at locking down besides Shaman, like squishy supports here?
5 seconds
Or
left.
Crystal Maiden?
You mean like
Shaman,
Shadow Fiend?
Yeah. Shadow Shaman, Crystal Maiden.
No, it's not Shadow Fiend. So I want to say Bane. Bane, my bad.
Because like usually when you see a Night Stalker being banned, it's most likely because you're afraid like the Night Stalker is not only for vision of course, but he's really great at really getting to those back lines. Yeah. You just be disrupted as much as possible. Like just 4-liner alone. I mean, okay, it'll be pretty okay against the Ruby, but you know Ruby just lifts you and toss you back. I mean, he always can close the gap easily. But I won't say it's something like, okay, I would ban a Night Stalker because I'm afraid of. Because like as a Ruby, because I have a Ruby in my team, I don't want a Night Stalker. I don't think that is an option for a ban. You usually see like Night Stalker being banned if like your team is already like if all your supports are being shown, right? Like Shaman, Crystal Maidens,
Oracles,
you get rid of them.
Yeah. He gets Blink Dagger and he's got Kanda and he jumps on them. You're like, oh crap, now they're gone again.
Yeah.
I think they just want to ban out offliners they don't want to play against. Although Beastmaster is in the pool, if Caterpillar wants him. We've seen him at all day. I've seen him banned but not picked.
Yeah. No, that's what I'm saying, right? So this is just one of those few situations where if you know your opposing team is not very well versed in certain heroes, especially macro heroes like Chen, Beastmasters, and Chantress, right? Then I guess you don't have to necessarily use a ban slot for those kind of heroes if you have done enough research, right? So it's like a free slot for you. So since they didn't ban it, I think they were pretty confident that maybe Caterpillar hasn't going to be utilizing that Beastmaster. But of course, they went for the Tidehunter. The aura buy has been pretty great for him on his hands here.
I like this because also if you get skewered back by Magnus, even if you get hit by RP, doesn't matter because you have Blubber, so you can remove it as well. It's a nice pick. Mana is going to be an issue up against Invoker, and you have to make sure you don't give away Ravage. So there is problems with the Tidehunter.
True.
Rogue Squad.
Sorry, you saying?
They need either a mid or an offlaner, depending on Magnus. We've seen 2 support Magnuses today, so.
But support Magnus, no one will be able to benefit off the Empower except for himself. I guess he could just self-farm as a support here. Utility support Magnus, I guess that's the only thing. I would like him to be the offlane because I really want to get that Blink Dagger out as quickly as possible. So at least he can really try to join in the fight, try to create waves. Because this Tidehunter is definitely not going to be. He's not going to be a hero that's just going to be sitting in the lane. He's not going to be sitting in the lane most of the time. I think he's going to be able to try to roam and try to make waves alongside with the Lotte. Because you have besides the Alchemist, you have like 4 compositions that can really just start fights at any point in time in the early game if they want to.
I wonder if they're going to go for something like AA. AA is pretty good against Alchemist and Tide, but not good against the Puck. They'll have a few seconds. I love AA. I'd like to see more of him. Who would they go? They go for AA! I mean, it's so good against Alchemist. And it's really good against Titan because you can't shrug off the ability Willow and Lai and Lich. I don't know why I read that as lines for a second. Have low health. Puck is the only problem. AA is garbage against Puck. But everyone else, he's pretty good. He's pretty good.
I mean, I think that's why they were pretty hesitant on it, right? Like, just like a lot of these and the thing I noticed when it comes to like drafting for a lot of these teams, right? Automa is that they don't really see just they see the bigger. They don't just see like the team fight. They see like the whole game as a whole with the composition. It's like, yeah, I mean, it would be great if all the stars align, but what about the laning phase? You know, what happens if this guy starts snowballing as well? Because I think we have seen really aggressive tide hunters before, right? Where they get the initial item, they get some stats, a couple of braces, then some will even rush the shard to go for the anchor for the anchor slow, right? I think it's like 3 hits to break the anchor, or about 3 or more. Should be 3 hits, I think. I think
it's 5. It's like 5 to break
anchor. That's a long time to hit,
Oh yeah, I remember I was hit wide a little while ago, and I'm like, holy crap, this thing is like, it's like it never leaves me.
Yeah, so and I don't think it's like a long cooldown either. Okay, I mean it's relatively long, but it's not like as long like 20 seconds or anything. So it's relatively back at it, combat ready. But regardless, you know, this is the composition that the team tries to go for. Ravage is always a great counter initiation if an RP were to happen on any side of the team here. Decent aura bias. Now here's the final call, Tomo. It's a best of 1, winner takes all here. Sadly, won't be able to go to the playoffs, but hey, you at least get the you get the notions where like, hey, I beat you before, you know.
Yes, which is nice. You know, you go. By the way, I mean, we've been to lands. You always see the teams hang around the cafeteria and the gym. It's always good when you can, you know, look down on the team. You're like, yeah, you lost to me, and they're like, oh, okay.
I love how I love how you talk about the rant, but you see everyone's like really nice and happy in the chat. It's like, good luck, guys. Good luck, have fun.
Then later on, you're like, I beat you in official match. And the other guy's like, I just want potatoes. I just wanted the potatoes. Can you move?
Dude,
I'm on the way to the buffet.
Dude, I love Pegasus. AA's voice line, right? No shard feelings. Cringe, but pretty funny.
It's all right.
I mean, you get it right, like ice shards.
Oh, thank you for explaining it to me. I was so confused. I was like, does he mean no hard feelings? Thank you.
Yeah, hard feelings, but because you know AA is like all
because
about
there's a shard. Yeah. All right, explain it to me one more time, but slower, because that was a bit too fast for me. You know how I am.
Slower.
Yeah, slower.
Oh, you talk about you talk about the code.
Yeah.
Oh. It's no hard feelings. It's like that's the actual code, but because this is AA, he tried to be cute by stating no shard feelings.
Oh my god. Alright, super tuned out heroes.
Oh man. Well, of course, without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be the last series of our Group D stage here. Winner takes all. Not really able to go to the playoffs, of course, but hey, you get the pride to tell the other team, great game, but I still beat you guys. Hey.
I'm interested to see what ancient apparition actually takes for a facet, because he does have the death rim, where you reduce enemy strength, and then he has the other one, exposure, where you turn cold feet into an AoE ability, and I've seen like different opinions on both.
I think in this case, I mean, wait, hold on, which lane is he going to? If he went for the strength one, it will work great in the lane, but not necessarily in the game. I guess he can work for the alchemist as well, right? But the AoE,
it's always.
But the AoE
it's always good.
Yeah, too.
Sorry.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
I want to be like, yeah, it's always good, but the problem is that it doesn't scale very well. Like at max, you remove like 7 strength or something like that, which is good early on, but later on, what's 7 strength when they're walking around with 200? It's like, it's nice, but it's not a lot. Meanwhile, oh, Evil Ash!
That is not
Evil Ash!
Gets pulled back by the shockwave, but still within the vicinity of the unstable concoction. Gets a couple of hit in. He still had the fairy fire. One more hit, and all it took, of course, courtesy of Bombui here, landing that one hit to allow OMQ to get that final hit. And if not, I think OMQ will probably have to take 2 hits here if the Lich didn't land that last hit in. Bonus on the other hand, I think definitely it's going to be a little bit more on the peaceful side. Definitely feels a lot more responsibility for the Dark Widow to try to keep Pegasus in check, because let's be honest, Pegasus' attack range is insanely far, especially for an intelligence hero. He actually still does pretty decent amount of damage. Oh no, the Bramble Maze was up for him. There's the Root coming in for Chile here. They will try to get him. The Gosh for the additional hit, and it is no Hoodwing. But like I said, it can be considered a secondary Hoodwing when you play with the Gush of the minus armor.
And I know some people think AA is a very strong laner, and he's kind of okay in terms of dealing damage, but he's so fragile.
Yeah.
Like, one hit and he shatters. Because he's made of ice.
Yeah, get that.
And ice shatters like AA.
I hope they don't get frostbitten from this. Oh my god, man, I love this. But of course, mid side, we see between the contesting between both the Puck and the Invoker. I mean, sure, Fearless probably can clear out the waves with the Illusionary Orb. Definitely feels like he can do it a little bit better. But then, you know, Playstyle comes in with the Cold Snap, so get some pretty good denies off it.
I don't think mid lane is gonna be much. Like, we're seeing oh, Pegasus did again. Oh man. It's like, it's pretty tough. In the previous game, Pegasus was playing Ogre Magi, by the way. And Ogre and AA are very different heroes.
Yep.
So he's really gonna have to adjust his playstyle to this.
Yep. And like I said, it's a Dark Widow. It's like a secondary Hoodwing. It's the only difference that the Bushwhack, you have more option with the Bramble. And my god, dude.
Oh, we're just getting
like
started.
This is not like an instant nuke on the middle side, because this was like over time, right? Like just constantly just poking them down, especially since Pegasus has been missing from the lane at least twice now. So it gives an opportunity for just constant not just the Gush, you know, the Anchor Smash is also burning out the mana shield here, so yeah, so eventually they were able to get them off.
Surprised though, does she not have magic wands? Because you mentioned the Anchor Smash. You generate, that's a good skewer, but can you actually kill him?
He's trying. Got the high fives out. Unstable Concoction throws it down. They do have the nuking damage, but the stick comes in. Looks like someone has the stick. We'll trade support for a core, but hey, it's an alchemist. That's definitely a better part of that trade. But you know, the final goal is to make sure this alchemist stays 6 feet underground, right? Like you killing one or twice, that's fine. That's nice. But if you don't make sure he stays down, then he's gonna come back relatively really scary here.
Yeah, nice move by Rogue Squad, getting something on the board. Unfortunately, Medusa's really struggling. 13 CS only. Everyone else is in the 20s to mid-20s, but not Medusa. Yeah. That's something you're going to have to be very worried about.
Yeah, the Medusa doesn't really have a lot of nuking damage, except for the snakes. But you know, most of the time you see the Hunter playing not at the back of the crease, but in front, just like now. He gets rooted down, but he's still a strength here. He also have the Kraken Shell as well. So he doesn't mind taking fights head on or get rooted down. He won't be rooted for long thanks to Kraken Shell here, so yeah, it's really hard to stop Masaros at this stage here.
No, not with these two people. You know, he's too durable. I mean, they have damage, but it's not ideal. One nice thing about AA is usually max Ice Vortex, and Ice Vortex, there's nothing that Talon can do about it. Because you can't dispel it, you can't move away from it. It's like, I mean, you can, but if you're in it, you're affected by it. Oh, Pample.
Ooh, yeah. I mean, I think this is what most teams has been trying to go for with the Lich. I think we've been seeing a rise in Lich pick when it comes to international tournaments as well.
I think he's the most popular 5 at the moment anyway. We mentioned, right, like with the shard and the blink, you can jump and kill anyone. Yep. You jump, drop your shard, do the Sinister Gaze and throw an ultimate, and people are just, they melt.
You know, do you know before they added the they added the I guess it's in a way is enough where you can only have a limited amount of mangoes that you can buy in the other game. I remember Lich players, they'll just like buy like as many stacks of mangoes and this just literally just nuked out the lane. Like level 2 is already pretty significant. You get it to level 3, you pretty much just like on an unstoppable roll, and it's not a very high mana cost ability as well. Since Lich mana pool is actually relatively quite average, actually pretty average as well. You get like 6 blast in, I think 5 to 6 blast in. If you're not committing on the spell.
It's odd. Although he is different now. He doesn't actually have mana regen. he gets mana when creeps die.
Yep, yeah.
It's one of those things where I'm like, is that good or bad? In general, I feel like he never has mana issues, so I'm guessing that's good. Oh!
There it is. That's the anchor with the gush. Slowly, definitely willing him down here. And the thing is, because of how durable Masteros is and the low kill potential coming out from both Chic Chili and the AA, this allows a little bit more freedom for the Dark Widow to really try to roam around the map.
Yes.
Here. I think a lot of post 4 has always this really tough call on whether do they want to leave the lane or not, because it's so difficult to tell at times whether the some composition is more obvious than others, but there are also some composition where you're like, he can kill, but can he really kill my teammate? Like, is it okay for me to leave around here? And speaking of which, again, rotated back in since the mid wasn't successful. Might as well come back to the bottom lane. Oh no, Chic Chili, no mana. And the Toma Bumbui to whittle down the mana shield instantly from the 150 damage nuke here. Melted him away. That's a double kill on the Dark Willow.
All thanks to Sinister Gaze draining his mana. Did you see that? That was very effective.
I mean, there's a lot of damage outputting on that shield too, you know.
Nope. It's all the Sinister Gaze, actually.
It's a level 1 Sinister Gaze, Satomo.
12% of his mana instantly removed. Oh! Speaking of
there's
being
the
removed.
Is he in range from the Sinister? Oh, not needed. Just Frost Shield.
Whoa.
They got the detection. Melts him away.
Yeah, but they lose Fearless. That was a rotation that should have been favoring Caterpillar. Ideal at all.
I think people tend to forget how much damage a level 4 Shadow Realm can actually do. Like it's insanely large, especially with the fast side now.
Well, in the meantime, though, it doesn't matter too much as OmQ has been farming away. He is very, very happy. Almost has the relic. I think he's going to get with the relic sub 10 minutes, which means Radiance sub 12 maybe.
Beautiful to know that. However, the Park was able to get all the way to that back line. But Chic Chili, that's all he wrote. He had no mana, no shield here to defend him here. Although they will be able to trade things out, but it is a call for the support here. Not really the kind of thing that you want, and you actually force a lot of people to rotate down.
They have RP.
Fearless. Trying to juke around, plays with the silence here. He's cheeky and he knows it. Gets out away from the illusionary orb. They try to get on top of him. Slows him down with the ice vortex. Got the illusionary orb. Will be able to bring back, but Pampo try to predict this. They have an illusionary orb of their own here. Can they get the silence? Phase shift. Silence. Round Pete hasn't landed yet. Will commit it, but miss entirely. He gets out of it. Absolutely smooth, this man. This fearless of a player. Being absolutely fearless in this confrontation. He's so confident, yeah.
Alright, if two players of equal skill meet and one of them's on puck and the other's on RP, the puck should never be caught. Not in that obvious way where you can see it. Like, and I don't know what he was thinking. Oh, well, he's dead.
Yep, so dead. Especially since it's like, it's just one of those situations where people tend to say like, oh, you know, if a Clockwork jumps on top of the Dark Willow, you know, he has so much burst with his other ultimate, not the Terrorize, the Bedlam. Should be able to shred out the Clockwork, but hey, you know, if that's a Clockwork, that's a strength hero. What about an AA, an Ancient Apparition, with 400, 500 HP to boot?
Oh, AmQ is going to have that 11 minutes Radiance.
My god.
He is going to have it. It is brutal. I've seen 6,000 gold in 10 minutes, but 7,000 is a rare sight.
But could we call this a record here? That's the thing. Or we have seen better, faster radiances.
I've definitely seen faster radiances because he has phase boots and soul ring. I've seen faster radiances because of that, but not sure I've seen more gold.
Right?
No RP.
Melt him away,
Q now. I think he has the radiance if he wants it.
No, he definitely has it as well. Especially from the last pickup as well. Should be able to secure it pretty comfortably. I think right now I can't see how Wolf Squad can try to contest at this phase of the game, at least not until the Medusa really comes online. I think that's going to take a while. The TIE Hunter. Actually, what is the state? I mean, he's been doing exceptionally well here.
I mean, they're either going for Pipe or Vlad's Mage Slayer. That's usually the two builds that we see from Tide Hunters. And this tower's just gonna fall. Oh, mid lane, Fearless. That's something.
The dream call into the terrorize. Will be able to maximize that stun as he breaks the links. But it got Chain Frost to follow up with it. Phase shifts out to safety here. Beautiful two-man RP. That's gonna be the supports on all the softies here. Will fall and die. And a really great defensive rotation. It did commit 4 people for this, but hey, you know, you get what you can. And Chick Chili throwing out the peace signs here, you know, peace. Oh, he's talking to Masteros. The man says peace. Leave me alone. Oh no, the creep stuck him in the trees. He can't leave. The radiant creeps, oh no. Oh no, Tomo, it's just one of those situations, you know, where you have a teammate that says, I'm helping the creeps. I'm helping you. I got you. Leave me alone. I got you.
It's like your little brother is like, I can hammer the nails. You're like, no, no, please, no.
My God.
Oh, poor man, poor guy. He's barely got any farm on this Medusa. 4,000 in 12.5 minutes. That is not ideal. But you know what is ideal? The Predator Triton 16 by Acer Predator.
I agree. Really great by content creators and gamers or anyone who's doing quite for what, but great.
That guy's gone.
It's gone. No amount of healing is gonna sustain because there's no healing in the first place. The Ice Blast completely denies that. Negate. Well, I can't say the same here for Shake Chili. The 2 supports going ham. Absolutely just destroyed him. My God. Without no Chain Frost committed, right? It was just a Bedlam.
It seems very fragile. Oh, by the way, Medusa was nerfed recently to be a lot more fragile. You used to start at 2.4 mana per 2.4 points of damage per 1 mana. Now it's 2.2.
I mean, yeah.
So you absorb a lot less.
I mean, yeah, of course, but like, I think it's. I mean, but honestly, to me, I don't know. It's all gone. Decent terrorize tried to deny. He didn't manage to pull him back all the way there. He still had the battle into the Shadow Rim as well, but of course, Fearless comes in to secure the last one. Actually, no, sorry, not Fearless. Still the Dark Willow. But yeah, you know, the amount of the damage he can absorb, yeah, is definitely a lot less. But I think it's a little bit different in this scenario because he really like this is not just like, oh, I casually live in the lane to farm in another lane. No, this is he got bullied out of that lane really hard. He tried to solo, but just Masteros just literally just walks all over him. And like I said, Medusa at this stage doesn't really have a lot of damage either, except for snakes. But you know what happens if you got no creeps to bounce off to stack those damage, right?
Oh, I'm Q.
Oh no, the stun still connects though. No skewer. He also had the radius as well, so he's gonna be able to walk out. Oh no! I forgot unstable concoction. The cooldown's not that long.
And by the way, he also has taken the facets for it. Remember, the other facet is seed money. He saw with more gold. He doesn't want that. Pegasus, you're gone, buddy. Oh.
Yeah, I can't see a way they can really bring this back here, especially.
Oh, there's RP. RP is always that's pick off.
That's nice. That's a lot. Oh, actually, surprisingly not as much as I thought from the Dark. Actually, did Dark? Oh yeah, Dark Wheeler did die once. Yeah, he did die once. So what didn't cost as
600.
Much. Yeah, 600.
I mean, you see how small she is. Where's she gonna put all her gold?
I mean, what do you mean? She's magical. I'm pretty sure the Wisp, she puts it in the Wisp or something, you know, some spatial storage. I don't know, but great stacking otherwise for Chick Chili here.
Spatial storage.
I don't know, man. I don't know what's the history with this, with her Wisps here. It's not the Dota 1 IO Wisp. They're two different things.
Oh, Bombay just goes in, steals a bunch of creeps because he can. And this is a pipe on Mazeros. I don't know if I got a chance to say that. This is one of the items he's thinking about. So he went for the pipe and he's going for Blink for initiation after. And the pipe, like all this magic damage from the Radiant side, is all just negated. And it is mostly magic damage right now.
Yep.
This is, and he's got the Blink Dagger if he wants to. We'll see what he wants to buy for it, once he wants to sell for it. Oh dear.
He could opt to go for it. I mean, he's still saving up.
Oh, they see him. They saw him go invis into the lane with the observer. They drop a sentry. They know exactly where he is now.
So pretty good. I hear the ultimate coming from the Alchemist. They are coming towards the side. They blinked in. The Alchemist with a blink into a 3-man, 4-man Ravage on the other side. Pampo, RP, not gonna be able to connect anybody. Barely out of the range. No RP in this fight here. The whole team is in complete disarray. They lost the Ruby. They lost the Invoker here. And Pegasus will just have to succumb to this because Pampo tried to make the play for himself, but he couldn't blink in. The radius was denying the blink.
Oh, it's brutal. It's brutal. But, oh, he wants more for MQ, but he decides it's not worth chasing for it. As they get 4 for nothing. By the way, we haven't seen a single good RP. He needs a blink. I mean, because he has a blink dagger, he just can't use it.
Yeah. No, we actually saw one good RP. Remember the two supports.
That's true.
RP
The mid lane, yeah.
But yeah, point taken, right? Like, he was trying to play around the tree line, but the minute Omq, like I said, it's just a blink reveal. I don't think they knew Omq had the blink dagger in hand. The minute they blinked in, he was just like, oh wait, great guys, that's a problem. I got no blink, nor do I have skewers. So I think he was just trying to RP the Omq away from the Medusa, who was hitting barely at the edge, but the RP just couldn't land.
Man, this is one of the saddest Medusas I've ever seen. She's barely ahead of the supports. I don't know if she will be. And okay, that's a good kill. Fearless in general has been getting caught a lot more than I expected in this game.
I mean, it could be just like, I mean, he's no Bob, but he's having a field day and confidence, at least in this case, I guess. With how the game has been going. Oh, Maceros. Bramble Maze, nowhere to go, but he was trying to skew it out to safety. Yeah, there's the blink onto Pampo. Tornado tried to follow up with it, but it doesn't really last for too long here. Did drop down the cold feet here. However, they can't save for Pampo. No RP here will slowly be smashed down by the anchor here. Evil Ash will fall. Evil Ash will fall here as Q would literally just scorch and burn with the Radius in hand. 2 members out of the picture for a good 20 seconds. Now just back to hitting the towers.
And then, I mean, Sinister Gaze from a mile away catches the Magnus, prevents it from running anywhere. As Dark Willow, sure, you know, fine, throwing the EMP and stuff, it's okay. Huh. Interesting that he was able to go invis while silenced.
Yeah, it's
odd. How did that occur exactly? Because if he went Shadow Realm, you can't actually go. You can't silence him. And if you silence, you can't go Shadow Realm.
Right, correct. Oh, 2-man RP into the Ice Blast. We were waiting for a second good RP, and that's the one we're looking for too. Chain Forces managed to throw in, but didn't really bounce off a lot of players. However, Invoker stuck between the rock and the hard place again. Since the gates into the high ground, instantly control and whack cut down to size here. Although yes, it feels great. They removed 2 core players from the side here for Caterpillar, but it doesn't feel like the threat had subsided. There's still Masters. There's still the Alchemist is just roaming within the shadows here.
I mean, they get some gold out of it. I think that's like pretty significant amount, but they're 15,000 behind. I told you that Fearless doesn't seem very comfortable on the puck because he's getting caught way more than he should. Yeah, Mazerox.
Good call by boss. So much. But then again, this is an A at the same time. With the Mice on. On the other hand, supports will fall. There goes the A. There goes Evil Ash. There goes Pegasus and Evil Ash here.
Alright. Medusa has finished her farming item. She has the Mantis style. She's only 10,000 gold behind the Alchemist.
Oh man, it doesn't sound so. It doesn't sound so impending at all.
She's like, once I have 15 minutes of absolute free farm, I'm gonna make you regret that day.
It sounds cute. Like guys, I got my mentor, hooray! You see the Alchemist just running down the lane with 6 slotted items.
Oh.
And then you got the kill and play style on the other side of the map. They were gonna see it, but Pampo is slowly trying to get that BKB online. I think once he gets that BKB, he doesn't really have to be too worried about things like Sinister Gaze or
Bramble
or Ravage.
Yeah, it'll go a long way. It'll go a long way for sure. But we'll see how it goes as top lane. They might know that the Medusa's there. Oh no, I think he cancelled. He's like, nah, it's not worth it for me to chase around the map. Not worth my time. Oh!
Just for the Rubik, though, throws the angle smash. He has the scepter? Okay, so yeah, Tomo, so he opted not to get the shard or the bling. He went for the scepter here. Ice Blast was pretty nice, but I'm not sure whether he's going to be enough to kill the Dark Hero here.
No.
Unless the Sunstrike actually connected. I heard the Sunstrike somewhere.
Radiant's middle tower is under
definitely
attack.
didn't land because Dark Willow's starting to heal.
No way. Dark Willow. You can't be serious.
Radiant's middle tower is
He's,
under
that's
trying to
very
go
lucky.
for it. He's trying to go for the Bedlam.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
He goes in, but there's a lot of illusions here.
Oh, the ultimate! Dude, the support's not playing with the carry.
Yeah, the Terrorize, slowly draining out the mana.
No!
He has the heals, dude.
No.
He's still alive. Dark Willow just absolutely just being a cheeky bugger here, really. Dude.
The way you describe him, I don't think he'd call him a cheeky bugger. He'd be like, he's a mother-loving person. No.
Oh, dude, and the worst part, he just dangles himself like a bait, right? He's like, oh, I'm so
Yes.
low. I know you can choose to run away, but would you want to run away?
I'm so juicy. Come and kill me, you know?
Oh my god. You know, but yeah, speaking about it, the Titan Hunter, remember we were like trying to see whether he wants to go for Bling in the shard later on, but no, he just... Yeah, I mean, he's like he's having a field day. He doesn't really need the Bling. The initiative is the Alchemist already, so... I mean, I'm pretty sure you get the Bling later, but he went for the Scepter first, which is also just as great. You clear waves, you got the range for it as well. It's no longer a targeted ability, but like an AoE one, so you gotta hit a lot more people with it. It's pretty nice.
You know, despite the way the game is going, it's not the worst game in the world for the Radiant side. Because you have Magnus to skewer people up. Even if your AA and Rubik don't have gold, they're both useful just because their ultimates are useful.
Yep.
So,
the
the worst. It's not great, I want to be very clear, but it's not the worst thing in the world.
And then there's still options to play around with, right?
Yeah.
Just need the...
I was gonna say possibilities exist for them.
The stars needs to align, but you know, feels like the tribulations is pretty hard for Rogue Squad at the moment. Now it looks like they're going to be trying to secure Roche since Roche is currently out, and I believe this is the part where they're going to be planning to siege the high ground after this.
Radiant are scanning for enemies.
Well, oh, there you go. They know what's happening. I think they threw out a scan. There's a Sunstrike, but I imagine at least they're going to throw an Ice Blast, or not. I mean, it's fairly short cooldown. Come on, buddy, throw an Ice Blast.
I think they're currently fighting in the mid lane here while they're doing this Roche.
And yeah, Abrasion loses his life, but I don't know who he's actually attacking because they're all full in the mid lane.
But either way, Pegasus will fall around to the soft hero against 3 other softer heroes here. Completely bounce back. I don't think they have any defensive items on them either. I'm not talking about
he wants to buy Force Staff on AA. He wants to buy it. He doesn't have it yet, but he wants to. Yeah. Eventually, he's gonna be like, yeah, this is the item.
This is the one.
Oh yeah, I got it, boys.
This is the one to save it all. To save me.
You see what Shake Chill just did? He uses illusions to deny enemy bounty runes. That's actually very cool. Like, it's a good move. He's like trying to win despite how bad the game is.
Yeah, I mean, of course, it's slow. It hurts. Like, it's not just for regular safe laners. Like, it particularly just denies off your little bit since he benefits a little bit more from the people's reach. Yeah, it's pretty great.
Alright, Pampu, he's got the BK. Sorry, not BK. Sorry, he's got the RP. He's got the blink. He's got the skewer. Does he have the guts for it?
Oh, he got that. One-man skewer, two-man skewer in the line into the defensive shadow running. He pops the BKB here. Didn't really commit the RP. He knows that's the Aegis on the Alchemist. He hopes to break it and try to follow up with it, but the damage was just not enough. Trying to sustain, no longer problem, no BKB, but he will be able to skewer the Dark Wheel all the way to the back line. He pops the shadow run defensively, props on the Bramble Mage here, and Masteros is currently in the front lines at the moment, getting ready with the Ravage in hand. Dark Wheel finally falls. Well done coming from the Rogue Squad here, but they did lose a Rax for it, and let's see if they can try to get a couple more good skewers here. Hopefully not into the Tie Hunter. He finds somebody. Oh, nice timing with the Cinder the Grace. He has no BKB. Quick reaction coming in from Bombui here. And no RP for 40 seconds here. Mastros has nothing to fear. He will take the damage. The Ice Blast does connect here, but it does pop up the pipe in time to mitigate the initial impact damage.
Ah, unfortunate. And of course, the game comes out.
Into the chain force. Oh no, it bounced all the way to the back line here. Fearless. Call out, tanking out the tower, use Illusionary Orb to get back out of it.
It doesn't really feel like anything's stopping them.
That's great. Force out the Aegis. And the RP is going to be back out in 10 seconds.
Creeps should be arriving. I think they're right now going to be there. There you go. Which means that this doesn't really stop them. They're still RP though.
Still RP and focus coming in 16 seconds. I think they also can read between the lines as well. But there is still the Ravage on Master.
Ooh, that's somewhat. Oh,
what a bling into the Scissor Gaze. He just stops the Kira halfway. Good defensive force stops to keep the Pampu alive here. They need the RP quite religiously in this. Sunstrike barely connected, but a beautiful Ravage! 4-man Ravage to the back line. Pampu again.
Ice Blast.
No follow-up. They didn't meant to get the Rubik was able to steal the Ravage, and Evil Ash was able to connect on top of Onku and 3-man. RP on the puck alone here will die as ultimates was being thrown around here. Massive ultimates as Rogue Squad will be able to defend their high ground after a long back and forth tug of war.
Well, they got the spells to land just.
No, the Medusa! All alone. Literally eating up the full brunt of the Chain Frost.
It's fine. We still got the big core kills. I mean, these are two supports. What are they doing? They just have no fear.
We don't care, but then again, where's the real reaction? Two supports, he goes down finally.
Oh, actually, that was unfortunate. But they were able to get 4 kills. And they landed all the good spells, right? Ice Blast landed on the Alchemist. RP landed on the Puck. And that was really, really well played by Rogue Squad. They're very good fighting teams. You know, very mechanically gifted, each of them.
I mean, yeah, of course.
Would you say you're good at the mechanical side of Dota? Or are you more of a strategy kind of guy?
I usually try not to add strategy in my calls, like especially if I'm playing with a group of friends. If we're playing like ranked or something. Wait, hold on, we'll talk about that a little bit. Nice timing with the dream call here. We'll try to deny the blink dagger coming in from the Macros here, and before you even try to have an option to pump the BKB, instantly gets controlled by the Sinister Gaze by Bombui here. We'll shut down the Macros. He's down for a minute, but playstyle pops into goal spot. Should be able to walk out to safety unless spotted otherwise. Versus the squad is falling back to prepare for the potential high ground siege.
Oi, awkward. Medusa
outside, no BKB. Brambles perfectly set to cover every exit here. Will die, and Medusa's out for 40 seconds here. No RP, no Medusa. I guess you got Tornado for the Wakers and of course the Faithful as well, but not gonna stop this building hitter. Not pale comparison to what we saw in last series where it took such a long time to break the buildings here. Ravage into a defensive BKB here. Rubik not within the range to steal the Ravage, unfortunately.
I mean, it's like you can spam Ice Vortex and Rubik Fade Balls, but they're always a risk, right? They're not infinite cast range. You have to get close and you have to worry about being caught. These are your two biggest fighters, Magnus and Medusa. Oh, smoke up. They want to catch something on the way out.
They have to try. I want to see if they can try to make some magic happen here. Bamboo.
No Medusa though.
Oh no, the blink cancel out the smoke here, but then it comes in with the defensive Ravage here. Into the Chain Force, 3-man Chain Force. There is an equal amount of damage. Here comes the RP, but it's going to be on the Puck and not the Alchemist. 1-man RP will secure the Puck's life into the buyback here. Here comes the 2-man Skewers here, and they won't try to chase down Pampu. Radiant absolutely melting down the side. Couple of seconds into the unstable concoction, but couldn't find the target to throw it on top of it. Will allow the Skewer follow up into the fountain here. Shockwave sustained, but he still lives. He walks out of it like a champ. They want to try to get a couple of ball here, but they will fail to do so. Masteros, big damage, big crits. 2 will fall. The buyback becomes a dieback here.
killing.
And now they will try to commit furthermore.
Oh, almost gets to land the anchor on him. It was mid-animation but didn't come out, and oh dear. They jump in, the Ice Blast lands. Oh, sticking the dash.
Nice, it's okay, the gosh. The look with the minus armor here, and the movement slow. They did manage to kill the Lich. They became a dieback here.
They're losing their access.
But yes, they are losing the access.
It's like, yeah, sure, you got able to fight right next to your fountain, but so what if you lose the issues at the same time?
Oh, here comes the Dream Call, but instantly a defensive BKB. But then again, he just wants not try to do too much for long here. He does times out here. The Gush managed to connect on 2 people as well. Rather down into the Orc here. Absolutely solid. Can't Ghost Walk to safety. Invoker will die, and they will go straight for the towers here. Master being such a massive wall. The Watermelon, an absolute beast here. Gonna be sending a lot of these players down into the depths of the sea here. Blinks in, gets Stone Gaze here, but they're not phased at all. The Ravage comes out cooldown here. Now they try to build out the damage here. Evil Ash, did he manage to steal the Ravage here? But I don't think so. He got the anchor.
Anchor smash, not even the good anchor. It's the shitty anchor.
But he did manage to drop the anchor now. Bramble
That's
Maze
better.
and Medusa sustaining. They have hit the throne here, ladies and gentlemen. Rogue Squad will fall and Caterpillar will rise and achieve their first score here in this group stage D.
I mean, this is the look at them. They're happy. They're smiling. They're like, yo, guys, maybe we lost our chance in the playoffs, but at least we have something to look forward to. I'm glad that they were able to get something for their troubles. Unfortunate that you don't get anything if you're Rogue Squad, but you got a trip here. That's pretty good.
Oh yeah, definitely for sure. But other than that, right? It's been such a great game. I think it's what a way to start off the year. You see all these teams, returning teams, new teams as well. And some, I guess, some teams really reliving back the moments. Like for example, like Reject May, for example, they were a team that there's such promises in their among their community tournaments, among their high school tournaments as well, or the IESF international competitions. They showed the skill. In these teams, getting an opportunity to go toe to toe with all of these teams, the other tier 1, tier 2 teams, I think it's a really fantastic opportunity.
It is, and I really like how Caterpillar were able, like, everyone was doing damage, everyone was getting pretty good. And look, Mazmas actually never died even once in that game. That's pretty insane. Oh, yeah. Just everyone had a really, really good performance on Caterpillar. On Rogue Squad, there were some decent RPs, there were a couple of good Ice Blasts, so there's no, like, this is a team that has great potential, but unfortunately, you're just not there yet, you're still behind a little bit. But there were good signs of life. I like that. I didn't feel like this was a complete one-sided stomp.
Yeah.
So I'm happy to see how the game was.
I mean, it was great, right? Especially since there was no major patches, and even the smaller patches, which was 7.38E, it was like back in November. So a lot of these teams had to either adjust or stay there, or utilize the same comps which they've been using, but that was not the case. We see a lot of these teams, whether is it the one that was joining this Asia Pacific, even the one prior before this, everyone is always trying to change things up, even though there was no patch to dictate like, oh, we had to change because the patch says he's been nerfed pretty hard or what. No, they're always trying to see like, all right, maybe we need to switch things up, try different play style, try to see how we can play around the team since we got no more range costs with the next big play of the cliff near. Let's try to go with, everyone's always trying to find ways to tackle this game here, and I think that's great. DOTA is growing, although a little bit now within recent years a lot more slower than usual, but we're growing.
No, I mean, we are having more tournaments than ever, actually, since the removal of the DPC. Now we have more events happening, especially more third-party events like this one. I want to shout out again our sponsors for this tournament, Predator Gaming as well as Intel. We're also supported by KBS, MESF, and ESI. Like, it's awesome first that we have a tournament in Asia. It's a LAN event. You guys can go on Sunday to them. I believe the venue is in MyTech. So you can go there, be there physically and see it, which is awesome. I'm glad that we have like a LAN and in Asia. We need more of these. So it's good. It's good that we're seeing this.
Yeah, it really is. But without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, that's going to be it for that's going to be it for all of our group stages. I believe we still have one more thing I can show you guys, which is going to be the updated standings graphics.
Ah.
To you guys like right about now. So this is the updated standings here.
It's going to be Team Helios, 123 Ivory, and Myth Avenue Gaming making it up. We still have one more match on stream, on the second stream, which has Group C between TK and TL. I mean, TK is actually called TK Esports, whereas TL is Too Light Team. I believe Too Light will be taking that one, but we'll see how it goes. Overall, apart from Group 1, 2, 3 beating Execration, there were no real surprises for me today.
Totally agree with you. But you know, other than that, I guess we still have a Group A series still ongoing. But it seems like we have already somewhat solidified each group's which team from each group is going to be moving forward to the playoffs. So basically, we have our top 4 at the moment. It's going to be Team Ivory, 123 Gaming, Team HLS, and of course Myth Avenue Gaming from Group D.
I wonder what you can research the teams who won. You know, like I feel like 1, 2, 3 showed a bit of their cards against Execration, but the other two teams, the other winners, they weren't really challenged in any way, where they were like, oh yeah, we have to showcase this or that. They're like, they had a pretty easy time going through it. Yeah. Like Helios was able to beat TK in like 25 minutes. I imagine their game against Too Light was just the same as well.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you know, we're not sure how it was like for Group A and Group C, since we are both handling Group B and Group D. Good to see some returning. Good to see some old veterans also coming back from the woodworks as well. And also, I guess you could say quite the surprise as well from some of the performances, especially from Execration today as well. One of the few things that we were already somewhat visioning that, okay, this is going to be the team that moves forward here, since he has a great track record, has been pretty active, pretty solid. Not sure what really went down, but you know, that's the nature of the competition. You know, it's a best of one as well. You only get one chance, and that's how it happens. You know, sometimes luck had a little bit of part to play with this. You know, in this kind of situation.
Oh, I'm sure. I'm sure if you reshuffle the teams around, you might get a different group of people who advance.
Like how Myth Avenue Gaming, like how Caterpillar got Myth Avenue Gaming for like 3 tournaments in a row.
Yes, you know, sometimes it's just how it is. Luck is a major factor in success, and sometimes the cards are against you. You know.
Yeah, but you know. Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, that's going to be it for our Dota 2 group stage segment here. I hope you guys have a really great time here. I believe Group A hasn't been concluded just yet, so if you guys are still interested to see how their last series is going to be like, you can check that out. It's going to be Permistis and Adam Shaw. We also do have the BM section as well if you're also relatively interested. Whichever language you do prefer. But other than that, that's going to be it from me and Otomo. I'm also known as Yoli Otomo. Thank you so much for today. Any last words for our amazing viewers and of course production crew before we sign off?
Thank you all, and thank you all for tuning in. It really was a joy, and thanks for production for making this happen. You know, you guys are the ones who we really should always be grateful to. You know, the observer, the people who make it all work out for us. Thank you very much.
Well, anyway, with that being said, this is the Asia Predator. This is the Asia Pacific Predator League 2025. That's gonna be it for the Dota 2. But don't go in for too long, because tomorrow we may not Dota 2, but we do still have our Valorant group stage. It's gonna be happening tomorrow. So until then, we'll see you guys tomorrow.
Thank you.